Chapter 51 A World of Two, The Wonderful Use of Teleportation. What about the rich young lady? After all, Ning Rongrong is still a young girl. And now Chen Shi can be described with that sentence, he is the dream of 900 million girls. P.S. Exaggeration, not the real number. Good looks and figure, strength and talent, character and emotional intelligence, everything is perfect. Let me ask, who can refuse a boy like Chen Shi at this age when a girl's heart is ready to move? Even if there are, they are very few, but it is obvious that Ning Rongrong is not among them. Chen Shi caught the girl's delicate body and smiled slightly. There are so many people watching, please pay attention to your image, my eldest lady. At this time, Ning Rongrong also noticed the gazes from the audience. She blushed and pulled away from the boy's chest, but she couldn't bear to let go of the little hand she was holding. The two of them looked at the two big pig heads lying on the ground. The eldest lady's attitude suddenly changed. How could she have a good face? Dai Mu Bai, Ma Hung Jun, let's see if you dare to look down on the auxiliary soul master in the future. Taking advantage of Chen Shi's authority, Ning Rongrong scolded them condescendingly. After getting over his addiction, Chen Shi took the girl to the end gracefully, then settled the rewards and registered the first victory points. How about it? A gentleman's words are hard to follow. If I say I will help you win, I will lead you to win. Chen Shi patted his chest and made an easy gesture. Hey, thank you, good brother. Then my competition from now on will all depend on you. Ning Rongrong's there was a smile on the little face, so happy. However, just when the girl began to fantasize in her heart that she could win continuously in the future, Chen Shi pulled her back to reality. Gee, wait. Rongrong, did you make something wrong? You kissed me during the day, so I helped you win your first victory, but the next games will be a different matter. Hearing what Chen Shi said, the eldest lady was a little confused. Then she straightened her thoughts and said slowly, you mean, if I want to form a team in the future, I have to kiss you again? Chen Shi smiled and nodded, yes, as expected of Rongrong, so smart. When the girl saw this, she pouted and defended herself, hey, how can you be a good brother? You are obviously too bad. Look at what you said. We are not buying or selling by force. If you want to kiss, you can kiss. If you don't want to, there are others who want to kiss. Chen Shi spread his hands, he was really honest. As the saying goes, it is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. After experiencing the feeling of teaming up with Chen Shi, Ning Rongrong naturally couldn't look down on other people anymore, so she had no choice but to kiss him in the future. Time passed very quickly, and this round of 2-on-2 competition has been completed. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing also won the victory as expected, while Xiao Zhansan and Oscar also successfully maintained their losing streak. Don't ask them how they lost, just ask. After finishing the 2-on-2 match, those who had room to spare went to challenge 1-on-1. After all the games were over, everyone was ready to go home. Ning Rongrong originally wanted to go with Chen Shi, but the latter said that she had something else to do and asked her to go back with Zhu Zuqing first. As soon as the eldest lady showed a puzzled expression, Chen Shi came forward and whispered something. After hearing this, the girl's eyes immediately lit up. Good brother, you are not allowed to lie to others. Don't worry, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Okay. See you tomorrow. After receiving the promise, Ning Rongrong stopped pestering Chen Shi and happily approached Zhu Zuqing, and the two women walked together. After they walked away, a pair of small hands hugged Chen Shi from behind, and at the same time there was a jealous voice. Hey, bad guy, I thought you were going back with her. Chen Shi turned around, hugged the girl behind him, and laughed out loud, how can that be possible? My Xiao Wu is still here. After kissing the little rabbit's cheek, Chen Shi took her little hand and said, let's go. I heard that the snack street here in Soto City is very lively at night. I will take you to have a good stroll. Xiao Wu's initiative to find Zhu Zuqing was, of course, something the two of them had discussed in advance, and the girl's only request was that Chen Shi must concentrate on spending the rest of the time with her. Really? Then let's leave quickly. As soon as the greedy Xiao Wu heard that there was delicious food, she quickly hugged Chen Shi's hand and couldn't wait. The two of them were holding hands, even more intimate than the couple beside them. They were having fun and eating all the way along the snack street. After eating and drinking, Chen Shi and Xiao Wu tacitly headed for tonight's final destination. Outside the Rose Hotel, one man and a woman came in and out one after another. It was very lively. Chen Shi, why are there so many people tonight? Xiao Wu looked at the scene in front of her and couldn't help but wonder. Chen Shi put his arm around her waist and laughed evilly, "Idiot, they are all couples who came to rent a room like us." With one word, the little rabbit immediately turned red, and Chen Shi couldn't help but take a bite due to its cute red appearance. When the two entered the door, the front desk clerk seemed to have become numb to this group of energetic young people. They are all really capable. However, they still have an impression of Chen Shi. After all, he is the man who booked a house for a year a few days ago. When a female foreman saw them, she immediately welcomed them warmly and led them to the quiet top floor. Arriving at the Red Ocean room, as soon as Chen Shi inserted the key and opened the door, Xiao Wu slipped in without giving anyone a chance to sneak into the corner. When Chen Shi saw this, the corner of his mouth curled up. "Is it necessary? You can run for a while, can you run tonight?" Little Rabbit didn't want to be intimate with Chen Shi. She just walked all the way to the snack street and smelled of oily smoke. She didn't want to put this kind of herself in Chen Shi's mouth. Xiao Wu stood at the door of the bathroom and said shyly, "I want to take a bath first, so you can play by yourself for a while." After saying that, she closed the bathroom door, leaving Chen Shi standing outside with a black line on his face. "What do you mean by having fun by yourself? Ever since I got Xiao Wu, my left and right hand skills have been neglected for a long time." Chen Shi closed the door tightly with his backhand and walked into the house. The layout inside was the same as when he first arrived. Then he used the smart chip to scan it and confirmed that no one had lived in the room since he left last time. Then he nodded with satisfaction. Last time Xiao Wu took a bath here, Chen Shi took advantage of the time to build the white tiger mecha, but today there was no need. The door of the bathroom was a little transparent as mentioned last time, so Chen Shi stood at the door, and the girl took off her clothes and started taking a bath almost in front of him. Chen Shi was admiring it with pure eyes, when suddenly an idea came to his mind. The next moment, his body that was separated by a door suddenly appeared in the bathroom. That's right, it's teleportation. At this time, Xiao Wu didn't know that someone had sneaked in. The girl was still immersed in her own world. The warm water flows along the snow-white goose neck, smooth the skin flows all the way down. Before she could turn around, a pair of big hands hugged her from behind with a familiar voice. "Little White Rabbit, here comes the big bad wolf." "Ah! Bad guy, why did you get in? Get out quickly, get out quickly." Xiao Wu covered the 3 o'clock and 1 line with both hands, her face turned red beyond shame. Without giving her a chance to continue yelling, Chen Shi reached over and kissed her rosy little mouth. Under someone's strong invasion, Xiao Wu's body quickly turned into a puddle of water. Then, it's just as you imagined. Paid content, thanks for watching. Thank you all for your support, please read, vote, and subscribe. Chapter 52. The next morning, the sun shone into the big bedroom and fell on Chen Shi's angular profile. He couldn't remember exactly when he went to bed last night. Chen Shi only knew that from the bathroom to the sofa, coffee table, floor, and finally to bed, there was a lot of sweat along the way. There is still a faint atmosphere of frivolity in the air, and rose petals are mixed with clothes and scattered on the floor. There is a small pink undergarment on the top that is particularly conspicuous, and it actually sparkles a little under the morning light. Returning to the big bed, Xiaowu had a satisfied and sweet smile on her lips. She curled up in Chen Shi's arms, with one long snow-white leg still pressing on someone. Hum. As she murmured, the girl's long eyelashes trembled, revealing her beautiful big eyes. As soon as you open your eyes, you can see your beloved lover. What could be happier than this? Hey, why did you wake up so early today? We worked very late last night. Chen Shi stretched out his hand and rubbed the girl's smooth thigh, laughing softly. Bad guy. Xiaowu made a cooing sound, and as soon as she raised her head, she buried herself in the bed again, greedily sniffing the young man's unique scent. Upon seeing this, Chen Shi also got into bed, kissed the girl's neck, and said softly, "Are you hungry? Do you want me to ask the waiter to bring some breakfast?" Xiaowu also rubbed Chen Shi's face affectionately. She really liked the tickling feeling and responded emotionally, "No, I just want you to sleep with me for a while." After Chen Shi heard this, he hugged her quietly. Xiaowu wanted to squint for a while, but soon noticed something strange. Her pretty face turned red and she said coquettishly, "Bad guy, don't do bad things. You can't blame me. Who makes you look so cute when you're naked?" Chen Shi started to act rogue. Xiaowu pouted her lips, "Hey, go put on your clothes then." Chen Shi looked indifferent, "It's okay, you can put it on, and I will help you take it off." Bad guy, I'll bite you to death." Xiaowu screamed and opened her small mouth, but she didn't know that her move was like a rabbit caught in a wolf's mouth. Chen Shi immediately cut her off, and the two of them immediately bit each other. Soon the atmosphere in the bed became uncomfortable. After a while of restlessness, the big bed started to shake on its own. There was nothing I could do about it. Young people are always so energetic. I don't know how long it took, but the two of them had taken a shower and walked out of the bathroom. Xiaowu was very happy at this moment. Fortunately, she had expected to bring 3 pairs of small underwear, otherwise she would have nothing to wear. After washing and dressing up, Xiaowu looked at the unsightly big rose bed and felt a little embarrassed. "Chen Shi, what should I do with these sheets?" "It's okay. The waiter will come to clean it then. Come on, let's go have breakfast." Chen Shi didn't take it seriously. Opening a room outside was just for convenience, not to mention it was an annual fee package. Okay. Even though she said that, Xiaowu still tried to hide her ears and cover up some particularly conspicuous places. The two held hands and went downstairs. After a night of moisturizing, the girl's face was radiant and her face was quite rosy. Today is the weekend and there are no classes, so Chen Shi took Xiaowu to have breakfast first, and then started to go shopping with her. Girls all love beauty, and Xiaowu is no exception. When she sees a beautiful clothing store, she wants to go in and try it out, and then asks Chen Shi for his opinion. If the young man shakes his head or thinks it's just average, then just pass it and try one set after another, just for the last one that Chen Shi's eyes light up and he nods satisfied. Fortunately, Xiaowu is also very good at shopping. After buying 2 or 3 sets, she was satisfied. But what really makes the little rabbit want to stop is the delicious food. Along the way, Chen Shi felt that the two of them were mouthing one mouthful at a time and they never stopped talking. Sitting on the bench where he was resting, Chen Shi put his arms around the girl's small waist and touched her slightly bulging belly. He couldn't help but curiously asked, "Hey, how can you hide such a big belly? Is it possible that it's congenital? Foodie Eucharist?" Xiaowu leaned on his shoulder, her face turned red when she heard this. She hugged his arm and acted coquettishly, "Bad guy, don't say anything, I'm not a foodie." From morning to night, the day quickly passed quietly as the two talked and laughed in their intimate interactions. In the evening, Chen Shi carried Xiaowu back to the single-room cabin. On the way, Little Rabbit saw other lovers carrying their partners on their backs, and she wanted to feel them on a whim. Chen Shi naturally agreed to the small request, but the person carrying him suddenly stopped talking. When he turned around, Xiao Wu actually fell asleep. Thinking about it carefully, I worked hard for so long last night and this morning and didn't get much rest during the day. How can I not feel sleepy? He gently put the girl on his bed and covered her with a quilt. Chen Shi first coaxed her into a deep sleep, then took out the hug and hugged her. Pillow, change the day. Chen Shi kissed Xiao Wu lovingly, and then stood up to take a bath. He had other plans later. By the stream at the back of Shrek Academy, a girl in a blue dress sat on a large flat rock. She took off her shoes and stockings, stretched out her white and tender feet, and let the stream wash away her. Hey, why doesn't the bad brother come? Obviously he agreed last night that he would come here and wait for him. Yes, the girl playing in the water with her bare feet in the picture is none other than the eldest lady Ning Rong Rong. As soon as the girl finished complaining, a hand gently flicked her head from behind. Well, Rong Rong, if you are a good brother in front of others, you will be a bad brother behind your back, right? When the eldest lady heard this familiar voice, she immediately turned around and said with joy on her face, Chen Shi, you are here. If you do what you say, why would I let you go? Chen Shi scratched the girl's nose and smiled. When he was coming back from the big spirit fighting arena last night, Chen Shi told Ning Rong Rong, come to the creek at the back of the college tomorrow night. I have a big surprise for you. It was when the girl heard this that she took the initiative to leave, and she looked forward to it happily all day long. Chen Shi sat directly next to Ning Rong Rong, and the two of them crowded on a big rock. Not only did the girl not dislike it, but she squeezed her again. Chen Shi, what is the big surprise you are talking about? The young man glanced at her and did not answer directly. Instead, he looked at the pair of jade feet in the water. Ning Rong Rong felt something in her heart, biting her lower lip, and after a mental struggle, she raised her little feet and walked them to Chen Shi. Good brother, look, the foot that Rong Rong twisted last time has healed. There are still water drops hanging on the white jade feet, which are even more crystal clear and round under the moonlight. When Chen Shi saw this, he started to attack without any politeness. The eldest lady shrank her toes and lowered her head shyly. This wasn't over yet. Chen Shi played with his jade feet and asked with a bad smile, do you want a big surprise? The girl naturally kept nodding her head, and when Chen Shi saw it, she moved her face towards her again. The meaning was self-evident. Ning Rong Rong's face bulged. Although she felt that she was being tricked, her little feet had already contributed. Is it possible that she still gave up halfway? She had no choice but to give Chen Shi another muah kiss on both sides of his face. Chen Shi's face showed a smile of success, and then he blew into the girl's ear. Tonight, brother will make you a mecha. Thank you all for your support, please read, vote, and subscribe. Chapter 53 Glazed Mecha, Famous Sword Commander. P.S. The illustration is at the back, everyone is welcome to like and check in. As soon as these words came out, Ning Rong Rong's eyes suddenly lit up, her mouth opened slightly, and she was so surprised that she was speechless. What, you don't like it? Then forget it. An honest man like Chen Shi loves to whet the appetite of beautiful girls. The more she can't stop, the happier he will be. No, brother, I like it. I really like it. Upon hearing this, Ning Rong Rong quickly took Chen Shi's arm and started acting coquettishly. Good brother, don't you like your feet? These are white stockings that I only wear at night. They still smell good. I gave them to you. The eldest lady is different, not only can she act coquettishly, but she can also do what she wants. He grabbed the white silk on the side and stuffed it into the boy's hand. But Chen Shi had a straight face and rejected her righteously. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Classmate Ning Rong Rong, your thinking is very problematic. I am giving you a massage, but you actually want to bribe me with stockings. Chen Shi would never admit that he was a pervert. He just loved to appreciate beautiful things, and Yuzu happened to be one of them. Seeing this, the girl had no choice but to pouted, put away her stockings and whispered softly, "They obviously just want to see you like it." "Okay, wrong, let me ask you again, there is a certain price to pay for making a martial soul mecha. Are you sure?" Chen Shi changed the subject, put aside his playful attitude, and told Ning Rongrong about the contract between the martial soul mecha and the goddess. The latter was stunned after hearing this. Apparently she didn't expect that there were these hidden rules for manufacturing mechas. But then she felt relieved. If Xiaowu could do it, why couldn't she? "Don't worry, brother, I'll be fine and I will definitely cooperate with you." Ning Rongrong raised her fist with a serious look on her face. "Well, okay, then put on your shoes first." After talking for a long time, Chen Shi became addicted to his hands, and his 2 jade feet became rosy under his caress. Ning Rongrong's eyes turned, and she didn't know what idea she had come up with. She handed the white stockings that someone had just confiscated to him and said in a cooing voice, "Brother Chen Shi, can you help me put on the stockings?" Chen Shi didn't respond, but his hands uncontrollably picked up the stockings, and then carefully put them on the girl's delicate feet. Suddenly, the bare feet turned into white silk feet. The eldest lady sat and watched with a smile, and occasionally moved her toes to be naughty. She liked the feeling of being cared for by Chen Shi so thoughtfully, and her heart was filled with satisfaction and a little joy. After everything was settled, the two of them stood up. Miss Bisi stood in front of Chen Shi with a face full of expectation. Wrong, shall we start?" Chen Shi smiled slightly, the girl nodded, and then the real drama began. The first step was to build a mecha. "Hey, Siri." Combining Rongrong's data and using her as the body, we began to design the mecha. The host starts the creative mode and activates the mecha master function. Design object, Ning Rongrong. Template data, Ning Rongrong Martial Soul 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda. Mecha creation officially begins. In an instant, all the surrounding vegetation and streams turned into data and were formatted, replaced by a sci-fi virtual world. I have already experienced it once during the special training of running laps for girls, but now that I am immersed in it again, I am still shocked. Ning Rongrong reached out to grab those virtual projections, but she missed them. She looked as excited as a child coming to an amusement park. "Chen Shi, what should I do next?" The eldest lady became obsessed with the young man who was wearing transparent VR glasses and manipulating the space with every move. "The first step is to scan your body so that we can design a mecha that best suits you." Chen Shi is still very serious about mechas. "Scan the body? Is that okay?" Ning Rongrong said, spinning and jumping on the spot. "No need to bother, just give me a hug." Chen Shi opened his hands naturally, as if he should do it, and the girl whispered in response, took a small step closer, and then was hugged into someone's arms. The scent of the eldest lady's hair and body filled Chen Shi's breath, and the embrace between the two made the smart chip's data collection more convenient and faster. Ning Rongrong's face turned red. Although the two had hugged each other before, the fresh and clean breath of Chen Shi still made her heart flutter. After a while, Chen Shi let go of his hand, and the corner of his mouth curved. "Well, the body proportions are pretty good, but it's a bit small." The eldest lady, who had just been so girlish, was immediately brought back to reality when she heard these words. She pursed her lips and stared at him resentfully. Chen Shi pretended not to see it and continued to operate. "Siri, assign Rongrong's data to the goddess file." "Received, the order is being executed." Goddess File 2, Ning Rongrong, Martial Spirit 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda, Data Collection Rate 50%. The template data is in place, start mecha creation. Chen Shi has long been familiar with this set of procedures, but little did he know that his words caused ripples in the girl's heart. Good brother, it turns out that she is a goddess in your heart. Ning Rongrong lowered her head, kicking her white silk feet and clasping her hands, her pretty face flushed with embarrassment. However, before Chen Shi could reply, streaks of light and electricity penetrated her body. The eldest lady's body suddenly froze, and her pretentious posture was forcibly interrupted. Then a model of a humanoid mecha appeared in front of her eyes. As the data was improved and the soul power was filled, a mecha that encompassed the characteristics of the 7 treasures glazed tile tower and catered to Ning Rongrong's physique was born. The creation is completed, the mecha is in place. Name: Glazed Mecha. Features: the auxiliary gain effect of the 7 treasure glazed tile tower is retained and strengthened, while the self-defense attributes are greatly enhanced. Mecha Soul Skills: Ning Rongrong's soul skills, based on which the soul ring skill effects are enhanced. Extra passive skills: Famous Sword and Siming. When receiving fatal damage or focused fire, the glazed mecha can offset all of it. Note: the number of uses, cooling time, and upper limit of offset of the famous sword Siming all fluctuate with the increase of the host's soul power level. After reading the introduction of the attributes of the Liulai mecha, Chen Shi admitted that he was a little shocked. Oh my god, famous swordsman Siming, she has produced a famous swordsman Siming. P.S. On the evolution route of the 7 treasures glazed tower, there is this invincible soul skill to protect itself, and the glazed mecha is equivalent to tapping this potential in advance. The truth of this discovery made Chen Shi find it difficult to calm down. After all, the moment the data of the famous sword commander appeared, it meant that all mechas now and in the future would be possible. Just imagine, if the White Tiger mecha and the Phoenix mecha are updated with the passive skills of this sword commander, their combat effectiveness will be directly maximized in terms of self-protection. Not to mention, after the soul power level breaks through in the future, the famous sword Siming may evolve again. This glazed mecha is so worth making. In a state of excitement, Chen Shi pulled Ning Rongrong, who was looking at the mecha in awe, and kissed the eldest lady hard on both sides of her face. Rongrong, you are such a treasure. Thank you all for your support. Please read, vote, and subscribe. Chapter 54: A girl's blush is better than all the love words in the world. Before Ning Rongrong could react, her little face began to turn red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bad brother, who can take advantage of others like you? Chen Shi smiled, continued to hug her and asked, how's it going, Rongrong, do you like this mecha? The two people turned their attention to the glazed mecha again. Different from the previous creations, this time there was a big breakthrough. The main part of the glazed mecha is mainly black and gold, which makes the whole body reveal a noble temperament. Coupled with the colorful crystal inlay, it adds a mysterious color. There is a piece of glazed crystal embellishment on the chest and forehead respectively. There is not much armor, but it is enough to cover the whole body. It is not big, but it is extremely thick and not bloated at all. Overall, this is definitely a Wuhan mecha that can be called a work of art. It is not only beautiful but also useful. Chen Shi was worried that the girl wouldn't like the combination of black and gold, so he explained specifically, Rongrong, black is the basis of all colors. Whether it is 7 colors or 9 colors, it can absorb all light. Ning Rongrong seemed to guess Chen Shi's worries and responded with a smile, well, I like it very much, and in fact, I want to try black. Others say black is the best for showing off your figure. But Chen Shi, how should I put on this mecha? Will it fly up on its own like your mecha? The girl walked up to the glass mecha, stretched out her hand and touched it, and asked curiously. Chen Shi nodded, of course, but now the mecha still needs the last step to be considered complete, and this still requires Rongrong's help. Me? No problem. If there's anything I can do, just say it. Ning Rongrong pointed at herself. She happened to want to participate. The last step is very simple. Wrong, as long as you sign the goddess contract with me, the Liulai Mecha will recognize you as its master. Chen Shi was waiting for her words. As she spoke, she opened her right hand, and something like a soul ring appeared on the smart chip. Since the two had already talked beforehand while sitting on the big rock, Ning Rongrong also understood the significance of the goddess contract to Chen Shi. However, she didn't quite know how to perform the specific operation, so she could only wait for Chen Shi's instructions with a blank look on her face. Wrong, just hold my hand later and leave the rest to me. The two bodies were close to each other. First they held each other's little hands, and then intertwined their fingers. Chen Shi acted relatively calm, but Ning Rongrong blushed, vaguely feeling that something terrible was going to happen next. Take a deep breath, don't be nervous. Chen Zhen guided her, but the girl couldn't relax at all, especially when someone leaned down towards her red mouth. She became even more nervous. Finally, just before lips and lips were about to overlap, the eldest lady turned her head and spoke. Chen Shi. Dad said that a girl can only kiss the person she likes. The young man was stunned and almost blurted out, then do you like me? Rongrong lowered his head and made a voice as thin as a mosquito. I don't know what liking is yet, but I just want to be with you, want to chat with you, want to eat with you, want to. Remember that sentence? A girl's blush is better than all love words in the world. When Chen Shi heard this, he let go of one hand and lifted the girl's hair away from her head, revealing her delicate face. Looking into each other's eyes, Chen Shi made a serious promise, don't worry, you will be my baby Rongrong for one day and for the rest of your life. As soon as she finished speaking, the young man kissed her without hesitation this time, and Ning Rongrong did not stop or evade anymore. After being silently passive for a while, she even began to share the sweetness of this first kiss with Chen Shi. Soon, a weak electric current hit, and the eldest lady suddenly felt numb and fell directly into the boy's arms. The contract begins, soul power and spiritual power are being linked. Wrong, don't be afraid, I have everything under my control. Chen Shi's voice came from the girl's mind, which meant that the spiritual link was successful. Well, okay. Ning Rongrong was a little panicked when she was suddenly shocked, but she immediately felt at ease after hearing Chen Shi's words. With the cooperation of the girl, Chen Shi also seized the time and continued to communicate in depth. Soon, Ning Rongrong felt like she was wrapped in a ball of warmth, her mind was completely empty, and she narrowed her eyes in comfort. I don't know how long it took, but the sound of the smart chip suddenly sounded in Chen Shi's head. Goddess contract, binding successful. Contractor, Chen Shi. Contract object, Ning Rongrong. Contract takes effect, soul power feedback, unilateral mental power sharing, data sharing has been enabled. Although the contract was completed, there was something sweet about Rongrong's little mouth that Chen Shi could not put down, and he kissed her greedily for a while longer. Hoo! The girl gasped for air, her pretty face flushed. After all, it was her first kiss, and it was French romance from the beginning. How could she withstand Chen Shi's attack? Bad brother, are you satisfied now? Ning Rongrong wiped the saliva from her mouth while she was squealing. Chen Shi got the advantage and acted obediently. He hugged the eldest lady from behind and said with a mischievous smile, where is this? I would be satisfied if I could do this with Rongrong every day from now on. Humph, I want to flatter you. Ning Rongrong glanced at him and couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth slightly. Rongrong, why don't you go try out the mecha now and see how it goes? Chen Shi's kiss just now was so satisfying that the eldest lady looked so arrogant, and he found it quite cute. When the girl heard this, she remembered that there was something about the mecha. She had already confessed her first kiss. She hoped that the mecha would not disappoint anyone. Walking up to the Liulai mecha, Ning Rongrong did feel different this time. Somehow, she seemed to have an indescribable relationship with this mecha, becoming more intimate and familiar. Her name is Liulai, named after your 7 treasures Liulai Pagoda. Chen Shi stood behind Rong Rong and introduced softly. When the eldest lady heard this, she was really touched in her heart. She subconsciously turned around and looked at Chen Shi again. Then she stepped forward and put her handprint on the core of the mecha. The next moment, the glass mecha emitted a dazzling colorful light. It turned into a string of data and attached to Ning Rongrong's body, and finally materialized, directly covering all the data. Contract partner Ning Rongrong, the glazed mecha, is dressed. At the same time, a panel of data about her appeared in front of Chen Shi's eyes. Her vital signs, soul power strength, etc. were all clear. How do you feel, Ron, honor? Chen Shi looked at the girl who put on the mecha and showed off her beautiful figure, and asked with concern. The eldest lady did not reply immediately, but moved her body on the spot, and then rushed to the young man. Chen Shi, I feel like my soul power level has broken through the soul master level, and my whole body is full of strength. And after putting on the mecha, the speed does not decrease but increases. The most important thing is that the defense is so safe. Chen Shi smiled and said nothing, but he didn't expect that Ning Rongrong, who was armed with a mecha, suddenly gave him a big hug. Xiangxiang's soft body is gone, and what is coming is a body of steel. Thank you all for your support, please read, vote, and subscribe. Chapter 55, Jealousy, set off to the Star Forest. Bang! With a muffled sound, Chen Shi's muscles tensed up, and with his extraordinary physique, he took Ning Rongrong's blow and killed him in his arms. The girl who realized it later quickly let go of her hand and said in a panic, I'm sorry, Chen Shi, I didn't mean it. Ahem, it's okay, my body is awesome. How strong can your thin arms and legs be? Chen Shi patted his chest to reassure the girl. Although the sound sounds scary, the force is completely within Chen Shi's tolerance. After all, the perfection of the life affinity body is not a joke. Ning Rongrong was relieved when she heard this. The good brother she had just found couldn't make any mistakes. After feeling the greatly enhanced basic attributes of the Wuhan mecha, the two began to test its effect on soul skills. Wearing a glazed mecha, Ning Rongrong used Chen Shi as the target and once again used the auxiliary soul skills of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. The colorful light flashed and the double gain buff appeared on his body. The young man immediately felt the difference. If the previous attribute increase was 30%, now with the enhancement of the glazed mecha, it has been increased to at least 40%. Don't underestimate these numbers. When the soul power level gets higher and higher in the future, the increase it will bring is terrifying. Chen Shi, how are you? With my assistance in the future, you will be even more powerful. Ning Rongrong was naturally more aware of the changes in her soul skills and couldn't help but excitedly said. Chen Shi also nodded and said with a smile, well, that's right. It seems that we can't lose 2 versus 2 in the big spirit fighting arena in the future. The two looked at each other and smiled. After struggling for so long, it was getting late. Chen Shi took the initiative to hold the girl's little hand. Let's go, it's getting late, let's go back and rest. Well, okay. Ning Rongrong linked her fingers with her backhand, and the girl's heart that was ready to move had a new change tonight, and she had a destination. Under the starry night sky, the afterglow of the moonlight spread in front of them, lighting up their way back. Sent to the door of the girl's dormitory, Chen Shi originally wanted to give her a romantic kiss goodbye, but she didn't expect that the eldest lady wouldn't be fooled. There was no other way, so the two had no choice but to say goodnight to each other and say goodbye. After watching Chen Shi's back disappear into the distance, Ning Rongrong rushed into the dormitory and then threw herself on the bed. Her little face was buried in the pillow, her white silk feet were flapping up and down, and her whole body was twisted into a ball. After a while, he raised his head. He didn't know what he thought of, but his face was already red. Is this the feeling of a first kiss? Oh, it's so bad, Chen Shi. If Dad and Grandpa Jianggu find out, they will definitely go crazy. As she was thinking about it, the corners of the eldest lady's mouth couldn't help but start to rise again, and her little mouth was pouted, feeling very shy. Ning Rongrong's appearance as a little girl fell into the eyes of her roommate Zhu Zuqing, and there was a hint of doubt in the kitten's cold eyes. She had never experienced love before and couldn't understand why Ning Rongrong's face was so red. She was still twisting around on the bed. Did she have a fever? On the other side, Chen Shi returned to his cabin, and the little rabbit was still sleeping soundly inside. Following the same old rules, he simply washed up and climbed onto the bed. As soon as he took off the pillow, Xiao Wu's pink arms and thighs came up. Chen Shi has long been used to this. He has already built a mecha tonight. He does not intend to consume any more mental and soul power, so he hugs Xiao Wu and falls asleep. Weekends always passed quickly. At Flanders' request, they started training normally again the next day. Those theoretical courses were a complete waste of time for Chen Shi, so he simply used the time to study the famous sword Siming of the glazed mecha. Through the analysis and comparison of smart chips, he was pleasantly surprised to find that this passive skill is extremely compatible with every mecha. Chen Shi immediately decided to update the data of all mechas, which naturally included Xiao Wu's Lingtiv mecha. After all, the famous sword Siming is an excellent self-protection skill for everyone. In the evening, they went to the Great Soul Fighting Arena for a PK as usual. When Ning Rongrong summoned the glazed mecha uniform, everyone was shocked. However, Xiao Wu had expected it, and afterward she found Chen Shi and coaxed her a lot before giving up. But if you want to say who is the most exciting, that person must be the childlike giant X Zhu Zuqing. The appearance of the Liulai mecha means, everything Chen Shi said that night was true. He can really build a martial soul mecha, he really didn't lie to himself. For a moment, Zhu Zuqing stared at the glazed mecha for a long time. If she had seized the opportunity that night, would she be the one wearing the mecha now? Chen Shi had a clear view of Zhu Zuqing's reaction, but he had no intention of intervening. Want a mecha? Then you took the initiative to deliver it to your door. Do you still want me to find you again? Open what a joke. This night, some people are destined to have difficulty sleeping. The next morning, on the college playground. Everyone, assemble. There is no training today, we are going on an outing. I will give you half an hour to get ready, and then we will set off immediately. Teacher Zhao Wuji will lead you to the Star Forest. This trip is not only to help Oscar obtain the third soul ring, but also to give you some experience. Okay, let's disband now. Flanders announced the gathering, and after announcing the new matters, he went through the motions and left with a wave of his hands, leaving Zhao Wuji here to manage. After hearing the words, everyone dispersed. Only Chen Shi, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong were indifferent. Most of their luggage was stored in the mecha's storage space, so they could travel lightly. Brother Chen Shi, I brought a lot of white stockings this time. There are knee-high socks, straight socks, and bow-tie socks. Which one do you like? Since Ning Rongrong tasted the sweetness of her first kiss, her relationship with Chen Shi has grown by leaps and bounds, and now she is becoming more and more bold. In front of her childhood sweetheart Xiao Wu, she actually dared to provoke him, put her arm around Chen Shi and started acting coquettishly. When Little Rabbit saw this, how could he let her continue to be arrogant? He immediately grabbed the boy's other arm and said, "Humph, Chen Shi, I don't like your short legs." Xiao Wu is indeed taller than Rongrong, and with her surprisingly long legs, there is indeed a gap. Ning Rongrong was unconvinced when he heard this. Oh, so what? My legs are wider than yours. Seeing that the two women were about to quarrel, Chen Shi quickly broke up the fight. Hey, what are you doing? Whether it's long legs or big white legs, I like them all. Stop arguing, be good and be obedient. Considering that it was a public place, the girls still restrained themselves, but the two of them hugged each other and neither of them wanted to let go first. Chen Shi had no choice but to be wrapped in the meat and meat. He thought to himself that it seemed that he would need more training in the future. Not far away, Zhao Wuji saw this scene and was immediately shocked. What a good boy, it's not enough to have Xiao Wu, but you actually hooked up with the eldest lady of Kai Bao glazed sect. If this spreads out, the Seven Treasures glazed sect will destroy Shrek Academy. Thank you all for your support, please read, vote, and subscribe. Chapter 56 Watching the Fire from the Other Side, Angering the Soul King. The Stardo Forest is one of the most famous soul beast settlements in the Douluo continent, spanning the two empires of Tiandu and Xingluo. It is a virgin forest that has not been developed by humans. The terrain is complex and diverse, including black forests, wetlands, swamps, caves, everything. And the closer to the center of the forest, the stronger the spirit beasts become, and there are many 100,000-year-old spirit beasts among them. The destination is far away from Shrek Academy. Due to financial problems, they also need to exercise, so the group waits until they rejoin the team and all run and set off. This has stumped some people. Although the little fat man Ma Hongjun has the evil fire phoenix spirit, he has not yet mastered the flying soul skill, so he can only run on the ground like a chicken. The little Yakuza, Dai Mubai and Oscar were not much better. They could only keep stuffing sausages in their mouths to keep up. These four people soon fell behind the team and became the third echelon. On Chen Shi's side, Chen Shi's life fruit guarantees his soul power and physical consumption, and he also has the buff from the Rongrong Seven Treasures glazed pagoda in terms of speed. If anyone really can't hold on any longer, they can ask Chen Shi to help carry her all the way and take a rest. The main feature is a male and female pairing, so you won't be tired from running. Finally, after traveling for a day, everyone arrived at the small town closest to the Stardo Forest. Now that night has fallen, it is inconvenient to move at night, so everyone is planning to rest here for the night and continue setting off tomorrow morning. After finding a hotel, Zhao Wuqi asked everyone to book their own rooms while he went out to catch up with an old acquaintance. There are 8 students left, and the guys who sleep in 4-person dormitories for boys are going to have dinner in the dining hall on the first floor of the hotel. But Chen Shi turned around and took the 3 girls to a better restaurant on the opposite street. As for the reason, on the one hand, the hotel was too small and the smell was bad, but more importantly, he wanted to stay out of the incident, so he could watch from the other side and look forward to the next good show. Regarding Chen Shi's decision, Xiao Wu and Rongrong were definitely supportive, and Zhu Zuqing was also pulled along by her 2 roommates. The group of people divided into 2 groups. Watching Chen Shi leave with all the girls in the team, Dai Mubai felt jealous and couldn't help but get angry at the dinner table. Several other people also knew that he had been frustrated many times by Chen Shi, so they just listened and made many mistakes without expressing their opinions. Soon Ma Hongjun took the lead and finished ordering the dishes. At this moment, Chen Shi and others had just left the hotel door when another group of people came in. They are also a team of 8, led by a middle-aged man, wearing a uniform moon-white soul master robe with silver embroidery on it, which is very gorgeous and forms 2 words at the same time, King Hui. The development of history has not changed. Shrek Academy still encountered Kang Hui Academy, but this matter has nothing to do with Chen Shi and others. Compared with the Shrek 4 who were dressed in ordinary clothes, there was a sharp contrast between the two. The people from Kang Hui Academy attracted the attention of the diners as soon as they entered. Gee, Boss Dai, look at that girl, she's really pretty. She's even prettier than Sister Ruhua in my brothel. The fat man's small eyes stared intently at the only girl in that team, greeted the blonde Piao with a lewd look on her face, and her mouth was almost drooling. Dai Mubai was furious, curled his lips and said disdainfully, TCH, isn't it just the little Kanghui Academy? It's such a big show. These two people were used to being arrogant and domineering in Shrek Academy, and they did not shy away from going out. The voices talking behind their backs accurately reached the ears of the Kanghui Academy team. Since the hotel had all the doors and windows open for ventilation, Chen Shi could see clearly inside the hotel while sitting opposite. Seeing this situation, he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. Haha, I'll have a good show to watch later. Hearing this, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong came over curiously. What's wrong, Chen Shi? What's going on? As the saying goes, having fun alone is not as good as having fun together. Chen Shi pulled the two beautiful girls to his side, pointed at the hotel arranged by Zhao Wuji, and said with a wicked smile, "See, those thieves are about to get into trouble." Looking in the direction of Chen Shi's finger, the two women found that Dai Mubai and others were arguing with another group of white-robed soul masters. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were restless masters. They immediately sat down with excitement on their faces and watched the fire from the other side with Chen Shi. Zhu Zuqing was a little confused. Everyone was eating well, why did they all suddenly join together? Her instinctive curiosity prompted her to look back, and the first thing she noticed was that her romantic and dirty fiancé in name was causing trouble with others for no reason. On the other side, the face of Yes Haikyu, the leading teacher of Kanghui College, has become very ugly. This is the first time he has heard that others dare to humiliate their college like this, and these people are just a group of underage brats. With a glance, a young man in the team immediately stepped forward aggressively to demand justice. As expected, the young man was knocked down by Dai Mubai with a palm on the spot. Needless to say, these people at Kanghui College are really good at it. Except for Yes Haikyu and the female student, the highest soul power level of others is only level 27, and the rest are not even level 25. Verbal abuse is one thing, but hurting someone is another. Dai Mubai was happy with the beating, but it undoubtedly also completely angered Kanghui Academy. What a bunch of arrogant boys, teach them a lesson. Yes Haikyu couldn't bear it any longer. With an order, all the students in the team released their martial spirits and started to counterattack. Dai Mubai looked at the other party's pairing of one white and one yellow soul ring, his disdain in his eyes became even greater. Ha ha ha, what Kanghui Academy? You are wearing a white robe, but you actually have a white soul ring. Want to fight? Just what I want. Everyone, come together. The white tiger is possessed. Someone took the lead. Ma Hongjun and Xiao Zunzan saw that this situation also forced them to fight, and they possessed martial spirits one after another. The war was about to break out, and people from both sides immediately made a fuss. Across the street, Xiao Wu felt a little itchy when she saw the fight. Chen Shi, they are fighting, should we go? The young man shook his head without hesitation. Don't worry about them. You can solve the trouble yourself. It has nothing to do with us. Yes, that's right. After hearing this, the little rabbit stopped mentioning the meddling and just watched the show and ate the melon. Soon the battle came to an end, and Kanghui students were defeated. Just when Dai Mubai and others wanted to take advantage of the victory and pursue them, Yes Haikyu stood up. Which sect are you disciples of? Humph, what sect? We are from Shrek Academy. When Ma Hongjun heard this question, he answered proudly. Yes Haikyu was stunned for a moment when he heard this. He originally thought that the soul power level of these four brats was extraordinary, and he thought they were disciples of some big sect, but he didn't expect that they were from an unknown academy. Yes Haikyu breathed a sigh of relief. Since he didn't have any big background, he didn't have to worry too much. He wanted to save some face for Kanghui College. Thinking of this, Yes Haikyu's eyes flashed. Suangi, possessed. A circle of black ripples was released from his body, forcefully suppressing the momentum of Dai Mubai, Xiao Zanzan, and Fatty. At the same time, 5 soul rings rose from the man's feet, one white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple. An unexpected accident. The leading teacher of Kanghui College is actually a Soul King above level 50. Thank you all for your support. Please read, vote, and subscribe. Chapter 57, Don't Cause Trouble, Let Alone Be Afraid of Trouble. Childhood sweethearts are so awesome. Although Yeshike's soul ring configuration is very rubbish, the soul power level is here after all, and the female student who had not taken action before is also a level 30 soul master or above. The battlefield was changing rapidly. In the blink of an eye, Dai Mubai and others were at a disadvantage, and the balance of victory tipped again. Wow, there are actually 5 soul rings. Chen Shi, do you think any of them can beat them? Xiao Wu asked curiously, and all 3 girls immediately looked at him. Chen Shi smiled slightly. Don't worry, as long as old Zhao doesn't come back, Dai Mubai and the others will definitely lose. At this moment, Xiao Zhao-san and others were all hoping that Zhao Wuji would come back soon, but things went contrary to their expectations. They couldn't even see Zhao Wuji. Yeshike was also vigilant. After confirming that these brats were unguarded, he became more confident and bold. The leader of the Soul King, who was over 50 levels, led 7 students from Kanghui College to blow the horn of counterattack. With no way to retreat, the 4 Shrek people had no choice but to resist with all their strength. However, with their numbers and soul power levels overwhelming, they finally paid the price for their arrogance and arrogance. Looking at the fight in the hotel canteen, the 3 girls on Chen Shi's side all frowned in unison. How can it be described with just one word? Miserable? Chen Shi saw this, knocked on the table and began to teach them. Do you know why they wanted to be troublemakers and ended up like this? Because a stupid, shameless, irresponsible, money-loving person once taught them a sentence. Those who dare not cause trouble are mediocre. This sentence is simply ridiculous. They are clearly bullying the weak and afraid of the strong. Now they have fallen to this point, and it is their own fault. Although Chen Shi did not directly name him, the 3 girls could guess from the description that the stupid guy was none other than Shrek Dean, Flanders. Chen Shi, don't worry, we will never become like them in the future. After listening, Xiao Wu immediately stated her position, Ning Rongrong also echoed her, and even Zhu Zuqing nodded in approval. As soul masters, we only need to be fearless when we go out. There is no need to waste time and cause trouble unless there are special circumstances. To be honest, if Chen Shi wants to be arrogant, he is definitely more confident and powerful. If nothing else, at least this Soul King of level 50 is definitely not his opponent. But there is no need. Isn't it good to flirt with girls, kiss their lips, play with their feet, and enjoy life? Of course, not causing trouble does not mean being afraid of trouble. If there is anyone who is blind, his fate will only be worse than Dai Mubai. After Chen Shi finished chatting over dinner, the anger of Kanghui Academy was also vented. It must be said that it makes sense that Yeshike's martial soul is a black tortoise. This guy is really too cautious. After beating up Dai Mubai and the little punk, he was afraid that the forces behind them would come, so he hurried away with the students. Chen Shi watched them leave, then stood up and smiled, let's go, it's time for us to go back. The eldest lady rushed to pay the bill, and the man and 3 women returned the same way. Chen Shi was the first to enter the door, looking at the messy hotel and the 4 thieves lying on the ground with bruised noses and swollen faces, and then began to perform. Oh, what's going on? Are you 4 here to eat, or are you going to smash the store? Brother Chen, you don't know, just now a turtle man brought a group of people to beat us up. Ma Hongjun saw Chen Shi as if he saw a savior, and hurriedly crawled to his feet, crying. Chen Shi ignored the little fat man, but cast his eyes on the little punk who suffered the same misery. Tang San, tell me what happened here just now. Faced with Brother Chen Shi's question, the little punk hesitated for a moment and then confessed the truth. It's shameful to say that if they hadn't bullied the students of the other college first, would the teacher have been angry and asked for justice? After hearing this, the eldest lady couldn't help but return to her witch nature, sneering at the few people. Humph, you are useless, you went to pick a fight yourself, but you couldn't beat them, it's really embarrassing. Ning Rong Rong, if you have the guts, say it again. Daimyo Bai was obviously broken, and couldn't swallow this breath. He glared with his tiger eyes, and was about to stand up when he was kicked back by Chen Shi. Fuck, you still call yourself the evil-eyed white tiger? You can't beat outsiders, so you want to bully people from your own academy, right? You bastard, if I see you yelling at Xiaowu, Rong Rong, Zhu Zuqing and the others like this again, I will pull out all your tiger hair. Chen Shi grabbed Daimyo Bai's collar and said something cruel. The latter didn't dare to say a word after hearing this, so he had to lower his head and admit his defeat. Zhu Zuqing stood behind Chen Shi, watching the disgust and disdain in Daimyo Bai's eyes becoming more and more obvious. Was her future going to be related to such a person? Ning Rong Rong hugged the boy's arm. She liked Chen Shi standing in front of her like this, looking omnipotent. Her beautiful eyes were smiling into crescents. Okay, we have to go into the Xingda Great Forest tomorrow. Get up quickly and clean up here, otherwise Teacher Zhao will come back to question us later. With Zhao Wuji's temper, if he found out that they had lost face for Shrek Academy outside, he would definitely be in trouble. Okay, thank you Brother Chen for reminding me. Ma Hongjun and the little punk got up with a start and quickly cleaned up the battlefield. Chen Shi glanced at them and ignored them, preparing to take the girls upstairs to rest. Before leaving, he suddenly remembered something and grabbed Daimyo Bai's shoulder. Xiao Dai, this accident was caused by you, don't forget to compensate the hotel. Okay, I know. Daimyo Bai gritted his teeth and replied. Since this hotel is not big, there are only double rooms at most, so they have to allocate personnel arrangements first. Ning Rong Rong's beautiful eyes showed a hint of expectation. What should she do if Chen Shi wants her to sleep in the same room with him? Oh, should I agree to him? Or should I agree to him? However, while the eldest lady was still imagining, Xiao Wu had already taken the initiative. Tonight Chen Shi and I will sleep in the same room, Zuqing, you and Rong Rong will sleep together. Wait, it's not convenient for you two men and women to live together, right? How about we open another room? Ning Rong Rong's mentality changed again. Since she couldn't get it, then no one would want it. But little did she know that the little rabbit had another trump card waiting for her. It's okay. Chen Shi and I have slept together for 6 years. We are used to it. As she spoke, Xiao Wu hugged Chen Shi's arm and smiled sweetly. After Ning Rong Rong heard this, she looked at Chen Shi with shock on her face. The young man had no choice but to explain, we were work-study students at the time, and the school arranged for men and women to sleep together. As soon as these words came out, the eldest lady felt better, but her eyes were still staring at someone with resentment. She had finally learned how powerful her childhood sweetheart was. Finally, the two parties said good night to each other and went into their rooms. As soon as they entered the door, Chen Shi pushed the girl into the corner with his backhand. Xiao Wu, do you know, disobedient little rabbits will be punished. Thank you all for your support, please read, vote, and subscribe. Chapter 58 The Thirsty Little Rabbit, the Second Generation Mecha Transformation Plan. According to usual habits, the little rabbit should blush, then resist, and welcome, and then slowly fall, but her performance today was unexpected. Ah, you bad guy, please punish Xiao Wu to your heart's content. As the girl spoke, she put her arms around Chen Shi's neck and kissed him actively. Although Chen Shi was a little surprised, he still leaned over and took her red mouth into his, and the two of them soon fell in love from the door to the wooden bed. After their lips parted for a long time, Chen Shi originally planned to call it quits, but he didn't expect Xiao Wu to suddenly turn over and sit astride him, then push him backwards with both hands and fall onto the bed. Bad guy, let's continue, okay? Xiao Wu wants to have sex with you. The girl lay on top of him and kissed him passionately, but her little hands were secretly trying to take off Chen Shi's pants. Something is wrong, something is 100% wrong. Chen Shi quickly held down Xiao Wu's mischievous little hand and pressed the girl under him with his backhand. Looking at the red-faced girl, Chen Shi couldn't understand for a moment, why was this little girl so horny all of a sudden? It doesn't make sense. Xiao Wu has always been quite resistant to being in such a strange and rough environment when going out. After a simple scan and analysis, it turned out that he was neither poisoned nor drugged, so, there must be a monster if something goes wrong. Crack! Chen Shi turned the girl's body to one side and slapped her buttocks painlessly. Then, he asked with a smile, "Tell me, what bad idea were you planning just now?" "No, Xiao Wu just misses you." The girl raised her red face, her eyes evasive, still refusing to confess. Chen Shi curled his lips when he heard this. He had just made this girl into a puff at the Rose Hotel the day before yesterday. In the end, he kept begging for mercy and almost couldn't get out of bed. How could he want it again now? "Okay, you won't tell me, right? Then I'll go next door to find Wrong." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Shi pretended to stand up and want to leave. When Xiao Wu saw this, he immediately panicked and hugged him tightly like an octopus. "Don't leave, don't leave." Chen Shi raised the corners of his mouth slightly. After so many years, he has become very good at picking up little rabbits. "Okay, it's okay if you don't leave. Then you should quickly recruit them." The young man turned around and the two of them faced each other. Xiao Wu pouted and said shyly, "I actually just want to make Ning Rongrong angry. But even if we do bad things here, she doesn't know about it, so why is she angry?" Chen Shi still didn't understand Little Rabbit's plan and looked puzzled. "Oh, she can't see, but she can hear. After a while, she will shout louder on purpose, so that she won't be able to sleep all night." And when Xiao Wu came up, I saw that there was no one else next door except Rongrong and Zuking. When Xiao Wu mentioned the plan she had conceived, her eyes lit up, as if she had seen Ning Rongrong tossing and turning on the bed, unable to sleep. After hearing this, Chen Shi pinched the girl's cheek and smiled helplessly. "Hey, are there any rabbits as stupid as you? You can even think of such a way to be jealous." Xiaona's eye twisted in his arms and said unconvinced, "Humph, who made her so arrogant in front of sister Xiao Wu? What about white stockings? I bought all those styles later, and then I wore them for you to see, okay?" Hearing this, Chen Shi couldn't hold back his lips anymore. "Gee, this is a good idea, I like it. Remember, don't forget the garter stockings and pantyhose when you buy them. Xiao Wu, you will definitely look good in them." After some discussion, Chen Shi kissed the girl and said softly, "Don't worry, Xiao Wu, Wrong is wrong, and you are you. She can never replace your place in my heart." Chen Shi meant what he said. After all, his experiences and memories of getting to know each other were different, so how could the positions in his heart be the same? How could a simple little rabbit think so much? With Chen Shi's words, her uneasy heart suddenly calmed down, and she immediately pursed her lips and asked for a kiss. After a heated exchange of words, when Xiao Wu's eyes were gradually blurring, Chen Shi let her go. "Okay, it's getting late. Go take a shower and get ready for rest." Xiaona's eye was passionate about kissing her, but she had no choice but to stand up with an unsatisfied look on her face. Chen Shi suddenly noticed something and pulled her back. "By the way, Xiao Wu, have you brought a spare panty?" Chen Shi glanced at the girl's legs that had been tightly closed at some point, and gave a bad laugh. Xiao Wu was immediately irritated and said, "I brought it with me, big bad guy, it's all your fault." Chen Shi was extremely happy when he saw Xiaona's eye hurriedly running into the bathroom with her legs crossed. The small room returned to calm, except for the sound of water flowing from the bathroom, and Chen Shi calmed down again. According to his original arrangement, he would have a good rest tonight and enter the Stardo forest as normal tomorrow, but King Hui learned the incident at the hospital also sounded a wake-up call for him. In this world, whether it is to protect oneself or to be arrogant, everything must be said by strength. Although Chen Shi cannot make rapid progress in his soul power level in a short period of time, it does not mean that he cannot strengthen and improve his combat effectiveness. Hey, Siri, update the mecha data. Compare the White Tiger mecha data with all martial souls, learn from each other's strengths and weaknesses, analyze whether there is compatibility, and make benign transformation. Instructions received, being executed. That's right, since I can't break through for the time being, I will try to evolve from the martial soul mecha. Soon, a light screen appeared in front of Chen Shi that only he could see, and the data of the White Tiger mecha and other martial souls were constantly scrolling and comparing. Testing completed, the White Tiger mecha has the qualifications for the second generation replacement. The following is the selected excellent transformation plan. Plan 1, the martial soul White Tiger is combined with the powerful King Kong Bear, and the second generation mecha is combined, Zhengjin White Tiger. Pros and cons reference, Zhengjin White Tiger will be greatly enhanced in its original strength and defense. Scheme 2, Wuhan White Tiger combined with Nether Spirit Cat, combined with second generation mecha, Nether White Tiger. Pros and cons reference, White Tiger and Nether Spirit Cat have the characteristics of Wuhan fusion, which is the best match, with all-round attribute enhancement. After reading the analysis given by the smart chip, the result was as expected by Chen Shi. Sure enough, the Wuhan fusion plan was obviously better. Host, please choose the transformation plan and determine the evolutionary route of the second generation mecha. Data will not lie. Chen Shi thought about it briefly, and finally made up his mind and chose the best match. Siri, choose the transformation direction of Scheme 2 Nether White Tiger. Host starts the creative mode and activates the Mecha Master function. Transformation Object, White Tiger Mecha. Combination Plan, Nether Spirit Cat. Wuhan Fusion, Data Update, Second Generation Mecha Transformation begins. Thanks for your support, please read, vote, and subscribe. Chapter 59 The transformation of the Nether White Tiger is complete. Where you are is home. P.S. The picture shows the Nether White Tiger mecha, please like, vote, and support. Although it is also the second generation mecha update, the transformation difficulty of the Nether White Tiger mecha is much higher than that of the Wind Wolf. There is no way, the quality of the martial soul is not at the same level, not to mention that the martial soul fusion of the predecessor is not a simple data update. Chen Shi can clearly feel, his soul power and mental power are constantly being consumed, and the progress bar of the mecha transformation is also slowly moving forward. After a while, the sound of water in the bathroom stopped, and a cute figure popped out and walked out. Xiao Wu tiptoed, with black hair draped behind her like a waterfall, and her delicate face was full of excitement. The little rabbit wanted to come out to surprise Chen Shi, but when he walked up to him, he found that the boy was immersed in his own world and couldn't extricate himself. Xiao Wu knew that Chen Shi was practicing seriously, so she didn't dare to disturb him. However, she couldn't help but feel distressed when she saw a layer of fine sweat on his forehead. Chen Shi must be in trouble. It would be great if Xiao Wu could help him. Thinking of this, the girl suddenly had an idea. She sat on the bed and started meditating and practicing, trying to help through soul power feedback. Chen Shi soon felt Xiao Wu's soul power feedback. At the same time, it was unknown whether it was a coincidence that Miss Ning Rongrong was also practicing. With the indirect help of the two girls, Chen Shi's pressure was reduced. In the cool breeze, time seemed to slow down a lot in the quiet night. Finally, with the efforts of the three, Chen Shi successfully transformed the first martial soul fusion mecha. Data updated, mecha transformation successful. Name, Nether White Tiger mecha, 2nd Generation White Tiger Mecha. Features: retain and strengthen the power, burst, and defense of the martial soul White Tiger, while combining the agility and flexibility of the Nether Spirit Cat. Chen Shi finished his work and looked at the Nether White Tiger in front of him, his eyes full of heat. Based on the White Tiger Mecha, the Nether White Tiger has obviously been upgraded in all aspects. The silver-white shell that originally monopolized the whole body now shares the world with the deep dark armor, supplemented by the blood-like red as embellishment, forming a strong visual impact. It is still a cold and hard design, with sharp mechanical parts, but this time it is full of domineering and has a sense of brutality, as if the next moment this mecha will turn into a beast and completely devour the enemy. In terms of appearance, the Wuhan mecha has never disappointed Chen Shi, but the surprises are far more than that. The 2nd Generation mecha has achieved Wuhan fusion, and all mecha soul skills have evolved. White Tiger Body Barrier Evolution, White Tiger Holy Shield, White Tiger Fierce Light Wave Evolution, White Tiger Nether Break, White Tiger King Kong Transformation Evolution, White Tiger Demon God Transformation. Looking at the introduction of the new soul skills after evolution, even Chen Shi could not calm down. The strength was really terrifying. Take a deep breath. Chen Shi was not in a hurry to try on the new mecha. After all, this is a hotel. Once the breath of the Nether White Tiger bursts out, it will cause turmoil and unnecessary panic. Chen Shi turned around and found that Xiao Wu was still meditating and practicing. He could feel and remember the little rabbit's psychological activities and actions just now. With a smile on his lips, the boy walked forward and woke Xiao Wu up softly. The girl opened her eyes with a look of joy on her face. Chen Shi, are you done? Chen Shi smiled and nodded. Well, thanks for your help. Hearing that he was being put to use, Xiao Wu smiled even more happily. As for the word men, he didn't care at all. Come on, are you sweating again from practicing just now? I'll take you to take another bath. As Chen Shi said this, he picked up the girl and carried her to the bathroom. Ah? No, Xiao Wu has already taken a bath. It's okay, wash it again and I'll help you clean it inside and out. Although Xiao Wu didn't understand Chen Shi's connotation, she still guessed that the villain must have no good intentions. She immediately pouted her lips and said, No, you'll get your clothes wet. When Chen Shi heard this, he showed an evil smile. What's the point? I'll take it off now. As soon as she finished speaking, before Xiao Wu could react, Chen Shi helped take off her panties. Xiao Wu, you really like pink. You can buy some other colors and styles next time. Chen Shi couldn't help but smile as he looked at the small pink panties that were still a little warm in his palm. Ah, bad guy, don't say anything, give it back to me quickly. Xiao Nazai stretched out her hand to grab it, but Chen Shi dodged it. Then he got closer and smelled Xiao Nanai in front of Xiao Wu. I couldn't help but let out a bad laugh. Well, it still smells good. At this time, Xiao Wu was so ashamed that she couldn't even see. This bad guy, how could he do this? The girl's pretty face turned red. Chen Shi couldn't help but take a bite when he saw this. Then he threw the pink panty on the bed, hugged Xiao Wu and went into the bathroom. After a while, there was a sound of swishing water inside, and at the same time, there was a squeaking sound of physical fighting. After an unknown amount of time, the two of them finished taking a shower and returned to bed to prepare for rest. Xiao Wu's face flushed, and she hugged Chen Shi tightly, and the latter started whispering with her under the quilt again. Xiao Wu, we are going to enter the Douluo forest tomorrow. Are you ready? Chen Shi stroked the girl's smooth skin and said softly. Well, you're ready. The fact that Xiao Wu is the soul beast is no longer a secret between the two of them, and the girl also knows what he is referring to. After hearing this, Chen Shi hesitated for a moment and then continued, Then do you want to go back to the big forest and live like before? As soon as these words came out, Xiao Wu suddenly panicked. I don't want to, not at all. Xiao Wu just wants to be with you forever. Please, Chen Shi, don't drive Xiao Wu away, okay? Xiao Wu will never be jealous again, I will be obedient. The innocent little rabbit was afraid that Chen Shi would drive her away, so tears burst out of her eyes and she started crying while hugging him. Idiot, when did I say I was going to drive you away? I was afraid that you would get angry when you got home. Chen Shi also hugged the girl with his backhand, a look of pity on his face. Xiao Wu raised her head, her beautiful big eyes were already red from crying. Really, really? Of course, Xiao Wu is so cute, how can I let you go? Chen Shi said and kissed Xiaona's eye a few more times before she finally calmed down. Xiao Wu lay on the boy's chest and sniffed, then suddenly got up and looked at him seriously. Chen Shi, Xiao Wu originally thought that without her parents, she would have no home. But it's different now. From now on, wherever you are, it will be Xiao Wu's home. Facing the girl's true confession, Chen Shi also sat up and hugged her lovingly. Fool, my home is your home. Staring at each other, the two people kissed each other, inseparable. Thank you all for your support, please read, vote, and subscribe. Chapter 60 The Suspicious Eldest Lady, The Guilty and Self-Blaming Ning Rong Rong. A lingering night, dawn breaks. At dawn, Zhao Wuji woke everyone up with a loud and rough voice. Chen Shi always got up early, but because of the mood and atmosphere last night, he accidentally did it a few more times. Now Fang Yuya woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Xiao Wu's rosy face. Xiaona's brows were relaxed and the corners of her mouth were slightly raised. It was obvious that she had been well moisturized last night. Let me state in advance that even if Chen Shi and Xiao Wu were happy for half the night, you would think that they did not have a good rest, which would delay today's operation in the Stardow Forest. But in fact, due to the existence of the goddess contract, their in-depth communication quickly allowed the Wuhan Mecha to replenish its soul and recharge its soul, thus returning it to its best condition. Not to mention that Chen Shi still has a perfect life affinity body, and all the soul power and mental power consumed in transforming the Mecha have been replenished. Looking at Xiao Wu who was still immersed in her dream, Chen Shi was thinking about whether to let her sleep for a while when there was a sudden knock on the door. Dong dong dong! Brother Chen Shi, are you up? Hearing this familiar voice, the young man immediately realized, was Rong Rong coming to his door? That's right, the person who got up early today and came to squat at the door was uncharacteristically the eldest lady Ning Rong Rong. Last night, Rong Rong felt uncomfortable when she thought of Chen Shi and Xiao Wu sleeping in the same room. She tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep, so she simply started meditating. But as I was practicing, I heard the sound of bathing next door again and again, probably 4 or 5 times. But there were obviously only 2 people in the room, how could they take so many showers? The more I thought about it, the more puzzled I became, so the eldest lady decided to find the answer directly this morning. At this time, Chen Shi was caught off guard. Fortunately, the door was locked and Rong Rong could not push the door open and enter. But because of her voice and Chen Shi's movements, Xiao Wu also woke up. The girl rubbed her eyes and said delicately, Chen Shi, who is outside? Chen Shi didn't hide anything and smiled helplessly, the person coming from outside is Rong Rong. Ha, Sister Xiao Wu is so arrogant for coming here so early in the morning, isn't she? See if I don't tell her to look good. Xiao Wu was so angry that she was about to stand up, but was pulled back by Chen Shi. You are not even dressed now, and your hair is a mess. Rong Rong will definitely laugh when he sees you. Why don't you go wash up and tidy up quickly? Chen Shi wiped out Xiao Wu's fighting spirit with just 2 words. Xiaona's blushed and rushed into the bathroom with her clothes. She wanted to dress herself up beautifully first, and then make Ning Rong Rong look good. After taking care of Xiao Wu, Chen Shi took the opportunity to pull up the quilt, put on his clothes and got out of bed, then opened the door and took the initiative to say hello to the young lady who was waiting outside. "Morning, Rong Rong." "Good morning, brother Chen Shi, is Xiao up?" When Ning Rong Rong saw Chen Shi opening the door, she immediately responded with a coy voice, and then stood up on tiptoes to look inside. Upon seeing this, Chen Shi generously stepped aside and said with a smile, "Xiao Wu is up and is washing up." The eldest lady couldn't help but be curious and quickly poked her head inside. Since the window was open all night, the air in the room was fresh, and the bed had just been made by Chen Shi, making it clean and tidy. Ning Rong Rong quickly scanned around and felt relieved. When she retracted her body, she found Chen Shi staring at her with a smirk on his face. "How's it going? Did you find what you wanted to see?" The eldest lady blushed in embarrassment. "No way, I just got up early and wanted to say hello to you." Chen Shi smiled and said nothing, nor did he expose the girl's little thoughts. At this time, Ning Rong Rong hugged his arm again and asked coquettishly, "Chen Shi, I heard the sound of water rushing in your room last night. Is there a leak somewhere?" The eldest lattice words are clearly a drunkard's intention and not the wine. When Chen Shi heard this, he also reacted. He was just relying on the sound of water to cover up the slapping sound, but he ignored who took a bath for so long and washed it so many times. Thoughts turned rapidly. Chen Shi still played steadily, put his arms around Rong Rong's slender waist, and whispered into his ear, "Last night I researched and developed a new mecha. It consumed a lot of money and I was tired and sweating all the time. I took a few more showers." After hearing this, the eldest lady suddenly realized what she was saying, and immediately after, she felt a deep sense of guilt in her heart. "Ning Rong Rong, you are too petty and suspicious. Chen Shi is obviously working hard to cultivate, but you suspect that he is doing that kind of thing with Xiao Wu, which is simply outrageous." Although Chen Shi didn't know what huge changes had occurred in her heart, it was not difficult to see that the initiative in speaking had returned to her. The young man seized the opportunity and deliberately asked with a straight face, "Rong Rong, what do you think I am doing? I am working hard for our future." "Chen Shi, don't be angry, I was wrong. Look, I'm wearing your favorite white stockings today. Can I let you play with my feet when I get back?" The eldest lady sighed and quickly made amends. She just wanted to make her sweetheart happy. After hearing this, Chen Shi raised his eyebrows. "Really?" Ning Rong Rong nodded heavily, "Yet. Then let's kiss each other first to show our sincerity." As Chen Shi said this, he moved his face towards her. How could the eldest lady not agree at this time? "Mua mua." 2 sweet kisses were given, and Ning Rong Rong suddenly felt shy. "Bad brother, I'll go downstairs and wait for you first." Looking at Rong Rong's figure running downstairs with white silk calves, Chen Shi couldn't help but feel, who said girls are not sexy these days? After closing the door, while Chen Shi was still feeling complacent about his wit, he turned around and met Xiao Wu's resentful eyes. "Humph, bad brother, your scream is so sweet." Chen Shi stepped forward and hugged her, smiling awkwardly. "Didn't we agree not to be jealous? Girls are not jealous, do you believe this?" Xiao Wu's words left the young man speechless, so Chen Shi had no choice but to continue to use his shameless advantage. "Then why don't you kiss me back too?" "Humph, no, Ning Rong Rong has already kissed you on the face. If Sister Xiao wants to kiss you, just kiss her on the mouth." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Wu took the initiative, and the two of them soon bit each other. By the time Chen Shi took Xiao Wu downstairs, everyone else had already arrived. Zhao Wuji didn't say anything more, but just asked them to finish their breakfast quickly. Ning Rong Rong stood up and waved to Chen Shi, and a man and 3 women sat together again. Breakfast was very simple and tasted average, but Chen Shi paid more attention to yesterday's turtle grandson F4. The injuries on the faces of Dai Mubai, Xiao Zhasan, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar may have been caused by eating sausages, so the swelling has subsided a lot, but some abnormalities can still be seen. Zhao Wuji didn't know whether he had been criticized or just ignored it, but the 4 turtle grandsons were much more at ease now. After breakfast, Zhao Wuji did not stop and led everyone to the star forest at full speed. A long way away, Chen Shi discovered the endless forest sea, like a Pandora's box tempting all soul masters to explore. Thank you all for your support. Please read, subscribe, and vote. Chapter 61 Going deep into the forest, you are worthy of being a hero to save the beauty? Finally, after the last leg of the journey, Chen Shi and others arrived at the outskirts of the Stardo forest. Towering trees rise from the ground, blocking out the sky and the sun, guarding the realm of the soul beast like a city wall. It was also the first time for Chen Shi to come to such a place. The miraculous craftsmanship of nature made people feel shocked. Everyone did not rush into the forest, but first rested on the spot while listening to Zhao Wuji's warnings and arrangements. Different from his usual appearance of well-developed limbs and simple mind, Zhao Wuji looked particularly serious this time. Little monsters, listen to me. The wild spirit beasts in the Stardo forest are all extremely dangerous. Once you enter, remember not to leave my sight beyond 20 meters. Ning Rong Rong, Oscar, you 2 auxiliary soul masters must follow me closely. Others are not allowed to attack soul beasts without my permission. Do you understand? Zhao Wuji shouted to attract everyone's attention, and everyone nodded in response, understood. Ready to go, the 9 people changed their formations and moved forward. Zhao Wuji needed to ensure the safety of everyone, so he was naturally responsible for the rear. Chen Shi and Xiaowu stayed in the middle to protect Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing. The terrain in the Stardo forest is complex, so the job of opening the road fell on Dai Mubai and Tang San. One of the purple devil eyes is used as a telescope, and the other wields the tiger claw to cut through thorns and thorns. This can be regarded as making the best use of everything. Although Chen Shi can handle their work alone, since he can choose to protect the girl in the middle, who would do the dirty work of opening a road. Before encountering any real danger, Ning Rongrong was in high spirits and kept looking around. Xiaowu felt even more at ease when she returned to a familiar environment. Both women were still interested in chatting and laughing with Chen Shi. Zhao Wuji's eyelids jumped wildly when he saw this. They didn't look like they were hunting soul beasts. I wonder if they thought they were here for fun. After marching for almost an hour, the time had reached noon. Zhao Wuji once again announced to rest in place. Previously, they had only encountered some 10-year and century-old spirit beasts on the road. In order to save energy, they usually chose to avoid or drive away. But if we continue to go deeper, the age of the soul beast will be significantly increased, and the risk factor will also be greatly increased by then, so we must ensure that the students are in good condition. Dai Mubai cleared a clearing and everyone had just rested for a while when Chen Shi and Zhao Wuji suddenly turned their heads and looked in the same direction. Get up quickly, a soul beast is approaching. As soon as these words came out, everyone stood up quickly, released their martial spirits and entered the alert state. The rustling sound came from far to near, from small to loud. Even Rongrong, an auxiliary soul master, could clearly feel the unusual speed of the unknown creature. Cats are good at climbing. Zhu Zuqing jumped up at Zhao Wuji's signal. With the sharp claws on his hands popping out, he quickly climbed up a big tree and looked in the direction of the sound. Soon the kitten looked over and reported the situation. That's a flying snake with a red fleshy crown on its head and a tail as big as a fan. When Zhao Wuji heard this, his eyes lit up. It's the crested snake. Oscar, you are so lucky. Zhu Zuqing, keep an eye on its direction of movement and report any changes immediately. Let's surround it now. The girl still carried out the task calmly. Yes, it is flying in our direction, very fast, but its body seems to be a little unbalanced. At this moment, after listening to Tang San beside him about the introduction and judgment of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb, Oscar felt even more excited. Chen Shi stood behind with Rong Rong and Xiao Wu in his arms. The safety of the two women was the most important thing. As for the coxcomb snake, this thing is like a mantis stalking a cicada, with the aureole behind. However, he looked at the pretty figure on the tree crown again, and after thinking about it, he entrusted Rong Rong to Xiao Wu and asked them to stay behind while he stepped forward. The birds suppressed the snakes, and Ma Hongjun took the lead in preparing to charge, when Zhu Zuqing shouted again, "Here we come!" As soon as she finished speaking, the girl jumped down from the air, completely ignoring that the opponent was a 1,000-year soul beast. Her sharp claws and the first soul ring on her body lit up at the same time, and she stabbed in the netherworld. Just as Zhu Zuqing described, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake reacts extremely quickly. As soon as the bright red comb is locked, the snake's body twists to avoid the attack in an instant. Zhu Zuqing's attack failed and he had no time to evacuate. The coxcomb snake's counterattack followed closely behind him. The snake's mouth opened wide and a cloud of colorful mist came out towards his face. "Careful!" Dai Mubai screamed in fright. Even if he released his third soul skill, he couldn't catch up with him at his speed. At the critical moment, Chen Shi teleported over and away, hugging Zhu Zuqing's delicate body and escaping from the attack area of the spirit beast. Bang! With a muffled sound, Zhu Zuqing was rescued, but Dai Mubai collided with the coxcomb snake, causing both parties to fly backwards. Chen Shi glanced at Dai Mubai's embarrassed figure and couldn't help but sneer in his heart, "You are worthy of being a hero to save a beauty." The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake fell to the ground, and Xiao Zanzan took the opportunity to wrap around it with blue-silver and tried to restrain it, but it was obvious that his thin and weak blue-silver grass still couldn't do it. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake slipped out and appeared several meters away in the blink of an eye. At the critical moment, Zhao Wuji took action, relying on the fourth soul skill positioning and tracking to jump over, and at the same time the fifth soul skill gravity squeeze was activated. No matter how slippery the crested coxcomb is, it is useless against the tyrannical strength of the stinky bear. The 1,000-year-old soul beast was at hand. Zhao Wuji pinched the snake's body by 7 inches, and one dabby do slapped him, and the phoenix-tailed coxcomb immediately passed out. "Okay, Oscar, come and absorb your new soul ring." Zhao Wuji grinned, took out a dagger from his waist and handed it to Uncle Sausage. Oscar took the dagger, and when he thought that this 1,000-year soul beast would soon become his third soul ring, he was so excited that his hands were shaking. When Xiao Wu saw this, she hugged Chen Shi's arm and remained silent. Although she understood that this was a world of natural selection and the law of the jungle, she was still somewhat touched by seeing it with her own eyes. Chen Shi noticed something strange about her, and tightened his little hands to express comfort. The little rabbit had changed a lot since he first saw the noisy hunting of soul beasts. However, just when Oscar was about to stab the knife in his hand, of vicissitudes of life, a hoarse voice suddenly sounded. "Stop! There is a snake under the knife." Immediately afterwards, 2 figures jumped out from the direction where the phoenix-tailed crested snake flew from before, and appeared in front of everyone. There are 2 women, one old and one young. The old one has white hair, but is energetic. In her right hand, she holds a 3-meter-long snake head crutch, and the 6 soul rings on her body are moving up and down. Obviously, this old woman is actually a powerful 6-ring soul emperor. Standing next to her is a 16 or 17-year-old girl with good looks. A neat outfit wrapped her well-developed figure. She also held a snake head crutch in her hand, but it was much shorter than the old woman's. There were only 2-century-old soul rings under her feet. Thank you all for your support. Please read, vote, and subscribe. Chapter 62: The Young Villain Who Volunteered, The Butterfly Effect. The appearance of the old woman and the girl shocked everyone, but they were relieved when they saw that she only had 6 soul rings on her body. After all, old Zhao, the 7th ring soul saint, is not a vegetarian. Chen Shi looked at the 2 of them, and as expected, it was Snake Po who came with her granddaughter Meng Yuran. At this time, Snake Woman's heart sank. She really didn't expect that a soul saint would appear on the outskirts of the Stardo forest. Once the strengths of both parties are not equal, any negotiation is meaningless. Snake Woman knew this very well, so she did not conceal her name and directly reported her name. I am so beautiful, but I don't know what your name is. Zhao Wuji glanced at her snake-headed cane, and he thought so. Then he softened his attitude, briefly introduced himself and asked, "Are you the senior snake lady among the unparalleled dragons and snakes?" Chao Tianxiang smiled, "My friends in the Menghun Master world think highly of me, so I got the title of Snake Woman, which is not worth mentioning. However, I didn't expect that I would meet the master who was once famous in the Soul Master world Fudo Miyato here." Zhao Wuji smiled awkwardly, perhaps his reputation in the Soul Master world was no longer notorious. After the exchange of registration numbers, the atmosphere of the scene changed subtly. After all, neither party was a ruthless person who was easy to provoke. After a moment of hesitation, Chao Tianxiang didn't want to get entangled anymore and went directly to the topic. "Brother Zhao, let's make a long story short. I discovered and injured this phoenix-tailed crested snake first. I wonder if, for the sake of our matchless dragon-snake couple, we can return it to my granddaughter." Zhao Wuji frowned when he heard this. He naturally knew the name of the peerless dragon and snake. It was the combination of the snake woman Chao Tianxiang and her husband Longgong Mengshu. Even though Snake Po is only at the level of a 6-ringed soul emperor, Longgong Mengshu is an 8-ringed soul Douluo. Their martial souls complement each other. It is said that they also have a set of extremely domineering martial soul fusion skills that even a titled Douluo can defeat. One move. Moreover, the matchless dragon and snake husband and wife have a very good relationship and never separate. With Snake Po here, Duke Long will not be far away. But no matter how strong you are, as long as people are not around, it's just a fart. If you want to take advantage of Zhao Wuji's empty hand, the stinky bear will not agree. Haha, senior snake woman, what you said is wrong. All the soul beasts in the Stardo forest are ownerless, so how can they belong to them? No matter who discovered or injured it first, I was the one who caught it in the end. You just want to take it away with just one word. Isn't it inappropriate? That's right, that's right. Oscar couldn't bear it anymore and kept echoing, he didn't want to let the duck fly away. Chao Tianxiang's face was ugly. She even mentioned her husband's name, but this Zhao Wuji still didn't care about him. The granddaughter Meng Yuran on the side was also noisy and anxious. She also liked the crested snake very much. Duke Long was not here, so he couldn't take anything by force, but soon Snake Woman took advantage of it again and said, "Brother Zhao, let's do this. We will do it according to the rules of the Soul Master world. Since this soul beast is prepared for the juniors, let them fight for it on their own. If we compete at the same level, who will win and who will decide the final ownership? What do you think?" Zhao Wuji did not respond immediately, thinking about the pros and cons of the discussion. It was obvious that Snake Woman's granddaughter Meng Yuran, like Oscar, was not a true soul master. Then Chen Shi and others who have guaranteed victory on their side will not be able to play, and the only remaining fighting spirit masters are Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zuqing. While Zhao Wuji was still hesitating, a voice suddenly interrupted. "Teacher Zhao, let me fight for Xiao Ao. I am at level 29 and we are competing at the same level. There should be no problem with this, right?" Tang San stepped forward and volunteered. He had been observing Snake Granny and his grandson for half a day. He was wasting time and the situation would only become more and more unfavorable. Of course, the most important thing is that he is very confident in his own strength. Even though the opponent's soul power is one level higher than his, the little Jia San still has a mysterious confidence. Seeing Tang San step forward, Zhao Wuji couldn't help but show approval in his eyes. When I thought about his good performance in the entrance examination, I felt relieved. Okay, Senior Snake Po, we will send Tang San to fight. If he loses, this 1,000-year-old crested snake will be returned to you, otherwise it will be in our pocket. Snake Woman nodded after hearing this. The other party believed in Tang San, so how could she not believe in her granddaughter? The discussion was established. Oscar secretly extended his thumb to Tang San from below, suppressing his excitement, and whispered, "Good brother, I will make as many sausages for you as you want later." "No, you don't have to be so polite." The corner of Tang San's mouth twitched. He was not a big sausage like Oscar, he was just worried that a more dangerous guy would come later, and he would suffer as well. At this time, Ma Heng-jun said with sultry eyes, "Oh, it's a pity that Tang San got there first, otherwise I could have done it for you, Xiao Ao." "Fuck you, you damn fat man. Tang San, my third spirit ring depends entirely on you." Oscar pushed Ma Heng-jun away and grabbed the little kid's hand affectionately. Tang San looked at each other and responded, setting a flag for himself, "Don't worry, Oscar, I will definitely win for you." Not far away, Chen Shi, holding Xiao Wu and Rong Rong in his arms, were enjoying the farce. Both women looked at him curiously and asked, "Chen Shi, do you think Tang San can win?" The young man shook his head decisively, "As long as the opponent doesn't make stupid mistakes, it's impossible to win." Xiao Wu and Rong Rong had no feelings for Tang San to begin with. Since Chen Shi said he couldn't win, then he couldn't win. Losing the spirit beast had nothing to do with them anyway. Chen Shi smiled slightly. He came to this conclusion not by random speculation, but by deduction based on data. As early as when the competition plan was proposed, Chen Shi was giving orders to the smart chip in his mind, testing and analyzing the competitive status of the two, and making comparisons. Target, Tang San. Soul Power Level, 29. Martial Spirit, Blue Silver Grass, Twin Spirits and Clear Sky Hammer are hidden by default. Soul Power and Mental Power Status, Normal 70%. Reason for note, last night, the 5-ring Soul King Yezhaikia severely injured him. The injury seemed to have recovered, but in fact it was not the case. Obviously, the little Yakuza's competitive state has been affected by the butterfly effect. According to the normal development of the plot, if Chen Shi did not watch the fire from the other side, then Shrek and the others would not be crushed by Kanghui Academy, and Tang San would not be severely injured, causing his condition to decline. On the other hand, his opponent is the granddaughter of Snake Woman. Target, Meng Yuren. Soul Power Level, 30. Martial Spirit, Snake Staff. Soul Power and Mental Power Status, Peak 100%. Note, the Snake Staff soul skill restrains the entanglement and poison of blue silver grass. Through big data comparison, it seems from the panel that Xiao Yazan will definitely lose, but some unique combat skills cannot be compared, so there is still a trace of suspense. But Chen Shi didn't believe it, because he was the real protagonist in this life. This impossible possibility is that some garbage that is eliminated will not have its turn. Thank you all for your support, please read, vote, and subscribe. Chapter 63, The Clown is Ugly, and he is 100% free-handed. The breeze blows, the leaves in the forest rustle, and the sun shines through the jagged shadows of the trees. Everyone retreated to make room for the discussion later. Tang San and Meng still stepped forward. After a brief introduction to their martial arts, the two sides faced off, ready to go. The anger in Meng Yuren's heart has been burning for a long time. Now she just wants to kill the little brat quickly so that she can get back the 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed coxcomb and absorb the soul ring to advance. As Zhao Wuji gave the order and announced the start, Meng Yuren dodged, and the 2-meter-long snake staff hit Tang San directly on his head and face. The latter's feet slipped and he quickly retreated with his ghostly movement. At the same time, the first soul ring on his body lit up. The blue-silver grass launched a sneak attack without warning, and instantly wrapped Meng Yuren, who wanted to pursue, into a rice dumpling. The spikes protruded and the paralyzing toxin was released. When Tang San saw this, he couldn't help but smile crookedly. I think this sparring should be over, right? Well done, mistress. Oscar was reveling on the sidelines, as if he had already seen the coxcomb snake in his bag again. But Chen Qi shook his head. They were too happy too early. Humph, just blue-silver grass, who gives you such arrogant confidence? With a cold snort, the two soul rings on Meng Yuren suddenly activated at the same time. I saw Meng Yuren's body twisting in the blue-silver grass as if he had no bones. His suddenly soft body seemed to have been greased and emerged from the entanglement. Looking at the strange scene in front of him, Tang San was shocked, and the snake staff swung towards him again. The little Yakuza wanted to repeat his old trick and use ghost shadows to dodge, but from the snake head at the top of the snake staff, a 2-foot-long tongue blade spurted out, instantly closing the distance. Unprepared, Tang San had no choice but to use his mysterious jade hand to resist the attack. There was a sharp clang and the snake staff was intercepted, but his chest was still cut open by the tongue blade. At the end of the first wave of confrontation, Meng Yuren successfully forced Tang San into danger with his first soul skill, Snake Blade, and his second soul skill, Snake Body. Oscar no longer dared to open champagne and cheer in advance. He grabbed the fat on the fat man's body and was extremely nervous. Tang San didn't dare to be careless anymore. He volunteered to fight, and he shouldered all of Oscar's hopes. If he lost, wouldn't it be embarrassing? The two fought together again. Meng Yuren paid close attention to the ground under his feet this time and did not give blue-silver grass a chance to sneak attack. The snake staff in his hand spit out the blade and harvested it like a sickle. The little bastard could only rely on the Tang Sec's unique skills to keep dealing with him, but he was always suppressed and had no chance to fight back. The battle situation was stalemate, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that Tang San was in poor condition and was starting to feel a little out of his depth. Finally, dozens of rounds later, Meng Yuren, who had taken the initiative to attack, once again found an opportunity. The snake staff rotated once and used its inertia to slash down. If this blow is successful, the little Yakuza will be defeated. Oscar's heart was in his throat and he didn't dare to breathe, but at this critical moment, Chen Qi witnessed a classic scene. Crack! Under the attention of the whole audience, Tang San suddenly knelt down on one knee, raised his hands above his head, and with a fierce slap, he just caught the snake blade. Yes, this is the legendary 100% empty-handed takeover. Chen Qi, what kind of strange move is this? Rong and Xiaowu were watching and laughing. How could anyone be so defensive? Chen Qi couldn't help laughing. If it weren't for the toughness of Xian Yu's hands, Xiao Zhaosan's hands would have been cut off. But no matter what, at least Tang San withstood the blow, holding the tongue blade in his hand and tightening the palms of his 5 fingers. One of the two of them pressed down, the other pushed up. Maintaining this posture, the situation became deadlocked again. Xiao San, come on! You can definitely do it! Oscar screamed crazily, but he didn't know how happy he was screaming now, how miserable he would cry later. Meng Yuren's power lies in this snake staff, so it is naturally impossible for her to give up her weapon. Tang San also understood this truth, so the snake staff became the key to the two of them fighting to break the game. Almost without hesitation, they mobilized all their soul power at the same time and attacked each other through the snake staff. Tang San's soul power was blue, and Meng Yuren's soul power was grey. 2 different colors of light appeared on the snake staff, and a violent collision suddenly broke out. At this time, the battle between Xiao Zhansan and Meng Yuren successfully evolved into a competition of soul power. Although Meng Yuren's soul power is fierce and domineering, according to the original plot development, Tang San can rely on the endless life and regeneration characteristics of Xian Kong and slowly consume it to win. But the smart chip has already analyzed it. Due to the butterfly effect, Tang San's strength is only 70% at most. Coupled with the losses from the battle just now, he is already at the end of his strength. Looking at the little boy's hands that were gradually shaking, Chen Shi just wanted to say, "Are you sweating profusely? Are you in jail?" Although Tang San persisted, he couldn't bear the impact of Meng Yuren's sudden increase in soul power output. Ah poof! The snake staff fell, and Tang San spurted out a mouthful of old blood and flew out. The whole place was silent. When Oscar saw this, his whole body was drained of strength, and he fell into the fat man's arms, his eyes lost light. Meng Yuren held the snake staff and pointed at Tang San, who fell on the ground with one hand. His words were full of disdain. "You lose. TCH, I thought you were so capable, but you actually dared to take the initiative to compete with me. It's simply ridiculous." Meng Yuren didn't seem to be satisfied with it. He added shrimps and pig hearts with another cut. "Damn it, you forced me to do this." Tang San's arrogant self-esteem was completely crushed to pieces. He would never allow himself to admit defeat like this. His eyes were red, his right hand shook, and a cold light flashed, Tang Sek's hidden weapon. "Boy, what do you want to do?" After all, Snake Po was the sixth ring Soul Emperor, and before her eyes became dim, she immediately dodged in front of Meng Yuren, and swung her snake staff away from Tang San's hidden weapon for a sneak attack. "Zhao Wuji! Is this the good student you taught? It's just a sparring match, but you still resort to such insidious methods? You have to let my old man see it." Snake Woman scolded angrily, and once again used the title of Lord Long to suppress King Fufu Ming. "Tang San, come back. Just give up next time if your skills are inferior to others." Zhao Wuji's face turned livid. Thinking back carefully, Tang San's performance during the entrance exam was largely dependent on hidden weapons and external power. His own strength level was only about that, and Wuhan Blue Silver Grass was even more vulnerable. "Now that I have lost my soul beast, I have also been ridiculed and threatened. I really regret it." After winning the competition, the Snake Woman put away the crested snake and left quickly. She was also worried that Zhao Wuji would regret it. "Yes, I'm sorry, teacher." The little brat knew he was guilty, so he lowered his head and did not dare to look at Zhao Wuji. This time he had truly become a complete clown, a clown in his true self. Thank you all for your support. Please read, vote, and subscribe. Chapter 64 King Kong Raid, Titan Giant Ape. "You don't have to say sorry to me, that's the soul beast everyone caught for Oscar." Zhao Wuji glanced at Tang San. Although he didn't blame him directly, his tone was quite dissatisfied. After hearing this, Tang San walked up to Uncle Sausage, bowed his head obediently and admitted his mistake. "I'm sorry, Oscar, I couldn't guard your soul beast." Oscar's mood is extremely complicated right now, and he really wants to cry without tears. Perhaps entrusting your last hope to Tang San from the beginning was a wrong decision in itself. "Okay, Xiao Ao, if the soul beast is gone, just look for it. You can get some sausages for Tang San to eat first." As a teacher, Zhao Wuji quickly adjusted his mood and began to coordinate and ease the relationship. Oscar reluctantly summoned the martial spirit. He didn't take kindly to the little brat. After making the sausage, he began to feed him roughly. Opening Tang San's mouth, the special edition thick and black sausage directly stick it down his throat. "Mine is big, please bear with me." "Oscar, please slow down, I can't hold it anymore." It was the first time for the little boy to enjoy such wonderful treatment. After a while, he couldn't stand it any longer and began to cry out and beg for mercy. "The picture is so beautiful that I dare not look at it." Chen Shi covered Xiaowu and Rongrong's eyes and led them to turn around. Looking at this thing would make you want to wash your eyes. When the others saw this, they also ignored Tang San's whimpers. After all, if you lose, you must be punished. This day will be remembered by the little boy for the rest of his life. He will never forget the fear of being insulted by the big sausage. Since Tang San was seriously injured, everyone had to rest where they were for another half an hour before embarking on the road to find the spirit beast again. However, a suitable soul beast is always hard to come by. Until nightfall, they found nothing. Considering the danger of operating at night, Zhao Wuji ordered everyone to camp where they were and rest. Dai Mubai cleaned up the place, Ma Hongjun lit the fire, and a group of people just sat together. Zhao Wuji gnawed on the sausage with a serious look on his face. He had to keep vigil tonight to ensure the safety of the little monsters, and there was no room for error. Tang San and Oscar had nothing to say, and the atmosphere was a bit awkward. They all simply pretended to be dead and fell asleep. On the other side, Zhu Zuqing passed the time by meditating and practicing, while Chen Shi hugged the two girls to keep warm. However, in front of Zhao Wuji, they still restrained themselves. They just relied on Chen Shi and did not secretly do anything bad. The three of them were silent on the surface, but in fact, through the spiritual link of the goddess contract, they were chatting happily. Chen Shi would reply to Xiao Wu now and then to Rong Rong. He could really reply in seconds. The two women didn't know that Chen Shi could chat with them at the same time, so they both thought that they were the most favored one, and they couldn't hold back their joy. Chen Shi's right hand was held in Xiao Wu's arms, and his left hand and Rong Rong's fingers were intertwined. The warm scene couldn't be too harmonious. However, just when the three of them finished chatting and were about to lie down to sleep, an accident happened. Zhao Wuji, who had closed his eyes to meditate, suddenly stood up suddenly, his eyes widened, and he roared loudly. "Everyone, leave the camp and run!" Chen Shi realized something and quickly picked up the two women and protected them behind him. When the turtle grandsons who were pretending to be dead heard that something was wrong, they got up using their hands and feet, their faces full of panic. "Teacher Zhao, what happened?" Dai Mubai came to Zhao Wuji's side with a quick stride and said in confusion. "No matter what happens later, you don't care about me. Put your own safety first and leave the Star Do forest immediately." Zhao Wuji looked like he was facing a formidable enemy, with a solemn expression on his scarred face. "Chen Shi, if you can, please try your best to take care of everyone, please." Zhao Wuji ignored Dai Mubai and looked at the young man holding the two girls. Lao Zhao knew in his heart that if anyone in the team could leave unharmed, it would only be Chen Shi. The young man did not directly nod in agreement. Who dared to guarantee such a thing before his life was in danger? Shrek and the others were still in a state of confusion, but soon they also discovered the clues. Suddenly there was a loud shaking sound in the dense woods, as if the earth was shaking. The tall trees suddenly fell to both sides, and a huge figure appeared in front of everyone. The thick hair is engraved with golden lines and reflected in the moonlight, standing in the forest like a majestic mountain peak. The lantern-sized eyes shone with the luster of citron, appearing like a black-haired King Kong against the backdrop of the night. "Teacher Zhao, this is actually the king of the forest, the Titan giant ape." Tang San's eyes were full of shock, his voice and his body began to tremble with fear. Zhao Wuji has naturally heard the story of the Titan ape, which is one of the spirit beasts standing at the top of the pyramid. First the unrivaled dragon and snake, and then the Titan ape. In his entire life, old Zhao has never been so unlucky. What a sin! Ning Rong Rong clung to Chen Shi. The only one the eldest lady could rely on now was him. On the other hand, Xiao Wu was much calmer. Chen Shi and her looked at each other. They had already discussed the current situation in advance last night. However, Chen Shi was still a little worried. After all, his brother-in-law didn't recognize him, so he must not accidentally hurt a whole family. P.S. My wife's younger brother is called brother-in-law. Although there is no specific age description, the Titan giant ape calls her Xiaohu's sister, so he acquiesces to his younger brother. As for the fact that there is no blood relationship, they have been together for so many years and it is no different from family affection. Zhao Wuji really couldn't think of any way to break the situation, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and step forward. Dear King of the Forest, we have no intention of offending. If this is your territory, we are willing to withdraw immediately. It's a pity that the Titan ape didn't care about him. After scanning around to find the target, he even waved his thick and powerful arms and rushed towards him like a violent storm. Damn it! Chen Shi, take everyone away. At the critical moment, as a teacher, Zhao Wuji took on the responsibility. When the 7 rings rose, he decisively displayed his martial spirit true form and turned into a powerful diamond bear to resist the move forward. No, we have to help teacher Zhao. In this situation, Dai Mubai actually said such an outrageous statement. Chen Shi listened and sneered, help? What kind of help do you want? With your 2 yellow and 1 purple soul-breaking rings. Chen Shi, what do you mean? Are you going to abandon teacher Zhao? Dai Mubai was not only aggressive, but also righteous. You are a SB. Chen Shi grabbed the collar of Chahu and threw him and his clothes to the side, swearing in anger. If you want to die, go alone, don't take us with you. Wrong, Xiaohu, Zuking, let's go. P.S. The author is sick today and is in the hospital for 4 drip. It is really uncomfortable, so this chapter is updated a little late. It will be back to normal tomorrow. Please understand and thank you for your support. Thank you for your support, please read, vote and subscribe. Chapter 65 Go, Bad Brother, Wrong is waiting for you here. Although Chen Shi had expected the Titan ape to appear and even knew who he was coming for, if he rushed forward in this situation, he would probably be slapped to death. It is unrealistic to let Xiao Wu take the initiative to find the Titan ape. Wouldn't that directly expose the identity of the little rabbit? So the best arrangement at the moment is to retreat while waiting for the opportunity for Xiao Wu to meet the Titan ape. Just now, Zhao Wuji asked him to try his best to take care of everyone. No problem, so Chen Shi took the 3 girls and ran together. As for the others, I'm sorry, my ability is limited. Brother Chen, wait for us. That boss Dai, we are too weak now. If we go, we will cause trouble to teacher Zhao. Let's run. Ma Hongjun saw this and kindly reminded Dai Mubai, his fellow traveler, and then hurriedly retreated. The others followed closely behind. Chen Shi's behavior obviously did not meet the psychological expectations of Dai Mubai, the hot-blooded youth. Shouldn't everyone follow his call and work together to fight the Titan giant ape? However, the next moment, the aftermath of the battle directly lifted Dai Mubai up, and his brave and warlike heart was instantly shattered, and his courage was scared into a small peanut. Bang! With a loud bang, Zhao Wuji's incarnation of the powerful King Kong bear was completely defeated and knocked away by the Titan giant ape. The strength of 100,000-year soul beast is even stronger than that of an ordinary titled Douluo. What can a mere soul saint do to stop it? Roar! The Titan giant ape pounded its chest with its fists, and its lantern-sized eyes scanned like a radar. Soon it noticed the Shrek people fleeing in panic not far away, its eyes lit up, and it used all its limbs to quickly close the distance. Damn it! Zhao Wuji was also forced to be ruthless, and the brown-haired bear jumped on the giant ape and tried its best to stop it. This time the Titan giant ape was also annoyed, and with its right arm, it caught Zhao Wuji lying on its back, then smashed him to the ground, and then threw him back. Dai Mubai was frightened and collapsed on the ground. He did nothing and could not do anything, but by chance he acted as Zhao Wuji's meat cushion, and his eyes went black and he fainted. On the other side, Zhao Wuji was delaying time, and the Shrek people had already escaped a few miles away. Ma Hongjun was panting at this time and asked, Brother Chen, we have run so far, the gorilla should not be able to catch up, right? Before Chen Shi could reply, a dark shadow descended from the sky, like a mountain pressing down on one's head. Everyone underestimated the speed of the king of the forest. With a kick of his strong hind legs, he could jump hundreds of meters away and quickly catch up. Not good. Chen Shi was the first to react. He immediately hugged Ning Rongrong beside him and kicked Ma Hongjun on the butt. Xiao Wu sent him a telepathic message and jumped onto a branch nearby, waiting for her family to take action. While the fat man dodged forward to avoid the attack, Chen Shi also used the force to fly to Zhu Zuking, but the titan ape fell faster than him, and a big hand was about to beat the kitten into a pulp. At the critical moment, Chen Shi used the instant the three of them hugged each other and fell heavily to the ground. The strong shock almost made the two girls faint on the spot. Fortunately, they were protected by the mecha. As expected, the titan ape directly passed Chen Shi and the other two, and rushed towards Xiao Wu without hesitation. He met a little punk on the way, and he flew dozens of meters away with a big slap. The terrifying force directly broke his internal organs and spurted out a lot of blood. Finally, under the desperate eyes of everyone, the titan ape grabbed Xiao Wu, his huge body rose up and took her away into the depths of the Xingda Great Forest. Chen Shi, Xiao Wu Shi. Ning Rongrong burst into tears. Although she was often jealous of Xiao Wu, she had already regarded her as her friend in her heart. Zhu Zuking also had a guilty and worried look on her face. She had been saved by Chen Shi twice today. How could she repay him? Just at this moment, Zhao Wuji rushed over with Dai Mubai. His chest was indeed thick, but the tears that flowed from the corner of his mouth were it is not difficult to see from the blood that he was also seriously injured. The return of the strongest fighting force also helped everyone recover from the shock. Ma Hongjun rubbed his kicked buttocks and looked at Chen Shi with gratitude. Oscar also climbed out of the deep pit where he was hiding after hearing the sound. Tang San was bloodied and leaned against the tree trunk that he broke, dying. Only Chen Shi stood there, holding Ning Rongrong on the left and Zhu Zuking on the right, supporting the two women calmly. Teacher Zhao, Xiao Wu was captured by the giant ape. The eldest lady shouted with a hint of tears. Zhao Wuji was stunned. That was a 100,000-year-old soul beast titan giant ape. How could it survive if it fell into his hands? Old Zhao took a deep breath, his face Tai-ching. I'm sorry everyone, I failed to protect you. A gloomy haze lingered in everyone's minds, and at this moment Chen Shi stood up. Teacher Zhao, please take care of Rongrong and Zuking. I am going to find Xiao Wu. Chen Shi, what a joke. That's a 100,000-year-old soul beast, what can you do? If you go, you're going to die. Zhao Wuji frowned and scolded in a low voice. When Ning Rongrong heard this, she quickly hugged the young man. No, don't go, Chen Shi, it's too dangerous. Fool, do you want me to be a ruthless person? If the person captured by the titan ape was Rongrong, I would act without hesitation. Chen Shi hugged the eldest lady with his backhand, and the eldest lady's heart trembled after hearing these sincere words. When she raised her head again, her eyes were filled with tears. In front of everyone, Ning Rongrong stood up on her tiptoes and kissed Chen Shi on the mouth. She felt so sorry for herself. This was the girl's sincerity. Go, bad brother, Rongrong is waiting for you here, you must come back safely with Xiao Wu. After sobbing, the eldest lady summoned the glazed mecha and contributed her strength to Chen Shi. The 7 treasures are famous, one is strength, the other is speed. 2 colorful lights fell, and Chen Shi smiled. He was indeed right about Rongrong. She was actually a good girl. Don't worry, Rongrong, I'm here, there will be no surprises. Chen Shi finally hugged the girl, and then started to get serious. Phoenix Mecha, merge. Phoenix wings flying in the sky. With a low shout, a firestorm swept across, wearing a phoenix mecha. Immediately afterwards, the fire exploded like wings flapping, and the phoenix mecha soared into the sky. Everyone was stunned by this scene, and Ma Hung-jun was the most shocked. "I'm such a slut, but brother Chen is the real phoenix." Watching Chen Shi fly away like a fireball, Zhao Wuji sighed knowing that he couldn't stop him. Ning Rongrong clasped her hands together in prayer, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes, and the girl's heart followed him. Thank you all for your support. Please read, vote, and subscribe. Chapter 66 Chen Shi, I am the evil killer. The phoenix mecha brought out a flame tail in the sky, and the young man stood in the sky, looking down at the land. The vastness of the forest can't be seen at a glance, but the titan ape's huge size and terrifying strength caused the spirit beasts to scatter in fright and the trees to collapse, so there are still traces to follow. Out of everyone's sight, Chen Shi was actually not anxious or nervous at all. After all, Xiao Wu would be safe at the titan ape. Moreover, he can also determine the vital signs of the little rabbit through the goddess contract, but the distance is a bit far, and his mental power is not enough to communicate remotely. Then why did Chen Shi come out to look for Xiao Wu when he knew she was not in danger? The reason for this is, firstly, to provide cover for Xiao Wu's return after the incident, and secondly, while Little Rabbit returns to her parents' home to catch up on old times, Chen Shi has other plans. After all, his journey to the Stardow Forest has just begun. Hey, Siri. Start Soul Beast Detection. The year is less than 1,000 years old, automatically filter. Instruction received and being executed. Lowering the flying altitude, Chen Shi moved straight in the direction the titan ape left, while still looking for something. Halfway through, a rustling sound attracted his attention. The ace pilot applied to land. Putting away the fire wings and standing in front of the area where the sounds and movements came from, Chen Shi raised the corner of his mouth and finally found you. Looking at the confrontation from a distance, the guy hiding in the dark is an old swindler, very patient, waiting for the young man to fall into his trap. Chen Shi smiled slightly when he saw this. Since you won't come out? Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Ling Wing Fire Feather. With a wave of his hand, several phoenix feathers lit by evil fire shot straight away. This is a new soul skill developed by Chen Shi combining the characteristics of evil fire and mecha. Compared with Phoenix Fireline, its pertinence, penetrating power, and damage are all superior. Whoosh! 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 The blazing fire feathers shot into the dark trees like sharp arrows, and the evil fire quickly burned the vegetation. With no way to avoid it, the hidden hunter was forced to attack, and suddenly turned into an afterimage and attacked quickly, with two sickle-like front legs suddenly attacking. Bang! With a muffled sound, the enemy's sneak attack was resolved by Chen Shi's teleportation, and a pair of forelimbs plunged deeply into the ground. The attack failed, and the unknown creature was completely exposed. Its 8 long legs were like spears piercing the ground. Its shell was dark and shiny, and it looked very hard. At this moment, the 2 front legs were raised to attack, revealing the ferocious appearance of its abdomen. The black and white lines are curved and spread all over the lower abdomen, while also outlining an ugly human face. The shining eyes make people shudder. Yes, the guy in front of you is the nightmare of a small soul beast, a life-devouring existence, a terrifying evil killer, the man-faced demon spider. According to the development of the original world, Tang San should have encountered it at this time, killed it in a fierce battle, and absorbed it into the third spirit ring. And now Chen Shi, as the male protagonist, also discovered it while following this route. Although people have changed, the ending of the man-faced demon spider will not change. He will still die. The phoenix disintegrates. The netherworld white tiger merges. Facing such a melee opponent, Chen Shi just used it to test the power of the new mecha nether white tiger. The phoenix mecha turned into flames and exploded, forcing back the man-faced demon spider. In an instant, the white tiger and the netherworld cat appeared. The two beasts roared together with astonishing power, and then pounced on Chen Shi, transforming into black and white armor to cover him. White Tiger of the Netherworld, dressed up. Feeling his body filled with domineering power, Chen Shi accelerated with a push of the ground and rushed directly to the human-faced demon spider. With a flash of cold light, the tiger claw of his right hand popped out and attacked the ugly face. With a swish sound, the human-faced demon spider reacted quickly, lying down in time, trying to use the shell on its back to resist. But the seemingly solid defense was no match for the mecha. One claw directly broke through the defense, splashing a large pool of blue-purple blood. Hat! The human-faced demon spider let out a strange cry and wailed, then it exerted force with its 6 hind legs and its instinct for survival made it jump backwards quickly to create distance. The netherworld white tiger ignored the corrosive blood, grabbed the broken shell in its hand, crushed it into pieces, and then threw it aside like garbage. Haha, a terrifying evil killer? That's because you haven't met me yet. Chen Shi grinned, and against the backdrop of the darkness, he seemed to be the god of death who reaped lives. Seeing the netherworld white tiger continuing to approach, the human-faced demon spider jumped onto the branch, and a ball of spider web suddenly shot out from the hideous human face on its abdomen. The covered area was very large, and Chen Shi could have teleported away, but he did not do so. Instead, he let out a low shout. White Tiger Holy Shield! In an instant, Chen Shi put on a layer of condom that radiated holy light, provided all-round protection, and was extremely thick. When the human-faced demon spider saw Chen Shi standing still, it immediately puffed and sprayed spider webs like a pea shooter. P.S. The spider web of the human-faced demon spider has a capacity limit, and it sprayed out 2 more balls here. Wrapped in the sticky spider web, the nether white tiger was quickly wrapped into a silk cocoon, motionless. Spider web binding is a hunting method that most spiders rely on for survival. I didn't expect it to perform well again today. After the human-faced demon spider carefully confirmed that Chen Shi did not move, it bravely approached slowly. However, just as it tried to pry it away with its spider legs, a ray of holy light seeped out from the silk cocoon, and then it exploded without giving it any chance to react. Boom! This time, the human-faced demon spider was hit in the face by an explosion. The ugly face on its abdomen was blown to pieces, and its entire body flew backwards. Unlike the white tiger body barrier, the white tiger holy shield can be said to be an integrated offense and defense. Not only does it have stronger defensive capabilities, but it can also accumulate and absorb damage, causing unexpected and fatal blows to the enemy. Everything was under Chen Shi's control. He walked forward calmly, looked at the half-dead human-faced demon spider under his feet, aimed at the spider's brain and delivered a final punch to kill it completely. Bang! Poisonous blood splattered everywhere, and the surrounding flowers and plants were all corroded. Chen Shi glanced at the blood-stained netherworld white tiger and decisively switched to the phoenix mech. The human-faced demon spider died, and a purple soul ring gradually condensed on its corpse, which was about 2,500 years old. Chen Shi did not hesitate and decisively replaced his third soul ring, which was 2,000 years old. P.S. As mentioned before, because he is a perfect life affinity body, it is very simple to remove the soul ring, and it does not harm the origin. As for the first and second soul rings, they have already completed the contracts with Xiaowu and Rongrong respectively. Taking a glance at the nearby land contaminated by poisonous blood, Chen Shi waved his hand and raised a wave of flames, burning away the filth under the baptism of fire. The human-faced demon spider was no exception. Its shell was roasted to a crisp, and it was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and it even gave off a unique meaty aroma. After a while, the body was burned out and the soul ring was absorbed, but Chen Shi used the smart chip and was still waiting for the last treasure. Testing completed, unexpectedly discovered the top-grade external soul bone, 8 spider lance. Thank you all for your support, please read, vote and subscribe. Chapter 67 Face your brother-in-law, he is your brother-in-law. Chen Shi waved his hand and put away the 8 spider soul bones. Such a big commotion had just happened here, and it was not advisable to stay here for long. The phoenix wings soared into the sky, the fire feathers spread out, and Chen Shi flew several miles away in the blink of an eye. As soon as the young man left, 3 more people came after a while. 2 of them were none other than the snake lady Chao Tianxiang, who had just won the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake from Shrek, and her granddaughter Meng Yuran. As for the other one, he was a tall and thin old man, holding a bright silver dragon head cane that was more than 4 meters long, and there were 8 soul rings moving on his body. It turned out to be a powerful soul Douluo level warrior, none other than the dragon prince among the peerless dragon and snake couple. P.S. 4 meters long. I don't know how he got it, but that's what the original book says. The 3 men stepped forward, and the evil fire gradually dissipated with Chen Shi's departure, but it was still not difficult to see that a great battle had just broken out here. They were able to kill the human-faced demon spider in such a short time. Could it be that another expert has come to the Stardo Great Forest recently? Duke Long looked at the human-faced demon spider that was burned to ashes, touched his already grey beard, and said in a deep voice. Seeing this, the snake woman was not concerned. Old man, don't worry about it. Yi's 3rd spirit ring has already merged. There is no point in having this human-faced demon spider. Hearing this, Lord Long nodded and said, if Yi Ning had not already absorbed the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, I would have definitely caught this man. I have been looking for this human-faced demon spider for a long time. At this moment, on the other side, Chen Shi didn't know that he had avoided the pursuit of a soul Douluo because he lost his soul beast because of the little punk. Following the guidance of the goddess contract, Chen Shi quickly found Xiaowu's location with his flying speed. Restraining his breath, Chen Shixian approached quietly. After reaching a distance of several tens of meters, he started transmitting sound with his soul power. After confirming safety with Xiaowu, he walked out. Looking at a young man who suddenly walked out of the bushes on the side, the Titan ape looked startled. Is this guy here to die? However, the next moment Xiaowu suddenly ran away, threw herself into his arms, and threw herself on him. Chen Shi, I know you will definitely come to me. Although the 2 of them had agreed in advance, Xiaona's eye was moved when she saw Chen Shichen chasing after her all the way. Chen Shi put his arms around the girl and said with a smile, Fool, didn't you say that your home is wherever I am, so of course I have to come and take you home. Hearing this, Xiaowu's heart melted, and she hugged Chen Shi's face and started kissing him. The Titan giant ape next to him was already confused. Who is this guy? Why is Sister Xiaohu so close to him? Okay, others are watching. The little rabbit was so enthusiastic. Chen Shi wiped the saliva on his face and smiled helplessly. After hearing this, Xiaowu reluctantly jumped down, and then she pulled Chen Shi and ran to the Titan ape with excitement on her face. Ming, let me introduce to you. This is the person that Sister Xiaohu just told you, the person she likes after she transforms. With Xiaowu here, Chen Shi plucked up the courage to say hello to the Titan ape. And Ming's mind is a little confused now. If you look at this matter from his perspective, it's like you are a younger brother. A sister with whom you have a good relationship at home suddenly ran away from home for more than 10 years. When you finally find your sister, she brings a man to you and says that this man will be your brother-in-law for the rest of your life. No, Sister Xiaohu, he is a human being. Ming couldn't hold it back after all, his deep voice was filled with confusion. What's wrong with humans? Sister Xiaohu is also a human after she transforms. Xiaonazai hugged Chen Shi's hand and said unconvinced. But he is only a teenager, we are all 100,000-year soul beasts. This age is not appropriate either. The Titan giant ape still hopes to convince the rabbit with reason and tries to make Xiaowu return from the lost path. P.S. A 100,000-year soul beast is just a cultivation level. It does not mean it has lived for 100,000 years, but it must be very old. Humph, Ming, what do you mean? Are you saying that Sister Xiaowu is too old and old rabbits eat young grass? Chen Shi has been with Xiaowu for so many years and has never mentioned her age. After all, this thing is the most sensitive, let alone a 100,000-year-old rabbit. However, Xiaowu was still worried that Chen Shi would be alienated from her because of this, so she quickly grabbed his hand and asked pitifully, Chen Shi, do you mind that I used to be a 100,000-year soul beast? Idiot, you will always be a teenage girl in my heart. Chen Shi meant what he said. After all, Xiaowu's various physical and psychological behaviors are no different from those of a teenage girl since we have known each other for a long time. It would be meaningless if you insist on saying age. Xiaowu was immediately elated and proudly said to the Titan ape, did you hear that, Ming? After so many years, your emotional intelligence is still so low, no wonder you can't find a partner. Faced with Sister Xiao's teasing, the second brother, Titan Giant Ape, was speechless. After all, who made him really a single ape now? Immediately afterwards, Chen Shi leaned close to Xiaowu's ear and said with a wicked smile, not to mention the first time we met, I remember it clearly. When Xiaowu heard this, she was very shy, bad guy, the first time you made someone hurt. After sleeping in the same bed for 6 years, coupled with Douluo's abnormal physical development, and the fact that neither of them were ordinary teenagers, how could they endure it when they reached puberty? After graduating from Notting College, the last night in Holy Soul Village was also Xiaowu's first night, and the sheet with the red stain on it was still stored in her mecha space. Seeing that the topic Chen Shi and Xiaowu were talking about was getting more and more strange, Ming quickly interrupted, Stop, stop, stop. Sister Xiaowu, are you really sure you want to be with this human being? What do you call this human being? His name is Chen Shi, and he will be your brother-in-law from now on. Xiaonazai put her hands on her hips and lectured Ming angrily. The Titan ape has a black line on his head, and he, a majestic 100,000-year-old soul beast, wants to call a teenage child brother-in-law? Okay, Chen Shi, come here with me. Ming held back his temper and said in a low voice. Xiaowu looked at the young man hesitantly, and the latter touched her head, smiled and said, It's okay, brother-in-law, I'll be right back. After saying that, Chen Shi followed the Titan ape and walked dozens of meters to one side. From this distance, he could use multiple teleports to quickly return to Xiaowu at any time without any safety risk. Ming lowered his voice and gritted his teeth and said, Boy, what kind of medicine did you give Sister Xiaowu? Come and find out. Facing a 100,000-year-old soul beast, Chen Shi did not dare to tell anyone, Senior Ming, can't you tell whether Xiaowu has been drugged? After all these years, when have you ever seen Xiaowu smile so happily? You say I am a human and she is a spirit beast, but if Xiaowu lives here her whole life, can she really be happy? Chen Shi spoke one sentence after another, every word of which was heartbreaking. The Titan ape, who had been holding back his words, suddenly fell silent. Thank you all for your support, please read, vote, and subscribe. Chapter 68 The Welfare of the Mother's Family, Collect the data of Titan Giant Ape. To be honest, since Xiaowu's mother disappeared, Titan Giant Ape has never seen her so lively and cheerful again. For a 100,000-year soul beast like Ming who has practiced for a long time, what they pursue is not only the improvement of strength, but also the meaning of life. If Xiaowu is forced to stay, and finally she is bound to this Star-Do Great Forest, which brings her only sadness. Why not follow Xiaowu's wish and let her find and pursue her own happiness and joy? Titan Giant Ape took a deep breath, and the muscles of his whole body were no longer tense and oppressive, and he simply sat down with a bang. Boy, your name is Chen Shi, right? The young man smiled slightly, yes, Chen for honest, she for honest, that's me. Ming raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Although he didn't recognize the characters, he still understood the meaning. I've lived so long, but I feel that you have nothing to do with these two words. Hearing this, Chen Shi also lived in Bengbu, and smiled awkwardly. Is he so obvious? Okay, I don't care about you so much, as long as Xiaowu can be so happy every day with you, that's enough. But there is one more thing, if Xiaowu is wronged by you, don't blame me for being ruthless. The soul beast world doesn't have so many rules and regulations, let alone the mess of betrothal gifts. The Titan giant ape is still considering Xiaowu in the end, raising a huge fist to show the confidence of his mother's family. Don't worry, Ming, Chen Shi won't. At this moment, Xiaowu suddenly jumped out from the side, hugged Chen Shi and said happily. There was no way, the little girl was really worried, so she sneaked over to eavesdrop. When she saw Chen Shi and the Titan giant ape sitting down and chatting calmly, she was really happy. After all, which girl doesn't want the person she brings back to her parents' home to be recognized? Looking at Xiaowu falling in love, with a sweet face like a young wife, the Titan giant ape could only sigh in his heart. Now no matter what he said, Xiaowu probably wouldn't listen, so the Titan giant ape had to look at the boy. Chen Shi, Xiaowu is with you, I still need to remind you of something. The soul beast transformation is divided into 3 stages. Before level 60, it is the juvenile stage. At this time, human soul masters above the level of soul Douluo can discover the true body of Xiaowu. After level 60 and entering the mature stage, it will be much safer. Only strong people above the level of title Douluo can discover it, not to mention those above level 90. Chen Shi hugged the little girl and listened carefully. These are related to Xiaowu's safety, so they are naturally very important. Therefore, Chen Shi, you must work hard to practice and ensure that Xiaowu's true body is not seen by others before level 60, and even if Xiaowu's identity is exposed in the future, you must be able to protect her. The Titan giant ape looked serious. In the eyes of those human soul masters, Xiaowu after transformation is simply a walking 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone. It is too dangerous. Chen Shi also nodded and agreed, don't worry, Senior Ming, I said I would always protect Xiaowu. The little girl's mouth curled up slightly, holding Chen Shi's hand and interlocking his fingers, her bright eyes full of spirit and deep love. Ming, don't be too harsh. Chen Shi has only practiced for a few years, of course he can't compare with you. Give him a few more years, by then, with Chen Shi's talent, he will definitely be better than you. Hearing Xiaowu's words that were completely biased towards Chen Shi, the Titan giant ape snorted coldly, expressing his silent protest. By the way, Ming, didn't you just say that you wanted Chen Shi to work hard to improve his strength? Xiaowu has a good idea. The little girl didn't know what she thought of, and she stood forward and patted the Titan giant ape. Ming also cooperated very well and turned his head to look at her. Xiaowu blinked and then said, how about you give all the martial soul data of the Titan giant ape to Chen Shi? Ming didn't know the concept of data, and thought Xiaowu wanted him to sacrifice himself and give it to Chen Shi as a soul ring and soul bone. He was immediately shocked. Sister Xiaowu, you can't do that. You can't have Chen Shi and even ignore your second brother's life. Xiaowu laughed out loud when she saw this. Oh, what are you thinking? I mean. After briefly introducing the characteristics of Chen Shi's martial soul, Ming finally understood that it was to replicate the power of his Titan giant ape and use it for him. After thinking for a moment, Ming walked up to Chen Shi with his sturdy arms. Okay, today, for Sister Xiaowu's sake, I'll give you the power of my Titan ape. Xiaowu excitedly pulled the boy's hand. Chen Shi, go quickly, Ming's power is very strong. Chen Shi didn't hesitate, and smiled with his fists. Thank you, Senior Ming, then I won't be polite. Hey, Siri. Scan the Titan Ape's martial spirit data at full power output. Chen Shi stretched out his hand and placed it on Ming's palm, while giving orders to the smart chip in his mind. Sister Xiao Wu, is this all right? The Titan Ape looked at Chen Shi's mouth, which was mumbling but motionless, and was puzzled. Xiao Wu made a hush gesture to him, indicating not to disturb Chen Shi. Although he had greeted Ming in advance and asked him to put away his mental defense, the amount of data on the 100,000-year soul beast was too huge. There was no other way, so Chen Shi had to narrow the scope of data collection and only focus on the characteristics of the Titan Ape's martial spirit and its parts. Combat data. In this way, one person and one ape have maintained this posture, so stiff that they seem to have turned into sculptures. Ming was curious and puzzled at first, then impatient, and finally just lay down on the ground and fell asleep, allowing Chen Shi to perform an electrical discharge scan. Until an hour passed, Chen Shi suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "It's done. Good boy, you are too slow." Ming was finally able to raise his arms and couldn't help but complain. Xiao Wu immediately rushed over, "Chen Shi, how do you feel?" The young man was already dripping with sweat, but the light in his eyes was extremely hot. "It's almost there. Although it's only 10%, it's enough." "Great, do you want to build a new mecha now?" Xiao Wu's face was full of expectations. She knew very well how much the mecha would improve Chen Shi. But the young man shook his head. "No, the mental power was too much just now, and the current power of the smart chip is not enough to completely analyze the Titan Ape's data. P.S. Now Ming's data is equivalent to you downloading and saving Black Myth Wukong, but if you want to use it, you have to unzip it. Even if a new mecha cannot be built for the time being, it is only a matter of time before the data is obtained." One person, one rabbit, and one ape rested and chatted for a while, and finally planned to say goodbye. Ming, Sister Xiao Wu is leaving. I will come back to see you and Ming when I have the next chance. They had just met and were about to part again. The Titan giant ape couldn't help but let out a low roar. "Sister Xiao Wu, have a good trip. Thank you all for your support. Please read, vote, and subscribe." Chapter 69. The sky is the bed, the earth is the quilt, hug me from left to right. Correction, the earth is the bed and the sky is the quilt. Let's go, Xiao Wu. Chen Shi summoned the phoenix mecha, its fiery red wings spread, and Xiaonazai lay on top of him. This rescue operation has already taken more than 2 hours. Rongrong's side will probably be worried to death if there is any further delay. On the way back, Xiao Wu and Chen Shi said that she had a younger brother named Ming who was a 100,000-year-old soul beast, and his martial soul was the azure bull python. Because Ming was still asleep recently, he couldn't meet him. When Sister Xiaohu comes to the Star Forest next time, he will ask him to give Chen Shi the martial soul data of the azure bull python. The young man felt warm in his heart. Xiaonazai thought of what a good thing he was, so he naturally smiled and agreed, "Okay." Following the guidance given to Ning Rongrong in the goddess contract, Chen Shi and Xiao Wu quickly found the main force. The wings folded and disintegrated, and they landed smoothly. In order to provide a good cover, the two of them deliberately dressed themselves as if they were fleeing on the road. The people in Shrek, led by Zhao Wuji, are also looking for Chen Shi and Xiao Wu. Compared to Zhao Wuji's mental detection, Ning Rongrong felt the fluctuations of the goddess contract and was the first to discover the two figures. "Chen Shi, it's Chen Shi who's back!" The eldest lady shouted excitedly. When she saw Chen Shi, whom she had longed for, she couldn't help but rush forward and hug him. Xiao Wu stood nearby, looking at Ning Rongrong hugging her lover, and pouted. Although it was a little tasteful, she didn't make any senseless noise like before. "Okay, Rongrong, didn't I say I would definitely come back?" Chen Shi hugged the eldest lady, patted her, and smiled softly. Ning Rongrong raised her head at this time and cried with joy, her beautiful eyes turning red again. From the corner of her vision, she noticed the way Xiaowu and others were looking at her, and she let go of Chen Shi embarrassedly. When Zhao Wuji saw this, he stepped forward with a puzzled look on his face. Chen Shi, how on earth did you do it? Can you actually snatch Xiaowu back from the Titan giant ape? The young man and Xiaowu looked at each other and smiled, and used a story they made up on the road as an explanation. After everyone listened, they still had doubts, but they didn't know the specific details, so they could only choose to believe it. Zhao Wuji didn't bother to worry so much. He patted Chen Shi on the shoulder and laughed loudly, anyway, just come back, just come back. The student was fine, and he, the teacher, felt relieved. Estimating the time, it was already around early morning, but Zhao Wuji decided to leave the Douluo forest overnight to prevent any further accidents. There was no way, too many things happened on this day, first the unparalleled dragon snake and then the Titan giant ape. The little monsters were severely hit physically and mentally, and they had to readjust their state. Following the path he came from, this time he no longer aimed to find the soul beast, and moved forward much faster. It is worth mentioning that classmate Tang San is in a coma due to serious injuries, and now he can only rely on Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun to take turns carrying him. Finally, after a long journey, everyone left this mysterious and dangerous star forest. But we are out, but we are still hundreds of miles away from the town where we stayed. Seeing that all the little monsters were exhausted, Zhao Wuji decided to camp and rest in the outer periphery of the Douluo forest. Old Zayata didn't believe it. He had retreated to this position. How could he still encounter a powerful soul master or 100,000-year soul beast? I found an open space, lit a fire, it was good to be young, and fell asleep. Looking at the ground full of dust and weeds, Chen Shi took out a set of bed blankets and quilts as if he had turned a treasure. The bed blanket and quilt are not big, and they can barely fit 4 people in. This is the spare bedding that he and Xiaohe bought for their home in Saint Soul village. After all, sometimes at night the flood is raging and it is difficult to sleep on a wet blanket. When Xiaowu saw the familiar bed blanket, she immediately sat down with a bit of joy in her eyes. This was the style she and Chen Shi carefully selected. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuking's eyes lit up when they saw it. Compared with the messy ground, who doesn't want to sleep on a clean and tidy blanket at night? Chen Shi sat in the middle, waved to them, and said with a smile, Rongrong, Zuking, come together. The bed blanket and quilt are big enough for the 4 of us. After receiving the invitation, the eldest lady took off her shoes and walked up on her white silk feet. Chen Shi's eyes were subconsciously attracted. Ning Rongrong raised the corners of her mouth slightly, sat next to Chen Shi, and said softly, Bad brother, you said you don't like other people's feet. Chen Shi didn't respond, but Xiaowu heard it clearly. He immediately kicked off his feet angrily, took off his shoes and stuffed his feet into the boy's arms. Chen Shi, Xiaowu walked a lot today, why don't you rub it for me? When the eldest lady saw this, she looked at Xiaowu. The 2 women's eyes were fighting in the air. Unconvinced, she also stretched out her white silk feet. Hey, bad brother, I want you to. With the fire separated by the fire, the scene on Chen Shi's side could not be seen by the people on the opposite side. Facing the 2 pairs of jade feet in front of him, Chen Shi had a serious face. How decent are each of them? Do you really think I'm a pervert? Take it back quickly. Xiaowu and Rongrong didn't know why, thinking that Chen Shi was really angry, so they quickly retracted their little feet. Chen Shi lay down and opened the quilt to cover him. Xiaowu got into the quilt with ease, holding his left hand and acting coquettishly. Not counting her childhood, the eldest lady has never slept with someone of the opposite sex as long as she can remember. But looking at Xiaowu's provocative eyes, she finally gritted her teeth and got in, hugging Chen Shi's right hand, not to be outdone. On the other side, Zhu Zuking hesitated for a while and got on the bed blanket, Listening to the exchange between Chen Shi and the three of them, she did not dare to take off her leather boots. The little kitten picked up a corner of the quilt and covered it on her flat belly, feeling instantly safe. Although Chen Shi lost the opportunity to play with Yuzu, the sky is the quilt, the earth is the bed, and the feeling of hugging him from left to right is even more rare. The two women fought openly and secretly under the covers, and in the end, only Chen Shi gained the advantage. Ning Rongrong, who was shy at the beginning, gradually got used to it, and fell asleep looking at Chen Shi's handsome side face. Needless to say, Xiao Wu, Zhao Wuji, who was keeping vigil at night, stood up when he heard everyone breathing evenly. Glancing at Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and others were sleeping head to toe. Looking at Chen Shi, a man and three women were sleeping together. The scene was unexpectedly harmonious. Old Zayata smacked his lips. "Good boy, you are still playing tricks." The next morning, everyone got up. In the past, Chen Shi only had to coax Xiao Wu, but today he also had Ning Rongrong. If it weren't for the presence of others, he would really want to bite them awake one by one. Since there were too many accidents yesterday and the experience was enough, Zhao Wuji planned to divide his troops into two groups. Chen Shi led a group to the previous town to heal and wait, while Lao Zayata took Oscar to hunt the soul beast. The two of them moved faster and more efficiently, making it easier to escape when in danger. To this, Chen Shi and others naturally agreed repeatedly and returned to the town before noon. He found a hotel room and took advantage of his break. Chen Shi closed the door and took out the 8-spider soul bone. Thank you all for your support. Please read, subscribe, vote, and give me 5-star praise. Chapter 70 Transforming the Soul Bone 8-Spider Armor, the little romance between the two women. Illustrations are at the back, please like and check in. Looking at the purple-black, slender, and sharp 8-spider soul bones in front of him, Chen Shi planned to analyze them with a smart chip before absorbing them. Hey, Siri. Scan and analyze the soul bone. Instruction received and being executed. Analysis completed. The following is the soul bone data. Soul bone name, 8-spider spears. Category, externally attached soul bone. Soul bone year, 2500 years. Characteristics of soul bones, extremely growable, rich in toxins, ignoring terrain, which helps increase movement speed. After Chen Shi browsed through the panel data of the 8-spider soul bones, it was very different from what he had imagined. Although it was of a lower age, the future potential was still considerable. No longer hesitating, he decisively began to fuse. With the life affinity body present, the soul bone absorption process went smoothly as expected. Compared with the howling posture of Xiao Zhao-san at that time, it is simply a world of difference. However, just when Chen Shi was about to stretch the 8-spider soul bones, an accident happened. It has been detected that the host's soul bone has been fused and is being converted into new data into the body. Soul bone data triggers new functions. Do you want to modify it into mecha parts? A message suddenly popped up on the smart chip, which made Chen Shi a little confused. What the hell, you want to modify my soul bones into mecha parts? Can you still play like this? Chen Shi did not choose yes in a hurry. After calming down for a while, he asked, Siri, what good will it do to me after the soul bones are converted into mecha parts? Answer, after modification, the soul bones can be used as additional parts to be worn on the adapted Wuhan mecha for secondary strengthening to increase combat power. Additional, the mechanical parts after the soul bone modification will be strengthened again while retaining the original characteristics. Not to mention that the previous paragraph is easy to understand, the last 8 words of the answer part alone are enough for Chen Shi to make a decision, and there is no possibility of rejection when the supplementary explanation comes out. Chen Shi's eyes were no longer confused, and his voice was sonorous and powerful. Siri, I choose to transform the soul bone into a mecha component. Command received. host activates the Mecha Master function. Modification Object, 8 Spider Soul Bone. Data Plan, Mecha Component, Mechanical Armor. Soul Bone modification officially begins. The next moment, Chen Shi felt that his back seemed to have undergone subtle changes. In the subtle process, a large number of new data emerged, converging and condensing into a new mecha version of 8 Spider Soul Bone. Transformation completed, Mechanical Soul Bone in place. Name, 8 Spider Mecha. Features, retain and strengthen the toxicity, offensiveness, defense, and mobility of the 8 Spider Soul Bone. Mecha Soul Skill, Vicious Poison Injection, Devouring Life. P.S. The picture shows the 8 Spider Soul Bone Mecha component, which is not fully activated and not fully unfolded. Unlike the previous purple-black Soul Bone, which looks evil, the transformed 8 Spider Mecha is more eye-catching. The tips and centers of the 8 spider legs are orange-yellow, and the main part is mainly deep black, low-key and luxurious. Chen Shi excitedly reached out to touch it, and the 8 spider mech suddenly shrank into an orange-black spider, crawling onto his body along his arm. He tapped the little spider with his finger, and the latter also lit up with crystal light as he moved, flashing. The little thing is quite fun. After teasing for a while, the little spider returned to its position and crawled to the back of Chen Shi's spine, then stabbed out its fangs and bit down. Hiss! Chen Shi took a breath of cold air. It was so painful that it didn't hurt, but he vaguely felt that the little spider seemed to be connected to the line with himself. A series of data flashed through his mind, and Chen Shi came back to his senses. With a snap of his fingers, the little spider turned into the 8 spider mech and instantly popped out. The sharp spider spear even pierced through the second floor, and Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, who were eating and chatting on the first floor, were startled. The two girls suddenly remembered that Chen Shi's room was upstairs. Worried that something had happened to him, they hurried upstairs. They didn't have time to knock on the door, so they pushed it open and entered. However, the first scene they saw shocked the two girls. How did Chen Shi turn into a big spider? Chen Shi, what happened to you? Are you poisoned and sick? Bad brother, don't scare us. Xiao Wu and Rongrong walked forward nervously, with worried expressions on their faces. Silly, this is not a mutated spider leg, but an external soul bone that I transformed into a mechanical armor. Chen Shi explained with a smile, and the 8 spider lance moved freely. The two girls curiously approached to observe. The poison had been controlled by Chen Shi, and there would be no problem even if they reached out and touched it. This is too magical. The external soul bone is the best among soul bones. Xiao Wu and Rongrong had heard of it before, but today was the first time they saw it with their own eyes. How is it? My 8 spider armor is pretty good, isn't it? Chen Shi controlled the 8 spider spears to make various changes, and forced the two women into the corner. Then he thrust the spider spears and directly knocked the two girls against the wall at the same time. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were shocked. It's not that they haven't been knocked against the wall by Chen Shi before, but those were all single men and single women. When did another girl become part of the play? And Chen Shi suddenly became a little entangled. Logically speaking, with the feelings of the two women towards him, he could at most kiss them after a bit of reluctance. But now there are two female guests. No matter who he kisses first, the other one will be jealous. It's a headache, it's really a headache. While Chen Shi was still thinking and hesitating, Xiao Wu and Rongrong also saw that he was shooting himself in the foot. After deliberately maintaining a stalemate and embarrassing someone for a while, the two women almost tiptoed and kissed Chen Shi on the left and right sides of his face at the same time. After sending a sweet kiss, they shyly fled out of the house, leaving Chen Shi with an uncontrollable smile, with endless aftertaste. When the two girls fled, they also sent a message to Chen Shi through their soul power. Xiao Wu, bad guy, you belong to Xiao Wu tonight. Chen Shi was very relieved to receive this news. The little rabbit finally grew up and became sensible. What do you mean by tonight belongs to Xiao Wu? Doesn't it mean that you can allocate it at will during the day? Looking at Ning Rongrong, she still performed steadily, and said in a teasing tone, "Bad brother, you won't dare to kiss Xiao Wu when you see her next to you." The eldest lady of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect dared to provoke me, Chen Shi. How can I tolerate it? There is no doubt that the rest of the day will be used to retaliate against the eldest lady. Ning Rongrong didn't escape far and was in the next room. Chen Shi put away the 8 spider mecha armor and teleported directly to the position. At this moment, Ning Rongrong was standing behind the door, expecting a bad guy to rush in to find her, but unfortunately there was no. The eldest lady was discouraged when she saw this, lowered her head, and muttered to herself, "Childhood sweethearts, it's too much." However, at this moment, a pair of big hands hugged her from behind. Ning Rongrong turned around in surprise, but before she could say anything, she was blocked by Chen Shishi's mouth. P.S. The data has dropped a lot recently, please read it again, and please give me 5-star praise, brothers. Thank you for your support, please read it again, please vote, please subscribe, and please give me 5-star praise. Chapter 71 Bad Brother XI, I like you. Ning Rongrong's little pink fist kept hitting without any pain, and the girl's modesty made her struggle for a long time, but in the end she succumbed to Chen Shishi's under the power of silver. The lips parted for a long time, and the eldest lady's pretty face turned red. She bit her lower lip with her teeth, looking so delicate that I felt pity for her. "Bad brother, who allowed you to marry this young lady?" Seeing this, Chen Shi couldn't help but take another bite, and said with a wicked smile, "I can kiss the person I like if I want." As soon as these words came out, Ning Rongrong's face turned even redder, and her heart was pounding. "Humph, how can you be like this? What if people don't like you?" When Chen Shi heard this, he raised his eyebrows, then let me think about it carefully. Who cried and turned into a little cat when we were in the Star Forest? Recalling her performance at that time, the eldest lady became embarrassed and said in a hurry, "Oh, don't say that. I was just pretending." "You're pretending? Okay, then I was just pretending too." Upon hearing this, Chen Shi put away his playful smile, turned around and walked out. Ning Rongrong finally waited for him to come, but now she saw that Chen Shi was leaving and became anxious. The eldest lady rushed to the door and stopped her, her mouth tightened and she said aggrievedly, "Bad brother, bad brother. Are you going to find Xiao Wu again?" Chen Shi spread his hands, "Yes, since you don't like me, then of course I have to find someone who likes me." After hearing this, Ning Rongrong stood so angry, her chest rising and falling, and tears began to well up in her eyes. Chen Shi hated to see his woman cry the most, so he took the initiative to step forward and hug her, and said softly, "Then who do you like?" The eldest lady did not dare to be arrogant anymore, and whispered as quietly as a mosquito, "Hi, I like you." After hearing his satisfactory answer, Chen Shi smiled, held Rongrong's face and kissed her again. "That's right, if you like it, you have to say it out loud." This time the two of them kissed all the way from the door to the bed. After a heated exchange of words, the eldest lady lay in Chen Shi's arms, breathing heavily and feeling very shy. "Bad brother, are you satisfied now?" Chen Shi nodded, and suddenly he had bad thoughts again. Rongrong, are you tired after walking for a day? How about my brother rub it for you?" Ning Rongrong lowered her head and glanced at her little feet, and immediately understood what Chen Shi was planning. With a little pout, she took off her shoes and stepped on her white silk feet to get on the bed. Chen Shi just wanted to stretch out his hand to grab it, but the eldest lady shrank back and avoided it. Then the girl stretched out a small white silk foot and pressed it against Chen Shi's chest, saying in a cooing voice, "Bad brother, I gave it to you last night, didn't you want it?" Chen Shi took the opportunity to touch those beautiful legs and stockings and chuckled, isn't it that I was thinking that we would feel better when we are in this world? Feeling the warmth of Chen Shi's big hand, Rongrong's face turned red, and she finally acted coquettishly, then I asked you, do you like me? Hearing the expectation in the girl's words, Chen Shi put down his little feet, leaned over to Rongrong, looked into her eyes and said seriously, of course it's impossible. I don't like it. A double negative means affirmation. The eldest lady's heart was pounding in fright, but she couldn't hide the joy on her face. Bad brother, you know how to play tricks on others. Idiot, didn't I say before, you are my baby Rongrong for one day, and you will be for the rest of your life. Chen Shi hugged the girl and played with her legs. This time, Ning Rongrong put her arms around his neck and asked for a kiss. The two are deeply in love, immersed in their world and unable to extricate themselves. Little did they know that there was a person outside the door, who did not dare to come in because of the commotion inside. It was not safe for a girl to live alone when she was away from home, so Chen Shi still asked Rongrong and Zuking to stay in a double room as much as possible so that they could take care of each other. It was originally a well-intentioned arrangement, but now it was difficult for Zhu Zuking. Xiao Mao originally planned to go back to the house to meditate and practice, but when she heard the voices of Rongrong and Chen Shi, even with her cold temperament, she couldn't help but blush. Good brother, stop itching, it's so itchy. Bad brother, your feet are dirty, don't do it. Although Zhu Zuking didn't know what was going on inside, judging from Ning Rongrong's voice, they should be having fun now, so he didn't want to disturb them. I don't know how long it took, but Chen Shi came out with the eldest lady. Xiao Wu happened to go upstairs at this time. Although she was the one who let Chen Shi go to find the little girl, she still felt jealous after seeing this scene with her own eyes. Ning Rongrong's face was rosy and her clothes had obviously been tidied up recently. The most obvious change was that the pair of white stockings on the girl's legs were missing. Xiao Wu doesn't need to guess why, it's not a bad guy's hobby. When Rongrong saw Xiao Wu for the first time, she subconsciously felt guilty. Then she thought that Chen Shi had said that she liked him, so what did she have to be afraid of? So the eldest lady took Chen Shi's hand and stepped forward to say hello. However, Xiao Wu's words caught her off guard. Rongrong, you'd better go back and clean up first. The mark left by a bad guy on your neck is still there. The eldest lady turned her head and saw that there was indeed a patch of pink on her snow-white goose neck. It must have been left by Chen Shi's chewing. Ning Rongrong glared at Chen Shi shyly and hurried back to the room. If she went out and let others see her, it would be a joke. Rongrong went back, and Chen Shi and Xiao Wu were the only two people left in the corridor. Before the young man could speak, Xiao Wu squeezed into his arms and said sweetly, Chen Shi, how did you do today? My Xiao Wu is really becoming more and more obedient and cute. Of course, Chen Shi didn't hesitate to praise her, and kissed Xiao Nazai twice with a smirk. Xiao Wu had a look of enjoyment on her face, and her next sentence was meaningful, if you are so obedient during the day, you should also work hard at night. Then she actually started yelling viciously, when the time comes, Sister Xiao will drain you dry and hand over all the public rations. Chen Shi smiled helplessly, not to mention that you are the first to beg for mercy every time, not to mention that this is not public food, it is your private food. Xiao Wu frowned and said in disbelief, you haven't taken down the eldest lady yet. Hey, little girl, what are you thinking about all day long? Am I the kind of person who is impatient and impatient? Chen Shi knocked on Little Rabbit's forehead and felt angry. Xiao Wu pouted and secretly rejoiced, then I have to hurry up now. If there are more sisters in the future, I might not even be able to drink soup. Don't worry, with my ability, even if there are a few more Xiao Wus, I can feed you all. With the presence of a life affinity body, Chen Shi was very confident in saying this. Xiao Wu seemed to have thought of something, and a flush appeared on her face. Hey, bad guy, look how awesome you are. In the afternoon of that day, Chen Shi took the three girls on a tour of the town. but Ning Rongrong couldn't sleep again at night. The sound of bathing in Chen Shixiaohu's room next door was not right last time, and it didn't stop this time. Really, taking so many baths, are you going to cause a flood? Thank you all for your support. Please read, vote, subscribe, and give me 5-star praise. Chapter 72. Heading back to school, a visitor came in the middle of the night, an unexpected surprise. The next morning, Xiao Wu turned into a puddle of water and lay on top of Chen Shi. Xiao Nizai paid a heavy price for her nonsense yesterday. And Chen Shi, relying on his terrifying resilience, has long been resurrected with full blood, full of vitality and majestic appearance. Since she was still resting and waiting in the small town today, Chen Shi planned to let Xiao Wu catch up on her sleep, took out a pillow instead, and got out of bed lightly. After briefly washing up, Chen Shi ran into Ning Rongrong, who was sneaking outside as soon as he went out. When Chen Shi saw this, he couldn't help laughing and said, "Miss, what are you staring at the crack in the door so early in the morning?" Ning Rongrong was caught in action, her face was red and she still said harshly, Let me see if you guys are up." "Okay, let's go, I'll take you to have breakfast." Chen Shi didn't expose her, he smiled and took the girl's hand. Rongrong subconsciously looked back at the door. What about Xiao Wu? Why don't you ask her to come with you? Chen Shi shook his head. No, Xiao Wu practiced too late last night and is too tired to get out of bed now. I can just bring her up later. Oh, okay then. The corners of Rongrong's mouth raised. She wished she could be alone with Chen Shi, and the two walked downstairs together affectionately. Just like a couple in love, you take one bite and I finish the breakfast, which is not rich but extremely delicious, talking and laughing. Rongrong still wanted to continue to dominate Chen Shi, but Xiao Wu had already sent a call, so the two heroines had to take turns. As soon as Chen Shi returned to the room and walked to the bedside, Xiao Wu skillfully stretched out her long snow-white legs to pinch him, wrapped her arms around Chen Shi's neck and said delicately, "Bad guy, where have you been?" Chen Shi held Xiao Nizai's buttocks with his backhand, tilted his head and kissed her on the mouth. "Well, didn't I buy breakfast for you? Okay, go and wash up quickly, or you'll get cold later." Xiao Wu looked at the steaming breakfast, her heart warmed, and then she said coquettishly, "Then you can help me comb my hair later." Xiao Nizai has long hair that reaches her knees. She looks good, but it is also difficult to take care of. Chen Shi looked at her dotingly, "Okay." Hearing the response, Xiao Wu smiled with satisfaction. Every time she and Chen Shi had a romantic relationship, she liked to ask Chen Shi to help her comb her hair, as if this always brought her an inexplicable peace of mind. As for the comb with special meaning left by her mother, Xiao Wu had long given it to Chen Shi as a token of love. That afternoon, Zhao Wuji came back with Oscar. The two of them were in a state of embarrassment. It was obvious that they had encountered another accident while hunting the soul beast. But in the end, he successfully helped Oscar obtain the third soul ring. It was no longer the flying mushroom sausage of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb, but the stinking bitter sausage of another strange soul beast. This soul skill, as its name suggests, smells extremely foul, but after taking it, it can greatly improve a person's defense and negative resistance. Although the effect was not bad, Chen Shi was more looking forward to the reactions of Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Xiao Zizhen. If they eat this stinking bitter sausage, what kind of expression will they show? I'm sure you won't disappoint Chen Shi. Old Zayata was very tired after working hard for 2 days. He, a soul saint, was really tired after running into obstacles everywhere in the Stardow forest. So Zhao Wuji announced that he would take another day off tomorrow and return to school the day after tomorrow. Hearing the news, everyone cheered. After all, having an extra day of rest is no different from taking a vacation. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai looked at each other obscenely. The two fellow-minded people had already made arrangements. Even if they risk encountering the biochemical mother being infected, they will go to the brothel in this town tonight to find a lady to fried chicken. Xiao Wu and Rong Rong are also very happy, because here they can spend more time with Chen Shi. It has become normal for a man, 2 women, and 3 people to go shopping together. No one knows them anyway. With one person holding each other's arms, the handsome man and beautiful woman have become the most beautiful scenery in the town. And when it was time for dinner, they would drag Zhu Zuqing out to a restaurant together. At the end of the day, the smiles on Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong's faces never stopped. Although the little cat was more restrained, it is not difficult to tell that the mood is also very good. During the extra time during the day, Chen Shi would spend time alone with Rong Rong. No one knew why a man and a woman were alone in the room for so long. Every time at this time, Zhu Zuqing would take the initiative to leave the room in advance to provide the young couple with ample private space. As for the evening, it goes without saying. During the day, Chen Ji had so much fun with the eldest lady, and Xiao Wu worked so hard on him, squeezing her hard. Of course, the one who softens up first in the end will always be Xiao Wu, who overestimates his capabilities. But as the saying goes, happiness is conserved. When Chen Shi and others are happy, naturally some people are suffering. Zai Zai's triple injuries saved a small life, but he was unable to move and was bedridden. He stayed there alone, and he almost went crazy. The happy time is always short-lived. Early in the morning the day after tomorrow, Zhao Wuji wakes everyone up to go back to school and set off. As usual, they were still running forward. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun took turns carrying Tang San, while Chen Shi was responsible for the 2 girls Rong Rong and Zuqing. The distribution was very reasonable. Finally, after nearly a day of traveling, everyone returned to Shrek Academy outside Soto City in the evening. It's great, I'm finally back. As expected, I still like Sister Ruhua and your twins more. The wretched Ma Hongjun immediately thought of the roasted chickens in Soto City. Dai Mubai became anxious when he heard the word twins. Now, damn fat man, are you looking for a beating? If you dare to take advantage of them again, I will pluck out all your hair. Okay, stop arguing. You guys go back to the dormitory and rest quickly. I'll go find the dean and report to him about the trip. Zhao Wuji on the side couldn't stand listening anymore, and the 3 girls, Zhu Zuqing and Zhu Zuqing, all showed disgust in their eyes. When Lao Zhao spoke, the 2 of them had to stop. Everyone was tired and walked towards the dormitory. Xiao Wu and Rong Rong also reluctantly said goodbye to Chen Shi. It's not that little rabbit didn't want to continue sleeping with Chen Shi, but he was too indulgent in the small town these days. The little white rabbit has turned into a little pink rabbit. If you squeeze it any longer, it will probably swell into a little red rabbit. Chen Shi returned to the single-room cabin alone. It was okay after not living in it for a few days. He simply cleaned it and took a shower. Without a shirt on, exposing his upper body with perfect muscular lines, Chen Shi sat on the bed, planning to sort out the data of the past few days before going to bed. Half an hour later, when Chen Shi finished his work and was about to take a rest, there was a dong 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 knock on the door outside the house. Chen Shi's first reaction was that Xiao Wu couldn't help but sneak up on him again. The corners of her mouth raised slightly, and she deliberately walked to the door without replying. The next moment, he suddenly opened the door and without giving him a chance to react, he pulled the girl standing outside into his arms. But the moment he bought it, Chen Shi realized, there was something wrong with the size. Why is it so big? Taking a closer look, where is Xiao Wu he is holding? It's clearly Zhu Zuqing the little cat. Thank you all for your support, please read, subscribe, vote, and give me 5-star praise. Chapter 73 Zhu Zuqing came to your door, please take off all your clothes. A fragrance completely different from that of Xiao Wu and Rong Rong hit their faces. The big and soft touch was definitely a size that the 2 women could not reach at the moment. Chen Shi also experienced for the first time what it means to be unable to grasp it with one hand. The little cat can't stand the lost energy of a young man. Ever since he was a child, let alone his fiancée, when has that part of his body been rubbed like this by the opposite sex? Zhu Zuking's face quickly covered with red clouds, and she quickly pushed Chen Shi away to dodge. She covered her unstoppable chest with her small hands, and her cold eyes were filled with shame and anger. Chen Shi also realized at this time that he had just offended the beauty, and smiled awkwardly but politely, "I'm sorry, Zuking, I didn't know it was you outside. It's only been a few days since school started, and a lot of things happened in the meantime, so the last two words of Zuking have been omitted by Chen Shi." Zhu Zuking originally wanted to refute him, "Could it be that you were the other two girls and could you attack them directly like this? But if you think about it carefully, if it were Xiaowu and Rongrong, Chen Shi probably wouldn't be able to get started as easily." The scene was silent for a few seconds. After the two of them calmed down a little, Chen Shi spoke again, "By the way, Zuking, why did you come to see me so late?" When it came to serious matters, Zhu Zuking clenched his little hands and mustered up the courage to raise his head, as if he was a little embarrassed. "Chen Shi, do you still remember what you said to me the night before?" Chen Shi was stunned for a moment. He had already thought of something in his mind, but he still asked deliberately, "Zuking, which sentence is it?" The little cat thought that Chen Shi really didn't remember, and felt a little disappointed in her heart at the same time, so she had to repeat it. "You said at that time that when I made up my mind, I would come to the cabin to find you at night." After hearing this, Chen Shi looked like he suddenly realized something. Oh, of course I remember this. Isn't it just about making the Wuhan mecha? Then Zuking, have you figured it out now?" Faced with the inquiry again, this time Zhu Zuking nodded heavily, "Well, I am willing to sign a contract with you." After this period of hard work, Kitty was hit hard by reality time and time again. First, there was the Soto Great Soul Fighting Arena. With her soul power level of 27, except for participating in 2-on-2 matches with Xiao Wu, she almost always lost in one-on-one battles, and she suffered a lot of frustration. And this time on the way to and from the Star Forest, her endurance shortcomings were also exposed. When Ning Rongrong summoned the glazed mecha, she was not even as good as an auxiliary soul master. Finally hunting the soul beast in the process, his actual combat was useless. Once he encountered a powerful guy, he would be in danger and could only rely on Chen Shi to rescue him. All kinds of setbacks and blows forced Zhu Zuking to admit a cruel reality: she was too weak, too cowardly, and too useless. Originally she had fantasized about relying on her own strength to fight for freedom and break the constraints of the family, but now it seems ridiculous. The game started off against the odds and she was not as talented as others. After much thought, Zhu Zuking decided that the only way to break the impasse was to find Chen Shi to change her future. Chen Shi had expected Zhu Zuking to come to him. After all, the foreshadowing had been laid long ago. P.S. See chapter 48 for details. But what he didn't expect was that the little cat would be so good at finding opportunities. The day he chose was not tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, but happened to be tonight when Xiaowu and Rongrong were both resting in the dormitory. It seems that Zhu Zuking had made sufficient preparations and had found a good opportunity to steal someone. "Chen Shi, does that agreement no longer count?" Seeing that Chen Shi didn't reply, the kitten couldn't help but get nervous. The young man waved his hands. "How could that be, Zuking? I have been waiting for you." Zhu Zuking was delighted when she heard this. "Then Chen Shi, can we start tonight?" Chen Shi smiled slightly. "Of course, let's go to the grove where you trained last time." "Yeah, okay." The kitten agreed and led the way. Chen Shi followed behind her to enjoy the scenery. As for why he didn't bring Zhu Zuking to the cabin to complete the contract, Chen Shi had his own considerations. The small wooden house is where he and Xiaowu make love, and the stream in the back mountain is where he and Rongrong have a tryst. Although Chen Shi is passionate, he is not promiscuous. He hopes that his heroines can have a place of memories that belongs to them alone. So if nothing unexpected happens, the grove they go to next will belong to Zhu Zuqing. The bright moonlight shines on the path in the forest, making the remote and deserted grove even more quiet. Returning to the place where I trained with Zhu Zuqing that night, the scratches on the surrounding tree trunks were still clearly visible. This was definitely the place. Are you ready, Zuqing? Chen Shi looked at the big lay girl in front of him without blinking. Zhu Zuqing nodded again to confirm, but then she said, by the way, Chen Shi, can I ask you a question before we start? You practice so hard, what is your goal? Chen Shi is the most talented and powerful person Zhu Zuqing has ever seen in this age group. She is very curious about why a genius like him practices. It must be different from someone like her. However, Chen Shi's answer was beyond her expectations. In this world, strength is the standard for measuring everything. As long as someone is stronger than you, he can restrict or even control everything about you. So in order to control my own destiny, I must become stronger than anyone, whether human or god. Chen Shi was well aware of all the secrets on the Douluo continent, so his goal from the beginning was not to become the ultimate Douluo, but to achieve godhood and make those gods who looked down on all living beings tremble. Although it's a bit far-fetched to talk about this now, but since the little punk can do it, why can't he, Chen Shi, do it? Zhu Zuqing looked at Chen Shi's aura that suddenly changed, and she was also shocked. Freedom and destiny, the two people's pursuits seem to coincide, but Chen Shi considers bigger, longer term, and more. At this moment, Zhu Zuqing suddenly felt a sense of belonging as if she had found a companion and confidant, and Chen Shi's image became even more majestic in her heart. Okay, we've strayed off topic. Let's get back to the point. Chen Shi and the girl smiled at each other, then stretched out his right hand, summoned the smart chip, and opened up the virtual field. The kitten had already experienced the magic of the sci-fi space last time, so he was much calmer this time. However, he still couldn't help looking around, curiously watching Chen Shi's dazzling operations. The data of the Nether Spirit Cat was used by Chen Shi when he updated the Nether White Tiger 2nd generation mecha, so it was well preserved in the file. According to the normal procedures, the martial soul data is in place. Now we just need to scan the girl's body data and combine them to preliminarily complete the model of the martial soul mecha. But after looking at Zhu Zuqing, who had a baby face and big breasts, Chen Shi suddenly had an idea. Zhu Qing, we need to observe your body proportions to manufacture the spirit mecha. So next, please take off all your clothes. Thank you all for your support. Please read on, vote, subscribe, and give a 5-star rating. Chapter 74 Naked Little Kitten, Full Body Checkup. After these words were spoken, Zhu Zuqing could no longer remain calm. Taking off all clothes and so on, this requirement was too much. The kitten stepped back subconsciously. If someone else had said this, she would have slapped him with the Tathagata palm and then turned and left. But he is not someone else but Chen Shi, the man who did not lie to himself and can really build a martial arts mecha. Miss Ning Rongrong is an obvious example. She hesitated and missed the opportunity that night. As a result, within a few days, Ning Rongrong summoned the glass mecha and made a grand appearance. When Zhu Zuqing saw it, she was very envious. Ning Rongrong, who was originally one level behind her, has now broken through to level 27 with the help of the mecha. We will definitely overtake them completely. When that time comes, Zhu Zuqing will be the last one among everyone. This is definitely a heavy blow to the little kitten who has a strong sense of self-esteem and an immense desire for power. After a fierce inner ideological struggle, Zhu Zuqing finally withdrew her steps. Chen Shi, do you really have to take off all your clothes? Zhu Zuqing clenched the corner of her clothes with her little hands and bit her lower lip, saying it very embarrassedly. Although the shy kitten is very cute, Chen Shi still wants to see the girl's broad mind. Don't worry, Zuking, your safety and privacy can be absolutely guaranteed in my virtual space. To be honest, Chen Shi just wants to keep the kitten's secret to himself, and all measures must be in place to protect it. But after saying this, Zhu Zuking still stared at Chen Shi. Her eyes seemed to say, even if there is no one else, you have seen her naked. Chen Shi understood what she meant and immediately came up with a solution. Zhu Qing, if you are really embarrassed, I will cover your eyes with a black belt. That should be fine, right? Don't ask where the black ribbon came from. It's just a small toy that Chen Shi and Xiaowu used to add fun to the bed. Without giving Zhu Zuking more time to think, Chen Shi tied on his black belt and turned his back. Zhu Qing, when you are ready, just call me. The little cat put her hand on her belt. If she continued to move forward, she would never be able to turn back. She would completely fall into the open trap set by a bad guy. Chen Shi, was it the same when you built the mecha for Xiaowu and Rong Rong? Zhu Zuking asked this question at last, intending to make up her mind from this. Upon hearing this, Chen Shi affirmed without hesitation, of course, they are all very cooperative. Someone was playing word games again, only saying to cooperate but not saying how to cooperate. After getting Chen Shi's response, Zhu Zuking finally made her choice. She raised her jade hands and untied her belt. The black tights wrapped around her delicate body slipped off, revealing a large area of snow white. Then he took off his leather pants and leather boots, and the kitten's beautiful feet and legs that had never been seen before finally showed their true appearance. Due to Zhu Zuking's advanced development, she had to wear a bra at an early age, and with that, a pair of small panties. This bikini outfit made the girl feel ashamed. But Chen Shi required her to take off all the clothes. Zhu Zuking had no choice but to grit her teeth and take off the remaining underwear. But halfway through, the girl couldn't help herself and cried softly, Chen Shi, can you just leave 2 more pieces? It was the first time that Chen Shi heard Zhu Zuking cry. Previously, when they encountered the Titan giant ape in the Xingda forest, the kitten was scared but remained calm. I didn't expect that today, just by talking to her, she actually started crying. Chen Shi didn't mean to do that, so he quickly said, it's okay, Zhu Qing, 2 pieces of underwear won't make a difference. After hearing this, Zhu Zuking finally recovered and sniffed. She didn't have time to think about why Chen Shi didn't tell her in advance. Instead, she said gratefully in her heart, thank you, Chen Shi. Zhu Zuking hurriedly put on her panties, fastened her bra, and after calming down, she looked at the figure in front of her and whispered, Chen Shi, I'm ready. After receiving the news, Chen Shi was cheered up, then he slowly turned around and was stunned on the spot. Although Chen Shi's eyes are covered by a black belt, you have to know that this is his virtual space. Anything that happened in this world could be projected into his mind with a picture quality better than 8K ultra clear. He had just resisted the urge to peek, but now when he turned around, he was really shocked. What is rough sea? What does it mean to be tolerant and great? At this moment, Zhu Zuking displayed these 2 words vividly in front of Chen Shi. No wonder the little cat refused to take off the last 2 pieces. If it were someone else, they could still cover the 3 points without any clothes on, but Zhu Zuking's 2 hands were not enough because the area was too large to cover it at all. Chen Shi was in a trance and didn't move at all. Zhu Zuking thought something was wrong with him. When she came to her senses, she immediately pretended not to see anything. The young man fumbled around in the air, shouting, Zhu Qing, where are you? The kitten subconsciously stretched out his hand to guide, but as soon as he touched it, he was held in someone's palm. Oh, found it! Holding hands and walking towards the girl, without the blocking of clothes, the fragrance of Zhu Zuking was more obvious. Leaning closer, Chen Shi swallowed and said, Zhu Qing, shall I start? The girl replied in a voice as soft as a mosquito, Chen Shi took the opportunity to glance down, and she was indeed so beautiful that one couldn't even see her toes when looking down. In order not to scare the kitten right away, Chen Shi started from the waist first. With his big hands together, he could almost hug the girl's slender and flat waist. Then they gradually climbed to the top, and Chen Shi could clearly feel Zhu Zuking's body tense. Without going too far, Chen Shi roughly reviewed it and found that the size could not be grasped by one hand, so he spared the little cat that had begun to tremble. Although Chen Shi's direct measurement method seems a bit shameless, it is indeed accurate enough. After all, he mainly relies on a trace of electric arc in his hand to collect information. The temperature of the big hand plus the feeling of electric shock, if it were Xiao Wu, the girl would probably have fallen into Chen Shi's arms with a dazed look in her eyes. 2 of the 3 measurements have been obtained, leaving only the leg measurement. It will be more convenient for Chen Shi to squat down. Unlike Xiaowu and Rongrong's skinny legs, Zhu Zuking's thighs have a hint of flesh, but they feel just right to the touch, and the feel is perfect. Thighs, calves all the way down, there is only one part left. Zuking, please lift your feet. Ah? Do you want your feet to be tested too? Facing the girl's doubts, Chen Shi said seriously, of course, is it possible that you want your mecha to have no shoes to wear in the future? When Zhu Zuking heard this, she remembered that Knight Xiaowu and Rongrong fought to put their little feet into Chen Shi's arms. After a little struggle, she also raised her feet and gently placed them on Chen Shi's hand. As expected, the white and tender feet are not big, but they are the most meticulous and take the longest time. After Chen Shi measured the girl's body proportions, he just stood up. As a result, Zhu Zuking's legs weakened and he fell forward because he had raised one leg for too long. What a coincidence, I happened to hit Chen Shi with the ball. In the rush, I accidentally tore off someone's blindfolded black ribbon. The next moment, Chen Shi and Zhu Zuking looked directly at each other, and they could see each other's figures in their eyes. Thank you all for your support, please read, subscribe, vote, and give me 5-star praise. Chapter 75, The Civet Mecha is easily damaged when its defense is broken. P.S. The illustration is at the back, everyone is welcome to like and check in. Their eyes met within a short distance, and Zhu Zuking's little face began to turn red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Through Chen Shi's eyes, the little cat can even clearly see his whole body exposed. 3-point bikini, a strong sense of shame suddenly hit her, and then she burst out with the highest pitched scream since her appearance. Ah! Don't look! Zhu Zuking quickly covered Chen Shi's eyes with his little hands. Although the latter's line of sight was blocked, he still had his delicate body in his arms. One hand was placed on the girl's smooth jade back, and the other hand was supporting her perky peach buttocks. It was a different kind of beauty. Zhu Zuking also noticed something strange in his body. He glanced at the position of someone's hands and immediately blushed and shouted. Chen Shi, turn around quickly. I need to change clothes. Oh, okay. Chen Shi nodded in agreement, raised his hands to show his innocence, and slowly turned around. When only the back of the boy was left, Zhu Zuking retracted his little hand and moved away with the ball, and the pressure on someone's back disappeared. Afraid of another accident or Chen Shi suddenly looking back, Zhu Zuking took the time to put on tights, leather pants, and leather boots. Beautiful feet and beautiful legs, a large expanse of snow-white color is gradually obscured by disgusting clothes. But sometimes having a good figure is a worry. In desperation, the damn tights got stuck by 2 tall peaks and I couldn't put it on. Zhu Zuking bit her lower lip, anxious. Chen Shi heard the movement behind him and spoke to comfort him. It's okay, Zuking, the night is still long, let's take our time. After hearing this, the little kitten calmed down a little, took a deep breath, bent down and closed her chest, and finally successfully put on her clothes. Chen Shi, I'm fine. Calling softly, the young man turned around and looked at Zhu Zuking, whose face was still a little rosy and unnatural. Chen Shi smiled. Facing Chen Shi again, even though he had already put on his coat this time, Xiao Mao still felt like he was being ignored. And the accident just now was taken advantage of by someone, but it was also her fault. Otherwise, how could she have jumped into someone's arms and pulled off her black belt? So the sensible Zhu Zuqing knew that it was not Chen Shi's fault, it was her own fault. While the kitten was still thinking wildly, Chen Shi suddenly stepped forward, pointed at the collar of the girl's clothes that had not been taken care of in a hurry, and said with a smile, "Zuqing, you see you are in a hurry, you haven't even put away your clothes yet. Woolen cloth." With that said, Chen Shi stretched out his hand to help organize it. "Hey? No, I can just do it myself." Before Zhu Zuqing could finish her words, Chen Shi had already placed his hands on her neck, with gentle eyes and smoothing out the wrinkles on her collar carefully. As a young girl in love, Zhu Zuqing had never experienced anything like this before. He raised his hand and retracted it, his face flushed, and he did not dare to look at her. "Okay, this is how it looks good." Chen Shi stopped working. His clothes were disheveled before, and those who didn't know thought he had done something to Zhu Zuqing. Now he looked much more comfortable. The little kitten shyly whispered thank you, and Chen Shi smiled back. "The welfare session is over, step back, and I'm going to start the operation next." "Hey, Siri. Attribute Zhu Zuqing's data into the goddess file." Instruction received and being executed. Goddess File 3, Zhu Zuqing, Wuhan Netherworld Civet, data collection rate 90%. Such a high degree of data collection is all thanks to Chen Shi getting started directly and slowly exploring his skin inch by inch. Isn't it high? After the goddess document was established, Chen Shi looked at the girl. "Zuqing, shall we start?" Although the fact that she was considered a goddess by Chen Shi made Xiao Mao feel ripples in her heart, what she was most concerned about now was the Wuhan mecha. Chen Shi also gradually entered the state. "Siri, combine Zuqing's data, use her as the body, and start designing the mecha." The host starts the creative mode and activates the mecha master function. Design object, Zhu Zuqing. Template data, Zhu Zuqing Martial Soul Nether Civet. Mecha creation officially begins. Since the virtual space had already been launched and the data had been collected, a model of a humanoid mecha soon appeared in front of Zhu Zuqing. As the data was improved and the soul power was filled, a mecha that encompassed the characteristics of the Nether Civet and catered to Zhu Zuqing's figure was born. P.S. The author couldn't find a suitable picture of a mecha with cat ears, so I hope everyone understands. If you have a good picture, you can add me in the group. The creation is completed, the mecha is in place. Name, Civet Mecha. Characteristics, all-round attribute improvement, retaining and strengthening the attack and agility of the Ghost Civet, while focusing on greatly enhancing the speed attribute. Mecha Soul Skill, it is Zhu Zuqing's soul skill, based on which the Soul Ring skill effect is enhanced. Extra passive skill, defense breaking and vulnerability. When the attack causes multiple damage, it will continuously tear apart the enemy's defense, lasting until the end of the battle. In order to let Zhu Zuqing more intuitively see the improvement brought by Wuhan Mecha, Chen Shi directly pulled the attribute panel in front of her to display it. The little kitten read it word for word, her mouth slightly opened, and the shock in her heart was unspeakable. Not to mention the numerous improvements in basic attributes and soul ring effects, just the last defense-breaking vulnerability was enough to drive her crazy. Why does Zhu Zuqing always end up defeated every time he encounters a warrior or tank-type soul master in a challenge? It wasn't because he couldn't break through the defenses, couldn't effectively attack the enemy, and finally exhausted his soul and physical strength that he found himself in trouble. Although the Nether Civet Cat's attack speed is fast enough, it really can't stand up to Gua Shat. But if there is a defense-breaking vulnerability, then Zhu Zuqing's high attack speed can maximize its cost-effectiveness. No matter how high the opponent's defense is, under Kitty's Netherworld 100 clause, it only takes a few rounds for the defense to return to 0. From now on, Zhu Zuqing no longer has to worry about others being able to rely on defense to drag her to death. How do you feel, Zuqing? Chen Shi walked to the girl's side and asked softly. Chen Shi, I want this mecha, okay? Zhu Zuqing raised his head excitedly, almost stuttering with excitement. Chen Shi smiled slightly, of course you can, it was originally tailor-made for you. By the way, are you satisfied with the appearance of this mecha? There's still time to make changes. The two of them looked at the civet mecha at the same time. Although it didn't seem to have any cat-like features on the outside, it actually hid a secret. The overall streamlined design and the light armor covering the whole body are to achieve more extreme speed. The red pupil eyepiece not only widens the field of view, but also has night vision capabilities like a cat. The color combination of dark black and silver gray, with some gold armor embellishments, is enough for the ghost civet to hide in the dark, thus realizing the assassin's fatal surprise attack. After admiring the appearance of the mecha, Zhu Zuqing nodded heavily. Well, I like it very much. Due to the characteristics of martial arts and personal personality, Xiao Mao wants this kind of light clothing without being too flashy. It can be said that it suits her perfectly. However, Zhu Zuqing did not rush forward, because she knew that there was still one last step left between herself and this mecha, signing a contract. Thank you all for your support, please read, subscribe, vote, and give me 5-star praise. Chapter 76 Zhu Zuqing captured the heart, cold on the outside and hot on the inside. Chen Shi, as long as I sign the contract with you, will it be considered successful? The request mentioned last time was still fresh in Zhu Zuqing's memory, so he asked based on his guess. Chen Shi nodded, that's right, you can't put on this mecha yet. You must sign a contract before you can be recognized. Immediately afterwards, Chen Shi reiterated to her the principle of mutual benefit and win-win in the goddess contract. Zuqing, the contract is just as I said. Do you have any questions? Without too much hesitation, Xiao Mao shook her head decisively. She had already thought it through before coming to see Chen Shi tonight. What's more, after this trip to the Stardow Forest, Zhu Zuqing's favor and trust in Chen Shi also changed dramatically. The kitten is just accustomed to using coldness to protect herself, but it does not mean that she is an emotionless person. On the contrary, due to his special family background and life experience, Zhu Zuqing cherishes everyone who is good to him even more than most people. Roommates, friends, besties, and Chen Shi's feelings that she still can't define in her heart. After all, he is a man who twice took huge risks to save himself from danger, and at the same time, he also looked at and touched his own body. Chen Shi saw the girl's determination and showed a satisfied smile. By the way, Zuqing, signing the contract is a matter between two people, and I will need your help later. No problem, if there's anything I can do, just tell me. Zhu Zuqing looked serious. Chen Shi had already built the mecha, and she didn't want to be held back because of herself. Chen Shi was waiting for her words. He opened his right hand and something like a soul ring appeared on the smart chip. In the previous discussion, Zhu Zuqing had understood the significance of the goddess contract to Chen Shi, but she did not know how to perform the specific operations and could only wait blankly for the young man's instructions. Zuqing, hold my hand and leave the rest to me. Chen Shi took a step forward, narrowed the distance between the two, held his little hands, and then intertwined their fingers. Chen Shi remained calm, but Zhu Zuqing blushed, not because of holding hands, but because the tall mountain peak was almost leaning on someone. Don't be nervous, take a deep breath. Chen Shi pretended not to know and continued to guide, but the girl couldn't relax at all. As the two of them got closer, the mountain peak was about to be crushed. The little kitten's pretty face turned red, and the squeezing felt too shameful, but he didn't dare to disturb Chen Shi at this time, for fear of affecting the contract. However, when the girl was still worried about the giant R on her chest, Chen Shi suddenly called her, Zuking. The kitten subconsciously raised her head, and the moment her eyes met, Chen Shi leaned down and bit her red mouth directly. When the lips overlapped and Chen Shi kissed her, Zhu Zuking's brain immediately shut down and went blank. The girl had never thought that Chen Shi was interested in her, but she quickly put aside this narcissistic thought. After all, she didn't feel that she was better than girls like Xiaowu and Rongrong. She was taciturn, had a boring personality, and had no outstanding strength or talent. At this time, Zhu Zuking was a little unsure of herself. As for her prematurely developed figure, it has brought her a lot of troubles, so it is not considered a plus in the kitten's mind. But now that he was indeed being kissed by Chen Shi, and various inexplicable factors were causing trouble in his heart, Zhu Zuking did not immediately think about pushing away the man who took away his first kiss, but instead looked at him with confusion. At this time, Chen Shi also noticed something was wrong. He let go of his mouth without kissing for a while, and looked at each other again. He read a lot of things from the kitten's eyes. If at this moment, Chen Shi said that this was a necessary step in the goddess contract, Zhu Zuking would regard this as the answer to the question in his heart. Then the kissing will be treated as a task just like the previous session where you were required to take off your clothes. But this is not what Chen Shi wants. What he pursues from beginning to end is spiritual blending and then physical union. Chen Shi admitted that Zhu Zuking's devilish figure made people's blood boil, but what he wanted was not a toy doll with a huge R, but a living lover with feelings. Thinking of this, Chen Shi reached out and touched the girl's face, met her eyes, and said softly, Zuking, actually, I lied to you. The object of the goddess contract must not only have both good looks and strength, but she must also be the girl I like. Chen Shi's sudden words made Zhu Zuking even more panicked. This was the answer she least wanted to hear, but the one she was most looking forward to. The last thing she wanted to hear was that because her love was too heavy, she couldn't confirm her feelings for Chen Shi. And the most anticipated thing in her heart is also the truest thought in her heart. Isn't she the age when a girl's heart is ready to move? When Chen Shi saw this, he also struck while the iron was hot. Since the kitten had feelings for him, everything would be easy to talk about. Zuking, the goddess contract is my love letter of confession, and the martial soul mecha is my love token for you, so are you still willing to accept it? Zhu Zuking looked at Chen Shi stupidly. Listening to his words, the girl's heart was severely touched and she could no longer maintain her original calm. When the atmosphere was in place, Chen Shi kissed her again without hesitation, and Zhu Zuking didn't stop or avoid it. As emotions burst out between her lips, she also made a choice. While carefully responding to Chen Shi's enthusiasm, he recalled all the things between the two. The pursuit of freedom and destiny is the sense of belonging like a confidant. Standing up before death is a moment that will be remembered for a lifetime. A little help in daily life is an extremely reliable peace of mind. Zhu Zuking was actually a person who was cold on the outside and hot on the inside. When all these emotions came to her heart, she realized that compared to any other fiancé, Chen Shi was so excellent, so compatible, and so lovable. This time is the first kiss in the true sense. The two of you come and go and enjoy the sweetness together. Soon, a weak electric current hit, and the kitten's body suddenly felt numb, and she fell directly into the boy's arms. The contract begins, soul power and spiritual power are being linked. Zuking, don't be afraid, I'm here. Chen Shi's voice came from the girl's mind. This was a successful spiritual link. Well, okay. Zhu Zuking immediately felt relieved after hearing Chen Shi's words. With the cooperation of the girl, Chen Shi also seized the time and continued to communicate in depth. Soon, Zhu Zuking felt that he was wrapped in a ball of warmth, his mind was empty, and he narrowed his eyes in comfort. I don't know how long it took, but Cirrus' voice suddenly sounded in Chen Shi's mind. Goddess contract, binding successful. Contractor, Chen Shi. Contract object, Zhu Zuqing. Contract takes effect, soul power feedback, unilateral mental power sharing, data sharing has been enabled. Thank you all for your support. Please read, subscribe, vote, and give me 5-star praise. Chapter 77. A girl who expresses her emotions, my love has no mercy. As usual, although the contract has been successful, how could Chen Shi be willing to let the kitten go? The delicious taste on the tip of the tongue, coupled with Zhu Zuqing's green response, is simply irresistible. Hu. After their lips parted for a long time, Zhu Zuqing lowered her head and leaned on Chen Shi's chest, her face flushed and she was breathing heavily. The wonderful feeling just now was something she had never experienced before. So was this kissing the person she liked? No wonder Xiaowu and Rongrong loved to cling to him so much. Chen Shi hugged the girl with one hand, cupped the side of her face with the other, and said softly, Zuqing, you are so beautiful. You, don't keep saying these embarrassing words, I can't compare to Xiaowu and Rongrong. The little kitten, who was not confident in her heart, heard so many love words all of a sudden. Where can I stand it? When I get nervous, I stutter again. No, Zuqing, you will always be unique in my heart. Isn't the goddess contract the best proof? Chen Shi leaned over and kissed Zhu Zuqing's snow-white gooseneck, and his words directly touched the girl's heart. The little kitten never thought that she could be so loved and pampered by others. A trace of tears flashed in her eyes when she looked at Chen Shi. Fool, why are you crying? Chen Shi wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes, thinking of the girl's life experience and experiences, and couldn't help but pity. Zuqing, no matter what happens in the future, I will always be by your side and never leave you. As soon as these words came out, the most sensitive part of Zhu Zuqing's heart was touched, and she couldn't bear it anymore. The girl threw herself on Chen Shi and cried loudly, venting her grievances and pain over the years. Born into an aristocratic family in the Douluo Empire, Zhu Zuqing did not care about power or status and yearned for freedom. However, she became a victim of political marriage since she was a child. She didn't care about the princess at all, but for this reason, her sister Zhu Ziyun turned against her and even tried to kill her many times. As a last resort, little Kitty chose to run away from home and traveled across mountains and rivers to Soto City. She originally placed her last hope on her fiancé, but all she saw was endless disappointment. With an unbearable past and a confused future, Chen Shi suddenly broke into her world like a ray of light, leaving behind indelible memories. Chen Shi did not disturb the girl who was already crying in her arms. At this innocent and romantic age, she really had to bear too much and endured for too long. Let her vent her emotions tonight. After an unknown amount of time, the crying gradually stopped. Zhu Zuqing raised her head and found that Chen Shi's clothes were wet with her own tears. She hurriedly said in a panic, I'm sorry, Chen Shi, I didn't mean it. Chen Shi patted her perky peach butt with his backhand, and said deliberately and seriously, don't say sorry for this kind of thing in the future. What's a piece of clothing? It can't even compare to a hair of yours. Zhu Zuqing looked at the young man and his face turned red. After hesitating for a moment, he carefully asked, Chen Shi, you like me, do you like me because you pity me? Chen Shi looked at the girl's big eyes that were red from crying, and said seriously, if you like me, you like me. Do you think I am the kind of person who would give up my feelings for the sake of pity? When their eyes met, Zhu Zuqing quickly buried his head in Chen Shi's chest. Although he didn't say anything, the slightly raised corners of his mouth could not hide the girl's happy heart. Seeing this, Chen Shi smiled evilly and bit the kitten's face again. Okay, Zuqing, go try the mecha and see how it goes. At this time, the girl also remembered that there was something about mechas. Compared with the desire for power in pursuit of freedom at the beginning, she now had one more reason. She likes Chen Shi, and she wants to be with Chen Shi forever, so she must practice hard so that she can keep up with him. Holding hands, the two walked to the civet mecha. Sure enough, after signing the contract with Chen Shi, they felt different. Somehow, this mecha seemed to be born just for her. Her name is Civet Cat, named after your martial spirit, Netherworld Civet Cat. Chen Shi tightened Zooking's little hand and introduced softly. When the little cat heard this, he was particularly pleased with the feeling of being cared for and taken seriously. He moved his fingers slightly as if in response to Chen Shi. Then Zhu Zooking stepped forward and put his handprint on the core of the mecha. The next moment, the civet mecha turned into a black shadow and enveloped the girl. The kitten seems to be wearing a layer of black gauze, and the data has been materialized in a hazy moment, directly covering everything. Contract partner Zhu Zooking, the civet mecha, is dressed. At the same time, a panel of data about her appeared in front of Chen Shi on time. Her vital signs, soul power strength, etc. were all clear. How do you feel, Zooking? Chen Shi asked with concern, looking at the girl who could not hide her proud figure even if she put on the mecha. The little kitten clenched her hands and felt the powerful power filling her body. She felt that she could beat Zhu Zooking now. That's right, she was beating herself, but one put on the mecha and the other stayed the same. The difference between the front and back was unimaginable. Chen Shi, this civet mecha is really awesome. Even with Zhu Zooking's cool personality, he was excited, and Chen Shi also smiled with satisfaction. Zooking, do you feel like you can't use all your strength now, and your hands are itching unbearably? The girl nodded repeatedly. She had just moved her body. Even if she didn't use all her strength, her speed was faster than before. In that case, what are you waiting for? Let me practice with you. Chen Shi put away the virtual space and geared up. He also wanted to see if the defense-breaking vulnerability was as powerful as he thought. When Zhu Zooking heard this, his eyes lit up. If Chen Shi was willing to train with her, that would be great. But it's already so late. Will it delay your rest? Although the relationship between the two has improved by leaps and bounds, Xiao Mao is still not used to trouble others too much. Chen Shi then smiled, why are you so polite to me? Zooking, your business is my business. Hearing what Chen Shi said, Xiao Mao couldn't help but feel happy and agreed. No different than the previous sparring, this time Zhu Zooking had a civet mecha, and his strength had surpassed several levels, so Chen Shi had to be more serious. But there is no need to send the nether white tiger, and the phoenix mecha is not suitable for fighting against the civet. Thinking about it, Chen Shi suddenly, an old friend appeared in the room. Okay, my friend, it's you. Wind Wolf Pro Max, Fusion. The big bad wolf fights the little cat, both sides are eager to try. Zhu Qing, let's make it clear first, the loser will be punished later. Chen Shi didn't say what the punishment was, but Zhu Zooking vaguely guessed something and began to look forward to it. After looking at each other, the competition began, and the two instantly turned into after images and moved forward. Thank you for your support, please subscribe, vote, and give a 5-star rating. Chapter 78 Kissing Actively, she seems to have a fever. The Wind Wolf and the Civet Mecha are actually similar in nature, both are speed-type agile attack mechas. Originally, the Wind Wolf was about to be put into the database, but after trying it today, Chen Shi found that it was perfect for training girls. In the grove, the green storm and a black shadow shuttled back and forth, creating gusts of wind and leaves flying everywhere. When she was sparring with the kitten before, she always stabbed out her claws and tried her best to defeat Chen Shi. But today, Zhu Zooking's strength has increased greatly, but her offensive is not as fierce as before, and she always feels a little timid. Chen Shi noticed that something was wrong with the girl, seized the opportunity to teleport behind the civet cat, and then locked her hands and pressed them against the tree trunk. The sudden attack caught Zhu Zooking off guard, and she was forced to look up and stick out her peach buttocks, presenting an extremely shameful posture. Zuking, do you want to be punished by me? Why do you feel not serious at all? Chen Shi slapped the girl's perky buttocks with a slap. The force was not strong, but it was particularly stimulating. Zhu Zuking blushed and said shyly, "No, I didn't." Chen Shi leaned over and smiled wickedly, "Then you are afraid of hurting me, so you dare not go all out." This time the little cat didn't reply again, which was considered as tacit agreement. As Chen Shi said, it was fine before, but Zhu Zuking was moved today and couldn't be cruel to him. "Stupid, I came to accompany you to train. If you are like this, what's the point? Besides, only the winner has the right to choose. Don't you have anything you want me to do?" Chen Shi felt warm in his heart for the girl's thoughts, but in comparison, he still hoped that the girl could return to a state of full enthusiasm. The little cat also woke up after hearing the boy's words. Chen Shi would rather sacrifice his rest time to accompany him to train. How could she do nothing and waste it? "Zhu Zuking, you are confused." "Chen Shi, I understand, I want to win, I want to defeat you." The girl looked back at Chen Shi, with a blazing fighting spirit in her eyes. "Good, good, very impressive." Chen Shi first praised with a smile, then patted her hips with his backhand, and then he let go of the kitten after satisfying his desire. The two confronted each other again. Zhu Zuking took a deep breath to relieve her shyness, and then ejected her claws, flashing cold light. Chen Shi also fully respected the girl, and the lone wolf blood blade stabbed out, which was also full of deterrence. The battle was about to break out, and the terrifying speed of the outbreak made it difficult to capture their figures. From time to time, there were scratches on the surrounding tree trunks, which further reflected the fierceness. The hearty pleasure of the battle, one wave after another, made people unable to stop. An hour later. Ahoo! Zhu Zuking had put away the spirit cat Mecha, and one hand was placed on the tree to support her body. Her black hair was already soaked with sweat, tightly attached to the perfect S-shaped curve. Chen Shi walked forward and looked down from his angle. He could just appreciate the girl's fullness that seemed to be about to burst out with her breathing. It was difficult to see the whole picture even if he explored the deep V with his eyes. The kitten noticed someone's malicious gaze and stretched out his little hand to cover his chest, showing a cute expression of rebuke. Chen Shi was caught red-handed and smiled. Just as he was about to get closer, the girl suddenly stepped back and began to hide from him. "No, Zuking, what are you doing?" Chen Shi was puzzled. He just kissed and hugged her, but now he denied it. Zhu Zuking whispered shyly, "I'm all sweaty now, so there will be a smell." Chen Shi laughed out loud when he heard it, and when the girl was not paying attention, he teleported and hugged her. "What do you mean by sweaty and smelly? Let me smell it. Isn't it fragrant? What's more, I have sweat on my body too. We sweaty people have to stay together." Chen Shi kissed the kitten's face while talking. What was the beautiful girl sweating? That's called fragrant sweat. Zhu Zuking lowered her head shyly, her pretty face flushed, her heart was helpless and sweet to someone. Chen Shi leaned close to the girl's ear and said with a sly smile, "By the way, Zuking, I won the competition just now, are you ready to accept the request?" Zhu Zuking didn't dare to look at Chen Shi, and after a moment of silence, she whispered, "Yet." Chen Shi then held the girl's face and looked into her eyes. Just when Zhu Zuking was ready to kiss, he suddenly said, "Zuking, I kissed you first before, this time you take the initiative, okay?" After saying that, Chen Shi closed his eyes without giving the kitten a chance to refuse. Zhu Zuking looked at her stupidly, her little mouth pouted, and she rarely showed a coquettish expression. However, she didn't let someone wait too long. The kitten, who was sure of her feelings, tiptoed and slowly put the fragrant kiss was brought to Chen Shi's mouth. After a kiss that was inseparable, Chen Shi felt Zhu Zuking's true feelings and responded enthusiastically immediately. The two people hid in the shadow of the grove and started a new round of verbal war. After parting their lips for a long time and pressing their foreheads against each other, Chen Shi said softly, "Let's go, Zuking, I'll take you back." The little cat declined, "No, I can just leave by myself, otherwise I will be discovered by Xiaowu and Rong Rong. At this point, they are probably all asleep, not to mention I don't want you to avoid them all the time." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Shi suddenly bent down and gave him a princess hug. "Ah, Chen Shi, I can go by myself." Zhu Zuking struggled to get down, but Chen Shi slapped her on the buttocks and made her submissive. "Be good, don't move. How can anyone let their partner walk back alone in the middle of the night?" The kitten had no choice but to lie obediently in Chen Shi's arms, enjoying the warmth and security it had never experienced before. Halfway through, Zhu Zuking thought of Chen Shi's outspoken words of love again, and couldn't help but blush again. "Chen Shi, next time, can we say those embarrassing words in private?" The young man raised his eyebrows. "Why, you don't like it?" "No, I like it, but I'm just a little embarrassed. After all, the little cat is a shy person, and she prefers the sweetness when the two of them are alone." Chen Shi didn't agree in one breath. After all, if a girl says she doesn't want it, does that mean she really doesn't want it? Even if Zhu Zuking doesn't like to act coquettishly or make trouble now, it won't be easy to say in the future. So Chen Shi chose to change the subject. "Well, Zuking, do you like spanking?" The girl hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. "I don't like it." Although this was a little fling between the two of them, she was already sensitive in that area, so she was too shy. Chen Shi smiled evilly. "It's okay, I like it." Talking and laughing all the way, we soon walked outside the girls' dormitory. Chen Shi put down the kitten and kissed her one last time. "Zuking, shall I go then?" "Well, good night, Chen Shi." After reluctantly watching her leave, Zhu Zuking came back to her senses and went upstairs. She first found her clothes and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Finally sleeping on the small bed, the little cat recalled everything that happened tonight, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. At this moment, the girl seemed to understand why Ning Rong Rong was so excited and happy in bed that night. Because her face is very hot now, and she seems to have a fever. Thank you all for your support. Please read, vote, subscribe, and give me 5-star praise. Chapter 79, Arrested on the Spot, 3 Girls. In the small wooden house on the other side, Chen Shi was humming a little song, leisurely and comfortable, and in a very good mood. Tonight, both in terms of relationships and metadata, everything was fruitful. The only flaw is Zhu Zuking's figure is too foul, which has caused Chen Shi to be in a state of one pillar for a long time, and now he is extremely hot. There was no other way. Chen Shi had given up his craft work. In order to sleep well at night, he went to the well and took cold showers several times before he finally calmed down. After getting into bed, Chen Shi was not in a hurry to rest. He first integrated the more complete data of the Civet Mecha into the Netherworld White Tiger, and naturally had the passive skill to break defenses and easily damage. Regarding this skill, Chen Shi can only say that it is really easy to use. During the competition between him and Zhu Zuking just now, although Chen Shi deliberately cooperated with the girl's rhythm, with the collisions and duels, the defense of the Gale Demon Wolf was almost reduced to 0. This means that all the attacks Chen Shi received during that period were real injuries. Fortunately, he had the teleportation skill. Once he started to get serious, he finally succeeded in taking down the little kitten. However, this does not hinder the amazing performance of breaking the defense. According to its growth curve, after Zhu Zuking becomes stronger and evolves for the second time, the lower limit of breaking the defense may not be as simple as 0. After processing and updating the mecha data, Chen Shi also fell into sleep. The moon in his dream tonight was big and white. The next morning, Shrek Academy cafeteria. It was still early, but there were already 2 students inside having a meal. And they are none other than Chen Shi and Zhu Zuqing, who confirmed their relationship last night. The boy had the habit of getting up early. When he woke up and looked at the panel, he saw that Xiaowu and Rongrong were still sleeping, and only Zuqing was awake. Chen Shi immediately guessed the location of the kitten and went to the cafeteria to check it out. Sure enough, it was here. Early in the morning, there was a man and a woman alone in the empty canteen. How could Chen Shi let Zhu Zuqing go? The girl immediately lowered her head when she saw Chen Shi, and then slightly revealed her big beautiful eyes, blinking as if she was expecting him to sit over. Chen Shi smiled slightly and had another bad idea. He picked up the dinner plate and deliberately walked to the blind spot behind the girl. The little cat waited for a long time, but there was still no one sitting next to him, and a feeling of grievance and sadness immediately came to his heart. Just when she was about to look back to see where Chen Shi had gone, a big hand suddenly wrapped around her waist, and at the same time a familiar voice came. "Hello beauty, can I sit here and have breakfast with you?" Zhu Zuqing was surprised at first, and then when he saw that handsome face with a wicked smile, he couldn't help but feel happy. Well, it's okay. After sitting down, Chen Shi not only did not let go of his hand, but instead pulled the girl into his arms and said softly, "Good morning, Zuqing." "Morning, Chen Shi." The little kitten twisted its body, symbolically resisted, and then became coquettish. Diddy responded. Chen Yongyang rubbed her cheek with his chin, and then said, "Did you miss me when you went back last night?" When Zhu Zuqing heard this, his face suddenly turned red. Think about it, think about it. The little cat didn't just want to tell the truth last night. She directly had a dream and relived what happened in the woods. Of course, kissing and stripping were indispensable. And the most shameful thing is that at such an old age, when she got up this morning, she found that she had weeded the bed. Fortunately, it was only a little bit, but she quickly changed into a new pair of clean underwear, otherwise she would be too embarrassed to see Chen Shi. "Well, that's right. I missed you too last night and dreamed about Zuqing." Chen Shi nodded with satisfaction, and rewarded the girl with another kiss. While Zhu Zuqing happily enjoyed Chen Shi's favor, he glanced at the door, fearing that Xiaowu or Rongrong would suddenly barge in. Chen Shi saw the girl's worry and held her hand tightly. "Shall I tell Xiaowu and Rongrong about our relationship today?" Zhu Zuqing quickly shook his head. "Ah! No, no, no. Why? Is it possible that you want to hide your relationship and keep avoiding them?" Chen Shi was a little confused. Only by confessing the relationship could he try to ensure that the 3 women were in the same position. For him, a horizontal blow is a vertical blow and a vertical blow is a blow. He might as well surrender to the girls early so that he can get a lighter sentence. The little cat said coquettishly, I haven't decided how to face Xiaowu and Rongrong yet." Born in a noble family, polygamy was not uncommon for Zhu Zuqing. It was not that she couldn't accept it, but she was a latecomer after all, so she was still the mistress. If she lost her 2 best friends, Xiaowu and Rongrong, for this reason, she would also be sad. Hearing this, Chen Shi also understood the knot in her heart. He pinched the girl's face and said with a smile, "Fool, as long as I treat you equally responsibly, who comes first in love? What's more, I fell in love with you at first sight when I signed up for school." Zhu Zuqing's eyes lit up after hearing this, and she raised her head and looked at him. "Love at first sight, really, really?" Chen Shi affirmed without hesitation, "Of course. Chen Shi's rule is that any girl he likes will fall in love at first sight." The little cat said not to say shameful words of love, but it was very useful to hear it, and his eyebrows were curved with happiness. However, when the 2 continued to chat, there was a sudden sound from the canteen door not far away, and someone came in. Zhu Zuqing was startled, as two delicate figures appeared in the corner of her vision. Before Chen Shi could react, the girl in his arms hid in the corner of the dining table, just one seat away from him. At the same time, a chorus of shouts came into my ears, "Chen Shi, you are really here!" Xiao Wu and Rong Rong trotted over, each holding his arm, and naturally sat next to Chen Shi. Looking at the smiling faces of the two girls, Chen Shi also smiled slightly. "Look at how you two like to stay in bed every time. We are obviously in the same dormitory, and Zhu Qing wakes up very early." Faced with Chen Shi's teasing, Xiao Wu and Rong Rong were not annoyed. Instead, they noticed Zhu Zuqing and greeted her with a smile. Ning Rong Rong, who was the closest, noticed something was wrong. "Ji, Zuqing, why is your face so red? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Xiao Wu also looked over. "Yes, Zuqing, your mouth seems to be swollen too." The little cat had never seen such a battle before, and suddenly felt guilty. "Ah, is there one?" Her face was red because she was almost caught red-handed, and her mouth was swollen because she was bitten by Chen Shi last night. But she can't tell any of these reasons. As the saying goes, the best strategy is to take action. Before Chen Shi could say anything, Zhu Zuqing stood up first and said, "Xiao Wu Rong Rong, I'm fine. You guys can talk slowly about that. I'll leave first." Seeing the girl escape, Chen Shi felt helpless. In fact, to be honest, Xiao Wu and Rong Rong would definitely not embarrass Zhu Zuqing. In the end, it must be him who has to bear the anger of the two women and the lash of love. Thank you all for your support. Please read, vote, subscribe, and give me 5-star praise. Chapter 80 The Best Mouth Substitute, The Clown Ends in Embarrassment. Chen Shi, why does Zuqing feel weird today? That's right, you didn't bully her here just now, did you? Xiao Wu and Rong Rong frowned and stared at their men with suspicious eyes. Chen Shi glanced around and said angrily, "Look at what you said, am I that kind of person?" As soon as these words came out, the two women's suspicions only increased. There was nothing they could do. Chen Shi was a bad guy, bad brother. "Oh, I didn't expect that I would be such a person in your hearts. It makes me so sad," Chen Shi said, shaking his head, naturally pretending to be extremely disappointed. Xiao Wu and Rong Rong couldn't help but laugh when they saw it. Although they knew that Chen Shi would not be really angry because of this, they both chose the same decision. With a pout of her rosy lips, one of them kissed Chen Shi on the face. Of course, the first kiss in the morning must be given to the one he likes. "Muah! Muah!" Xiao Wu shook his hand. "Let's go, Chen Shi, I want to eat the big carrot you picked." The eldest lady was not to be outdone. "Good brother, Rong Rong wants to drink the soy milk you feed." Adhering to the principle that men can coax themselves, the two women worked together. Chen Shi declared that he was actually a man who was not easily shaken, but he really couldn't stand two pretty girls acting coquettishly at the same time. After finishing breakfast with the girls, Zhu Zuqing's incident was gradually forgotten. At this moment, they didn't realize what they had missed. After the meal, everyone gathered in the playground, and Flanders called everyone together again. Chen Shi acted as the dividing line between men and women, and the girls stood neatly on his right side. It is worth mentioning that Tang San is also here, but due to serious injuries and the bumpy ride yesterday, Xiao Zha San can only sit in a wheelchair like a cripple. "Okay, is everyone here? Today I want to announce something important. It's also a great thing for you." Flanders walked up to the crowd, glanced around, and said in a serious tone. "What a great thing! Dean, has our Shrek Academy been acquired by someone else and is we no longer short of money?" The fat man Ma Hongjun had the best relationship with Flanders, and he was the first to stand up and laugh. "Humph, little fat man, if we are not short of money, we will kill you first." "Ah, no, Dean, I was joking." Ma Hongjun immediately made a bitter face. "Okay, Keep quiet. Flanders glared at him and stopped the fat man's grandstanding behavior. Next, let me introduce to you, this is our new theoretical master from Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaogang. As soon as he finished speaking, Flanders smiled and clapped his hands, while a middle-aged man with short black hair and an ordinary appearance came up from behind. Teacher. After Tang San saw the man's appearance clearly, he excitedly wanted to stand up from the wheelchair, but unfortunately he failed. You may not have heard of the name Yu Xiaogang, but he has used his own research to determine the competitiveness of the top 10 martial arts spirits. He is known as the strongest person in martial arts theory and the most intelligent soul master. At the same time, he is also my best brother and Tang San's teacher. You can just call him master from now on. Flanders boasted and complimented her. It was really a cow that never gave birth to its young, so awesome. Shrek and the others were obviously frightened by the title of master from Flanders, but only Chen Shi and Xiao Wu, who knew the details of Yu Xiaogang, were very disdainful. What kind of theoretical master? Isn't he just a useless clown? As for the competitiveness of the top 10 martial arts, how many people present have heard of it? Xiaogang, please tell me a few words. Flanders tried his best to build momentum for Yu Xiaogang, and this teacher-student meeting was almost half successful. Xiao Pingtu stepped forward and looked at the students. In addition to his disciple Tang San, there were two familiar figures among them. After 6 years at Notting College, Yu Xiaogang also had some understanding of Chen Shi and Xiao Wu, and knew that these two were much better than his disciple Tang San. He wanted to take on a disciple, but they didn't think highly of his ability, so he had been rejected countless times. Dear students, I am your future special training teacher, Yu Xiaogang. I think there are only useless soul masters in this world, and there are no useless martial spirits. I believe that under my guidance, you will all become an outstanding soul master in the future. It was still the same shameless and boastful introduction. Chen Shi shook his head when he heard it. Really couldn't stand Yu Xiaoan's ugly face. Chen Shi Qingqiao said a few words to Ma Hongjun, and the latter immediately became interested. Master, Master! You are our dean's good brother. So what level is your soul power? What kind of martial soul is it? The little fat man directly became Chen Shi's mouthpiece, and everyone was full of curiosity after hearing this. Since he is a master, he must have matching strength. Yu Xiaogang started to panic. Who is a good person is such a tricky question when he comes up. Little fat man, are you polite? There is no way around it. We have to get along with each other in the future. There is no way to escape this problem. Yu Xiaogang had no choice but to bite the bullet and said, my martial spirit is Luo Sanbao, and my spirit power level is about the same as Tang San's. Ma Hongjun looked surprised when he heard this. Ah, you are almost the same as Tang San? Does the master mean the great soul master? At this moment, Tang San spoke up for Yu Xiaoan. No, the teacher is a mutated martial spirit. Because of his bloodline, he cannot break through level 30 for the rest of his life. No breakthrough in my life? Then I will be able to surpass Master in a while. Then you will also have to call me Master Ma. The fat man's mouth was still working hard, and he was laughing and talking nonsense. Bah! I have the nerve to call myself Master even if I am at level 20 or 30. Am I ashamed of you? Daimyo Bai slapped Ma Hongjun on the back with a tiger palm, directly shattering his dream of being a master. The speaker was unintentional, but the listener was intentional. Yu Xiaogang's face was completely uneasy. Upon seeing this, Flanders hurriedly stepped forward to control the situation. Okay, Teacher Yu Xiaogang is responsible for theoretical guidance, aren't there other teachers for practical training? Strength has always been paramount in the Soul Master world, and everyone still gives face to Dean Soul Saint. But when they think that their future teacher will be Yu Xiaogang, a useless master with no name, everyone can't help but worry in their hearts. Is he worthy of teaching us? Feeling those questioning glances, Yu Xiaogang felt like a gleam on his back, and he really couldn't stay any longer. Flanders, I'm a little uncomfortable. That's it for today. With a hasty notification, Xiao Pingtu ended up in a mess. The teacher-student meeting was a complete failure. But it's no wonder the students and the others, forging iron requires one's own hard work. Yu Xiaogang himself couldn't convince the crowd, and Flanders couldn't do anything about it. He could only sigh and lament. Yu Xiaogang was forced away in disguise, and Flanders had to announce that he was disbanded on the spot. Everyone would cooperate in practicing on their own, and everyone cheered and dispersed. Thank you all for your support. Please read, subscribe, vote, and give me 5-star praise. Chapter 81 Xiao Wu and Rong Rong become suspicious, and the beautiful girl takes action. After the meeting was over, Xiao Wu, Rong Rong and Zuking were not in a hurry to leave. The three women surrounded Chen Shi with sad faces. Chen Shi, Flanders doesn't really want that loser to teach us, does he? What skills can he have? The eldest lady grabbed Chen Shi's hand and asked with a worried look on her face. Gee, Rong Rong, that Yu Zioan is very capable. He will teach you to run with stones on your back, ha ha ha. As Chen Shi spoke, he couldn't help but laugh, and the girls frowned even more when they heard this. A level 29 Great Soul Master is not as powerful as Sister Xiaowu, why should he teach us? Xiao Wu was also quite unconvinced. When she was at Notting College, she had never looked at that little boy with a crew cut, and even more so now. Although Zhu Zuking didn't say it, she actually hated Yu Xiaogang the most. After all, that guy would obviously only affect her progress on the road to becoming stronger. Sensing everyone's thoughts, Chen Shi said softly to the three girls, "Don't worry, Yu Xiao's anal teaching is one thing, but whether we listen to him or not is another matter entirely. Looking back, I will carefully analyze your martial soul characteristics and various advantages and disadvantages, so as to formulate a training direction and plan tailored for you." With the smart chip, the value of Chen Shi's teachings is self-evident. It is definitely a higher level than that big liar from Yu Zioan. Good brother, people will know that you are the best. Hehe, whatever you say Chen Shi, Xiao Wu will practice whatever he wants. Zhu Zuking watched Xiao Wu and Rong Rong hugging Chen Shi and acting coquettishly. For the first time, the little cat felt jealous. They obviously wanted to hug him too. Of course, Chen Shi couldn't treat one favorably. He walked up and touched the girl's head. "Zuking, I will be your teacher from now on." Seeing that Chen Shi had not forgotten him, Zhu Zuking also smiled and nodded, making the little cat feel much more comfortable. "Chen Shi, Xiaowu and I are going back to the dormitory to get something. We will come back later. You can teach Zuking how to train first." At this time, the eldest lady suddenly called out. Chen Shi didn't think twice about answering, and the two women trotted away in secret. After Chen Shi confirmed through the goddess contract that the two women were far away, he smiled evilly and pressed forward step by step, pushing the little cat into the corner. "Student Zuking, the training plan is confidential, so you must cooperate well." The girl had no choice but to retreat, looking at Chen Shi with a bit of shame and expectation in her eyes. At the same time, on the other side, "Rong Rong, if you have something to say, why do you have to avoid Chen Shi and come here to say it?" Xiao Wu was very puzzled, but Ning Rong Rong pulled her and whispered, "Xiao Wu, I found that Chen Shi and Zhu Qing, something is not right." Little Rabbit thought about it and realized that the two of them didn't have any particularly intimate actions, and then said, "Rong Rong, are you overthinking it? Are they okay?" "Tisk, Xiao Wu, when have you ever seen Zhu Qing smile so happily? But isn't it a good thing to smile happily? It doesn't mean anything, right? The simple little white rabbit is not as much as the TNT lady thinks." This morning, there were only two people in the cafeteria, Chen Shi and her, and Zuking was in a very strange state. Don't you remember? Also, when I was sleeping in the early hours of last night, I got up to go to bed, but guess what I heard? Ning Rongrong had completely aroused Xiao Wu's curiosity, and the latter also took over the conversation. What did you hear? I heard Zuking shouting, Chen Shi, no, no, no. Although the voice is very small, I can hear it clearly. The eldest lady performed vividly. Xiao Wu was stunned for a while, and said with half-doubt, but we are usually the ones pestering Chen Shi, where do they find the time to be together? When Ning Rongrong heard this, she couldn't help but murmur in her heart, then when I secretly dated Chen Shi before, you didn't know either. Of course, if she wanted to think about it, she wouldn't say it out loud. After all, she would have to have a tryst with Chen Shi without telling Xiao Wu in the future. The eldest lady just said, maybe it's love that grows over time, or love at first sight. Xiao Wu bit her hand, thought for a moment and said, Zhu Qing does seem to be the type that Chen Shi would like. Of course, not to mention Zuking's beauty, her figure is just a foul. I saw it when I was taking a shower before. Hers is big and white, and it's stronger than the two of us combined. And her butt, it feels like it can hold up a glass of water. Don't talk about Chen Shi, I want to go up and grab a handful just looking at it. Really, how on earth does it grow? Ning Rongrong gets angry when she mentions her figure. Among the three girls, one is extremely talented and the other has Chen Shi's help in developing it in advance. She is the one who develops the slowest and smallest. Okay, Rongrong, it's okay for us to guess here. If you want to know if Chen Shi is with Zuking, I have a way. As the girlfriend who has been with Chen Shi the longest, Xiao Wu has her own clever plan. Rongrong quickly moved forward, and after some chatting and whispering, the eldest lady's eyes suddenly lit up. As expected of a childhood sweetheart, it seems that I still have a lot to learn. Password Zuking, target Chen Shi, beautiful girl action team, start taking action. After discussing the new plan, Xiao Wu and Rongrong returned to the wooden house where they were chatting just now. At this time, Chen Shi and Zhu Zuking were seriously explaining the key points and arrangements of customized special training. The scene looked very harmonious and normal. However, they don't know that the kitten has actually been pressed against the wall and pampered, and now it has just passed the blushing and shy cooling time. Chen Shi, have you discussed it yet? There are no classes today, let's go to Soto City for a walk, shall we? Xiao Wu and Rongrong resorted to coquettishness as soon as they came up. Chen Shi had no choice. What else could he do with his precious woman? Pamper me. Let me tell you, I am a man with a bottom line. Today is my last day of rest, and I will practice hard starting tomorrow. Do you hear me? Chen Shi put on a serious look, but the two girls were not afraid at all when they saw him. They kissed him with a smile and shouted to set off. Chen Shi stood up. Unexpectedly, Xiao Wu and Rongrong immediately changed their targets and found Zhu Zuking. Zuking, let's go play together. That's right, practicing all day is so boring. Xiao Mao didn't want to follow him at first. She had been getting along with Chen Shi for a while today, so she should give them the rest of the time. But this time Xiao Wu and Rongrong were too enthusiastic. No matter how much Zhu Zuking refused, they had no choice but to agree. Chen Shi narrowed his eyes when he saw this. There was something wrong with these two little girls. What bad ideas were they planning? The four of them went into the city talking and laughing, eating, drinking and having fun until the afternoon. Just when Chen Shi thought that today was going to go smoothly, the two girls wandered around and arrived at the Soto Spirit Fighting Arena. Thank you all for your support, please read, subscribe, vote, and give me 5-star praise. Chapter 82, Facing Dungeon, the civet shows its power and its love affair is exposed. Looking at the building in front of him that looked like a Roman arena, Chen Shi suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Zuking, we ate so much this afternoon, why don't we just go here to digest it, how about it? The little cat looked calm, and when he came to this big soul-fighting arena again, the memories of many disastrous defeats suddenly came to his mind. But it's different now. Now with Chen Shi's help, Zhu Zuqing must win her victory. The girl didn't think too much and nodded directly, saying yes. Xiao Wu and Rong Rong looked at each other and smiled, then looked at the young man. Chen Shi, what do you think? Haha, I think, it's pretty good. When they arrived at the Great Soul Fighting Arena, Chen Shi still couldn't guess what the two women were planning, so he could only force out a smile. But the matter has come to this, let it take its course, there is no telling whether it will be good or bad. Everyone entered the venue, and they were all familiar with the process of signing up to participate in the challenge. Come on, all 4 people participated in the competition. Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing were 1-on-1, while Chen Shi teamed up with Rong Rong to go 2-on-2. Since there were a lot of people signing up for the 1-on-1 match tonight, the match between Chen Shi and Rong Rong started first. The two came to the stage, and this time the unlucky contestants they met were 2 brothers, and they were also beast martial souls. The elder brother Xiongda has a soul power of level 36, and the younger brother Xiong is almost at level 35. As their names suggest, their martial souls are both brown bears. The combination of Xiong Daksheng is actually quite good in overall strength, but unfortunately their opponent is Chen Shi. Ning Rong Rong started by summoning a mecha, and then buffed Chen Shi. After completing her mission, she was done. Chen Shi directly merged with the Netherworld White Tiger, Tiger Claws against Bear Paws, and Scissors to defeat Cloth. The 2 brothers were convinced of the defeat. Jian led her sister to win, and the audience burst into applause. Ning Rong Rong took the initiative to hold Chen Shi's hand and raised her chin like a proud little peacock. On the way back to the lounge, Chen Shi held the girl's waist and asked, Rong Rong, why did you suddenly think of coming to the Great Soul Fighting Arena tonight? The eldest lattice eyes evaded, no, we are just strolling around. Really? I don't like girls who lie. In the dim corridor, Chen Shi lifted the girl's chin, and then bit her. After a while, footsteps suddenly came from nearby, and Chen Shi let go of the eldest lady, who lay on top of him with a red face. Chen Shi raised the corners of his mouth slightly, do you still want to say it now? Humph, if you don't tell me, even if you kiss her to death, I won't tell you. Ning Rong Rong pouted her lips and said provocatively. Hey, are you still kissing me and making you pass out? I want you to be so beautiful. Chen Shi raised his eyebrows, not being fooled at all, and turned around to leave. Hey, bad brother, who told you to run away after kissing me halfway? Come back quickly. Seeing this, Rong Rong stomped her feet angrily and hurriedly chased after her. Really, she hadn't kissed her enough yet. The 2 of them were joking around and returned to the 1-on-1 preparation area. At this time, Xiao Wu also successfully won her first victory of the day. She ended up jumping up and down happily and approached Chen Shi to ask for praise. In this way, only Zhu Zuqing was left to fight. Carrying the cheers of Chen Shi and the other 3, Xiao Mao stepped onto the stage. But it was as if fate was deliberately playing tricks on her. This time her opponent was called Dunshan, and he was also a heavily armored tank-type Soul Master, Wuhan Stone Shield, a level 29 Great Soul Master who had extremely strong defense and was quite difficult to deal with. The fight hasn't started yet, just check the martial arts restraint level of both sides. Judging from the situation, Zhu Zuqing has fallen into a big headwind situation. Chen Shi, do you think Zuqing can win today? Xiao Wu and Rong Rong also became worried when they saw this. It was true that they were curious about the relationship between Chen Shi and Zhu Zuqing, but it was also true that they cared about their best friends. Don't worry, believe in Zuqing, she will win. Chen Shi looked at the proud figure below, his tone extremely serious. With the host's order, the competition officially begins. Possessing an absolute speed advantage, Zhu Zuoqing took the lead in attacking. With a flash of cold light, his sharp claws stabbed at the enemy one after another. On the other hand, Dunchen stood still. He raised the stone shields of his left and right hands and slammed them against the ground. A muffled sound merged into one, forming a defense that seemed even more difficult to shake, as solid as a rock. As expected, Zhu Zuoqing's attack only splashed a series of stones and sparks when it landed on the stone shield, unable to cause any effective damage at all. After stubbornly trying a few more times, Dunchen spoke, "Girl, give up. You can't break through my defense with your strength. Even if I don't take action, your soul power will be slowly exhausted." Dunchen was right. Every time the kitten failed before, it ended up like this. But will history repeat itself again today? Zhu Zuoqing's answer is no. After jumping into the air and flipping back, the girl distanced herself. The girl's eyes became more determined. "Civet Mecha, merge." With a low voice, the black shadow rose from bottom to top, completely wrapping Zhu Zuoqing in the blink of an eye. The next moment, the data materialized, like a civet mecha possessed by the Valkyrie, and the outfit was completed. Dunchen was shocked, and before he had time to react, an afterimage that was even faster than before struck at him. Subconsciously, he raised his shield to meet the attack. The intensity and explosion of this attack were significantly increased, but it was still within the range that Shield Mountain could withstand. Shi Dun resisted forcefully, but Dun Shan was still prepared to continue fighting a war of attrition, but he would soon regret his decision. With the dense attacks from the netherworld 100 claws again and again, Dunchen suddenly found that his proud stone shield was gradually brittle and was about to lose its ability to defend. Yes, this is the power of being vulnerable to defense damage. No matter what stone shield, iron shield, or diamond shield you have, it will be useless under its erosion. Taking advantage of the opportunity when Dunchen's defenses were at zero and lost, Zhu Zuoqing seized the opportunity. The first soul skill, Netherworld Thrust. The civet mecha reached full speed, its sharp claws moved forward, and pierced through the entire body, directly shattering the stone shield into pieces. Without the protection of the stone shield, Shield Mountain was like a deflated ball, unable to fight back. Zhu Zuoqing stood in front of him, condescending, "You lose." The winner was decided, the host loudly announced the girl's victory, and all the audience cheered. Zhu Zuoqing looked back at the audience. She didn't care about the cheers of others. She was looking for Chen Shi. Finally their eyes met, and Chen Shi, who looked pleased, gave her a thumbs up. Under the mecha mask, the kitten's pretty face bloomed with an extremely bright smile, and the girl's heart trembled for someone. Little did he know that Chen Shi was in pain and happiness at this time. Xiao Wu and Rong Rong were crowded with him. The two women secretly stretched out a hand to pinch the flesh of his waist. The expressions on their faces were comparable to those of resentful women. "Humph, bad guy, Zuoking's civet mecha is so powerful. Bad brother, do you think anyone else in the world can build such a powerful mecha?" All the previous speculations were confirmed the moment the civet mecha appeared. The two women are very familiar with the process of signing a contract and manufacturing mechas, so the relationship between Chen Shi and Zhu Qing has been completely exposed. Thank you all for your support. Please read, vote, subscribe, and give me 5-star praise. Chapter 83, The Resentful Wife Duo, Accept the Kitten. Hey, please be gentle, don't pinch my waist. Will you be unable to live in the future? Chen Shi took a breath and deliberately pretended to be in pain. Humph, be gentle, my heart is still hurting, maybe you won't want us anymore. Although they said this, the two women still let go of their hands obediently, but their eyes were still staring at Chen Shi with resentment. Ahem, don't I just see that you three besties have a strong relationship? Good sisters should be neat and tidy, right? What's more, it's too late for me to treat you as my treasure. How can I bear to throw it away? You're just talking nonsense. When Chen Shi saw this, he hugged one of them with one arm, kissed each other twice, and hurriedly coaxed. Humph, then why don't you tell us directly? If you don't find out today, how long do you plan to keep it a secret? Xiao Wu pouted and asked jealously. That's right, if you are like this, how can we trust you to stay with other beautiful girls in the future? Find a sister back at any time, and then the 9 soul rings won't be enough for you. Ning Rongrong also had a puffy face. At this moment, the two women were completely united. Look at what you said. In fact, Zuking and I were planning to find a suitable opportunity to tell you about what we just decided last night, but Zuking hadn't adjusted his mentality yet, so it was delayed. Facing two girlfriends who are making trouble together, Chen Shi is being unreasonable, so naturally he has to follow their wishes first, otherwise the harem will catch fire, and he will suffer. The girls were still suspicious, really. The young man bit him to death. It's absolutely true. When the two women heard this, their expressions softened. He, but would not let him go so easily. Just as he was about to take the opportunity to beat Chen Shishi again, Zhu Zuking came back. Xiao Wu, wrong, don't blame Chen Shi, this is all my fault. The little cat noticed something was wrong with the three of them down there, and they were saying one sentence after another as if they were quarreling. The mecha disintegrated, and Zhu Zuking, who came back to her senses, suddenly thought that the civet mecha had exposed her secret love relationship with Chen Shi. Thinking of this, no wonder Xiao Wu and Rongrong had such angry expressions. In desperation, Zhu Zuking hurried back. Relationships are a matter between two people. How could she let Chen Shi bear it alone? If you want to blame, take her with you. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene fell into silence for a while. Finally, Xiao Wu and Rongrong were the first to speak. Zuking, we won't hide it anymore. You and Chen Shi decided to get together last night, right? Well, I like him, I want to follow in his footsteps, I want to be with him. Although the little cat was very embarrassed, she still mustered up the courage to say this. Xiao Wu and Rongrong were both familiar with each other, and after hearing this, they knew that Zhu Qing had fallen in love and could no longer escape someone's devil's claws. In this case, we can only change our strategies to win over. Zuking, it must have been this big bad guy who took the initiative to harm you, right? Based on the two women's understanding of Zhu Zuking's temperament, even if they liked him, they would hide their crush in their hearts and would not be bold enough to confess. Unexpectedly, Xiao Mao blushed and whispered, No, I took the initiative to come to find Chen Shi that night. Ah! This! Unexpectedly, Xiao Wu and Rongrong turned around to look at Chen Shi. The latter spread his hands as if to say, What's so surprising? Don't you know my charm best? The two women were furious when they saw it, but if they thought about it carefully, they seemed to have taken the initiative more often when they were with Chen Shi. The little rabbit insists on sleeping in the same bed, but the eldest lady invites him out for dinner. In the end, there is no difference between them and Zuking. However, this only strengthened the two women's idea of winning over the little cat. They must combine the power of 3 people to fight against the big bad guy. Zuking, you are with Chen Shi now. We are good best friends and we can't do anything to beat each other, but there is one thing you must promise us. Xiao Wu and Rongrong stepped forward and held Zhu Zuking's arms, as if they were sisters. Well, you can just say it, as long as I can do it, it will be no problem. Zhu Zuking felt guilty towards them and was worried about how to integrate into this big family, so he naturally agreed. Okay, Zuking, from now on we will. Xiao Wu and Rongrong glanced at Chen Shi, then whispered in Zhu Zuking's ear. Chen Shi frowned when he saw this. What are these two little girls doing? Unable to resist his curiosity, he used a smart chip to analyze spoken language. After listening to the two women's requests, Xiao Mao hesitated and said, Isn't this bad for Chen Shi? Gee, what's wrong with this? Think about it, if you don't do this, then Chen Shi will keep looking for sisters outside, who will pamper us in the future. Xiao Wu and Rong Rong began to brainwash Zhu Zuqing in a serious manner. The little cat was stunned for a while and asked, "But why can't we get too close to Chen Shi?" The eldest lady immediately corrected her, "It's not that we can't get close, it's that we can't always take the initiative to get close. My father said that girls should be reserved. We were too proactive before, that's why he was so arrogant. If he doesn't kiss us in the future, we can't kiss him. Do you understand?" When Ning Rongrong said this, she completely forgot who was chasing Chen Shi in the corridor just now for a kiss. Zhu Zuqing nodded obediently. Due to her personality, she is usually passive, so it doesn't seem to be very influential. After the three girls chatted, Chen Shi felt a little funny about their plan. When the time comes, he only needs to take a slight action, and each of them will surely rebel faster than anyone else. Since Zhu Zuqing and Xiao Wu Rongrong are best friends and roommates after all, there is no xenophobia, and the two women have slowly begun to accept it. The competition between the four of them was over, and when they were about to leave the Great Soul Fighting Arena, Xiao Mao suddenly remembered that she had left too quickly and hadn't had time to register her points. This was her first victory that she had finally achieved, and she had to record it. After saying hello to Chen Shi, Zhu Zuqing hurried back. Chen Shi didn't pay attention at first, but he and the two girls waited outside for 10 minutes, and Zuqing hadn't come out yet. Realizing that something was wrong, he immediately used the guidance of the goddess contract and began to look for the girl in the huge venue. At the same time, on the road leading to the exit of the Great Soul Fighting Arena, a blonde man stopped in front of Little Cat. "Get out of the way, you're blocking my way." Zhu Zuqing looked at the man with a cold face, revealing an emotion of disgust. "Zuqing, why do you keep avoiding me? I'm yours." "Shut up! A filthy piece of trash like you should die in that bastard's lair." Before the man could finish his words, Zhu Zuqing interrupted him and scolded him sharply. With these heartbreaking words, the blonde man's face had become ferocious, and there was a lot of evil in his chest. He raised his fist and was about to hit the girl's body. Zhu Zuqing obviously didn't expect that the person in front of her would make a sneak attack. At the critical moment, another figure stood in front of her. "Thank you all for your support, please read, vote, subscribe, and give 5-star praise." Chapter 84 Put on a cuckold and become the master of suffering. He is Dai Mubai, remember. Golden Retriever, you try again. With a low cry, Chen Shi exerted force and twisted the man's wrist back with a click. "Ah! No! Let go!" The severe pain forced the blonde young man to kneel on the ground, almost wailing at the top of his lungs. "Humph, you don't know how to live or die." The cry was too unpleasant to hear. Chen Shi let go of his hand, then flew up and kicked the man nearly 10 meters away. With a muffled bang sound, the blonde young man fell heavily to the ground, and the noise subsided. Chen Shi turned around, quickly pulled the kitten, glanced up and down and asked with concern, "Zuqing, are you okay?" The girl felt warm in her heart, squeezed the big hands holding her, and said softly, "I'm fine, you came right after he made a move, thank you, Chen Shi." "Idiot, what's there to thank you for? I said I would always protect you." Chen Shi rubbed the kitten's head lovingly, and the corners of the kitten's mouth raised slightly. Chen Shi who does what he says is what she always likes the most. Just at this moment, the blonde young man who had just fallen stood up slowly and tremblingly, roaring unwillingly. "Damn it, Chen Shi, why are you meddling in other people's business?" Chen Shi who stood in front of Zhu Zuqing, looking at the embarrassed golden retriever, his eyes narrowed slightly. "Haha, are you meddling in your own business? You almost hit my girlfriend. If I don't cripple you, you're pretty good, but you still dare to bark." Hearing Chen Shi's words, the golden retriever Dai Mubai seemed to have discovered some big secret and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, your girlfriend? Chen Shi, I finally beat you once. You were deceived by this woman. She is actually the youngest daughter of the Zhu family of the Douluo Empire, and she is also the fiancée of Daimyo Bai, the third prince. At this time, if you were a bystander who didn't know the truth, you might have fallen for Daimyo Bai's trick, but he was Chen Shi. The young man smiled instead of being angry, and said softly, I'm sorry, is there any possibility? In fact, I already knew that Zuking is your fiancé. On the night of the love kiss, Zhu Zuking confessed everything to Chen Shi, including her life experience and her engagement. Although Chen Shi knew many secrets, Xiao Mao was willing to tell him personally. This attitude towards feelings still made him very happy. But as soon as he said these words, Daimyo Bai was really confused. No, what does Chen Shi mean? He knew that Zhu Zuking was his fiancé Daimyo Bai, but he still cut off the girl's beard and put a big cuckold on him? Impossible, absolutely impossible. You must be bluffing. Zhu Zuking, you didn't tell Chen Shi at all, right? Daimyo Bai couldn't accept this reality. He scratched his head and his hair was disheveled, like a madman. Hearing this, Zhu Zuking stepped forward and said in a cold tone, Daimyo Bai, look at what you look like now. Ugly, dirty, incompetent, just like a rat in the sewer, only worthy of living in a dark corner. After spraying the golden retriever mercilessly, the little cat took a breath and continued, I like Chen Shi, I really like him. With him here, I don't care at all about the nobility, power, and princess. A person like you will never experience such a feeling in a lifetime. After listening to Zhu Zuking's words, Chen Shi couldn't help but want to applaud her. She said it so well that it touched his heart. But it wasn't over yet. The next moment, the little cat walked up to Chen Shi, stood up on tiptoes in front of Daimyo Bai, put its arms around the boy's neck, and stared at him affectionately. I like you, Chen Shi. A true confession. After Zhu Zuking said it, he kissed her. Chen Shi was stunned at first and then delighted. He glanced at Daimyo Bai, put his arm around the girl's waist, and began to respond enthusiastically. The golden retriever is going crazy. Seeing his fiancée hugging and kissing another man with his own eyes, the feeling of the green grassland growing wantonly, is simply more uncomfortable than killing him. Asshole, possessed by the white tiger. Daimyo Bai couldn't stand it anymore, he wanted revenge, he wanted revenge. Humph, you overestimate your capabilities. Chen Shi snorted coldly, brought the girl behind him with a spin, and directly merged with the mecha. Netherworld White Tiger, finished dressing. After merging with the Civet mecha, the Nether White Tiger's data has been further strengthened, making it full of intimidation and oppression. Daimyo Bai in his normal state would probably not dare to fight again after losing to Chen Shi many times, but now he just wants to take off the big green hat on his head. Bang! The blows clashed, the tiger fists collided, Chen Shi remained motionless, while Daimyo Bai was forced back by the force of the counterattack. The third soul skill, White Tiger Vajra Transformation. With the bonus of the 1000-year soul ring, Xiao Daisy rushed forward again without knowing whether to live or die. Chen Shi dealt with the two moves casually, without any pressure, only feeling bored. Okay, it's time to end. It's an honor for you to fall under this attack. Mecha Soul Skill, White Tiger Nether Break. The tiger roared, and a thick grey beam of light shot straight away with an aura of destruction. Daimyo Bai's heart was suddenly shrouded in great fear, and he subconsciously fought back, followed by a white tiger wave of intense light. However, in front of the thick, long, and large grey light pillar, his thin, short and small pale beam of light was completely vulnerable. In an instant, the white tiger fierce light wave was annihilated, and Daimyo Bai was pushed directly into the wall by the grey light column. It was so strong that he couldn't break free for a while. After dealing with the golden retriever that was in the way, Chen Shi pulled the kitten over. In front of Daimyo Bai, they were going to continue. Zhu Qing, I like you too. After the battle, when they met eyes again, Zhu Zuqing's eyes were full of Chen Shi. The boy leaned over, and the kitten was pressed against the wall. Her pretty face was red, and her little mouth was slightly pouted to welcome Chen Shi's favor. Dai Mubai, who was hung on the wall, looked as pale as death. He could see the passionate scene between his fiancée and Chen Shi as long as he turned his head. He closed his eyes and tried not to look or think, but a strange sound still came to his ears. Thanks to Chen Shi's control of strength, the golden retriever would only feel its bones falling apart after being hit by this move, but would not faint. So Dai Mubai had to endure this torture. He even had the thought of biting his tongue to commit suicide, but he couldn't bear to do it when he thought that he was only a teenager. Not to mention, if he died, the twins in the brothel would probably soon fall into the arms of others and become playthings of other patrons. By then, Dai Mubai's grave will have 2 more green grasslands, and he will die with regrets. After a long time, their lips parted. Zhu Zuqing was also stimulated this time and worked extra hard. As her eyes became blurry, her beautiful legs were clamped together. It seemed like she was going to change into new underwear again. Thank you all for your support. Please read on, vote, subscribe, and give a 5-star rating. Chapter 85 The Little White Rabbit That Sneaked Out. Little silly cat, you haven't come back for a long time. I was so worried about you. If you encounter any situation in the future, you must use the goddess contract to notify me immediately. I will come here as soon as I receive the message. Do you hear me? With forehead against forehead, Chen Shi looked into Zhu Zuqing's eyes and said very seriously. The kitten felt herself surrounded by deep happiness. Although it was not a love talk, it touched the girl's heart directly. Unable to control her feelings, Zhu Zuqing took the initiative to move forward and kissed the corner of Chen Shi's mouth again, smiling slightly and saying obediently, "Okay, I will listen to you." On the other side, Dai Mubai put on a mask of jealousy, his back teeth were almost broken. He came to the Great Fighting Spirit Arena on a whim today and happened to find Zhu Zuqing, Chen Shi, and others. Looking at Zhu Zuqing's brilliant performance on the stage, he realized what kind of fiancé he had missed. He was frustrated that Chen Shi was around and he couldn't make contact. When he was thinking about whether he could save his image, he found the kitten who had returned the same way. This is how he ended up. Now that his fiancé has been taken away by Chen Shi, the two of them show their affection in front of Dai Mubai and humiliate him wantonly. It's not like Golden Retriever had not thought about using the royal authority to force Zhu Zuqing and Chen Shi to submit, but this is Soto City, the Tiandu Empire. Even though Dai Mubai is the third prince of the Xingluo Empire, he has left his hometown and distant water cannot quench a nearby fire. Moreover, if he really contacted the Star Luo Empire, his brother Davis would most likely send people to assassinate him or capture him and imprison him for life in order to compete for the throne. Dai Mubai could not accept these two results, so the only thing he could rely on now was himself, whose body had been hollowed out by the roast chicken and who was like a waste. Chen Shi hugged Zhu Zuqing, and they both took a last look at Dai Mubai who was carved into the wall, then left without looking back. The little cat didn't want to waste time talking to that kind of person anymore. Chen Shi didn't care either. He just left it here as a mural attraction and let it fend for itself. When he walked out of the intersection with Zhu Zuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong, who had been waiting on the side, immediately came to meet him. "Zhu Qing, are you okay?" The two girls just heard everything, the fiancé, family background. They didn't expect that Zhu Zuqing, who was of the same age, had so much on her shoulders. For a moment, Xiao Wu and Rongrong felt great sympathy for the kitten. "Don't worry, Zuqing, you have Chen Shi and us now. From now on, we will beat up all the scum like Dai Mubai who likes violence and going to Yunwo with one punch each." The two girls looked stern and raised their fists, looking quite imposing. Facing the concern of the sisters, Zhu Zuqing felt warm in her heart. I'm fine, thank you everyone. Looking at the girls living in harmony, Chen Shi nodded with satisfaction. It seems that revealing their relationship today is a good thing. Okay, it's getting late, let's go back. Chen Shi returned home with the three women, whose relationships had subtly changed, without any sense of incongruity. After returning to Shrek Academy, Chen Shi sent the girls all the way to the door of the girls' dormitory. Xiaohu, Rongrong, and Zuking said goodbye to him good night. Watching the three girls walk into the room with smiles on their faces, Chen Shi shook his head in disappointment. It's so late now, and these girls don't even bother to invite him in to sit with them, or stay overnight or something. One man and three girls, would he do anything bad? With a sigh, Chen Shi returned to his single room in the cabin, took a shower and went to bed as usual, and fell asleep after sorting out the data collected today. However, an hour later, Chen Shi. A faint voice calling came into my ears, but the smart chip did not give any warning, indicating that the person had no ill intentions. The young man opened his eyes in a daze, and saw a pretty face. Xiao Wu, why are you here? The girl was slightly surprised when she saw Chen Shi with a frown on his face. He sat astride him and said aggrievedly, "Hey, bad guy, why am I here? Is it possible that you are still waiting for someone else?" When Chen Shi saw this, he quickly stood up and hugged Xiao Wu. "No way, I was thinking that you would go back to the dormitory to sleep." The girl pouted. Chen Shi stroked her smooth long hair and said with a bad smile, "It's so late at night, why did the little white rabbit sneak out suddenly? And even ran into the big bad wolf's room." Xiao Wu blushed and buried her head in Chen Shi's arms. "Bad guy, I miss you." Judging by the time, Chen Shi and Xiaonazai have only been in separate beds for a day or two. This thinking is obviously due to other reasons, such as the lack of security due to the addition of Zhu Zuking. After being together for 6 years, Chen Shi immediately guessed Xiao Wu's thoughts, and immediately smiled and said, "Since you miss me, don't leave tonight, just stay here and sleep with me." Although the girl's mouth was coquettish, her body was very honest. With a little hum, she slipped into Chen Shi's bed with ease. The two of them were squeezed together in the narrow space, and they could feel each other's breathing clearly. The last time she signed a contract with Rongrong, Xiao Wu became jealous when she found out about it. Today, Zhu Zuking showed up again. How could she turn a blind eye? The girl couldn't wait a day, so she used teleportation to sneak out of the dormitory that night. She had to find Chen Shi and let him coax him to calm her young girl's heart. Chen Shi naturally knew what Xiao Wu wanted to hear, so he hugged the girl close to his body and spoke sweetly, although it was disgusting, but it did work. Xiao Wu's expression changed from the gloomy one at the beginning to the shy one now, with her face flushed. Seeing that the coaxing was almost over, Chen Shi also started to be dishonest. Xiao Wu noticed something strange, and held down someone's big hand that was reaching into his clothes to cause harm. "Hey, bad guy, what do you want to do?" Chen Shi kissed the girl's snow-white neck and continued to respond with actions. In the past, Xiaonazai would fall into trouble if she tried to refuse and welcome her, but tonight was uncharacteristically different. "Wait a minute, Chen Shi, let me ask you a question first, have you ever been like this with Zuking?" Xiao Wu turned around, obviously blushing, but still looking at Chen Shi seriously. When the young man heard this, he couldn't help but feel a little amused. "Fool, where did Zuking and I end up? What's more, didn't you explain it to me and Rongrong last time?" Xiaonazai pouted, "Zuking and Rongrong are different." Chen Shi was puzzled, "What's the difference?" "Rongrong's is smaller, Zuking's is big." Xiao Wu was a little embarrassed, but she still spoke out when Chen Shi asked. After hearing Xiaonazai's reasons, Chen Shi couldn't help but laugh out loud, held her little face and took a bite. "Idiot, having a good figure is indeed a plus, but I like you more." Xiao Wu felt happy after hearing this. "Are you serious?" "Of course, but I also know how to make you bigger. Eat more milk and papaya, plus my unique massage techniques, guaranteed to be effective. Chen Shi smiled mysteriously, and as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly attacked. Ah, bad guy. Thank you all for your support, please read, vote, subscribe, and give me 5-star praise. Chapter 86. Something is wrong with the eldest lady, a girl's heart knot. P.S. Sorry, brothers, the card for this chapter was reviewed last night and has not been released, so it has been postponed until now. It will be updated normally today, thank you all. On a quiet night, in a remote wooden house, the overburdened wooden bed made a creaking sound. At the same time, there was a melodious singing in the room, but it suddenly stopped. Xiao Wu's face flushed, she didn't understand why she stopped. Chen Shi looked embarrassed. No, Xiao Wu, if this continues, my bed will probably collapse. Xiaona's eye was in high spirits, and suddenly she complained dissatisfiedly, it's a useless broken bed, so what should I do? Chen Shi had another bad idea and directly took the naked little white rabbit out of the bed. Xiao Wu was forced to support the wall with both hands and raise her buttocks, showing an extremely shameful posture. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Wu lay on top of Chen Shi, too tired to move, with happiness and satisfaction on her lips. Chen Shi pinched her still blushing face. Xiao Wu, are you made of water? You have to change the sheets again tomorrow. Xiaona's eye opened her eyes, feeling very shy. Bad guy, why don't I wash it? The girl coquettishly covered Chen Shi with her small mouth. The two enjoyed the sweetness, hugged each other and fell asleep. The next morning, the eldest lady Ning Rongrong got up and looked around. Zhu Qing, who usually got up early to exercise, was no longer there, but Xiao Wu, who loved staying in bed as much as she was also missing. Rongrong was confused. After simply washing and dressing up, she immediately came to the cafeteria, but there was still no one there. Her thoughts changed rapidly, and the eldest lady suddenly thought of a place, Chen Shi's dormitory. By the well not far from the cabin, Ning Rongrong saw a girl squatting there from a distance, rubbing her hands up and down. Xiao Wu, I finally found you. What are you doing here? The eldest lady ran forward in 3 steps and shouted directly before she could see clearly. Rongrong? I'm washing Chen Shi's clothes and sheets. Xiao Wu turned around, her long hair was tied into a scorpion tail and swung behind her, the sleeves on both hands were raised, the elbows were raised to facilitate work, and the whole person looked neat and tidy. Rongrong subconsciously looked down and saw that the small dance basin was indeed filled with Chen Shi's clothes and sheets. Xiao Wu, have you always washed Chen Shi's clothes? Yeah, don't look at that bad guy who is very diligent at other times, but I was responsible for all the dirty laundry a few years ago. Although washing clothes is a tiring job, Xiao Wu's tone seemed to be complaining, but the girl's face was full of smiles. In what Little Rabbit once said, as long as what she does can help Chen Shi, she will be very happy. Oh, by the way, you're here to see Chen Shi, right? He's doing morning exercises in the woods over there. He should be fine soon. As soon as Xiao Wu finished speaking, Chen Shi walked out from there. Good morning, Rongrong, have you eaten? The eldest lady shook her head, and the young man smiled slightly. Okay, let me take a shower and change clothes, and let's go together. Xiao Wu, help me get some dry clothes. Without saying a word, Chen Shi entered the house carrying a bucket of water. Come on, it's true, you change too frequently. Xiao Wu muttered, but she still obediently collected some clothes and sent them in. Ning Rongrong looked at the scene of Xiao Wu and Chen Shi getting along. How to describe the harmonious and natural feeling, as if they were an old couple. The eldest lady doesn't quite understand, but she knows that the relationship between herself and Chen Shi has not yet reached Xiao Wu's level. After waiting for a while, the 3 of them went to the cafeteria to have breakfast. For some reason, Rong had no appetite. Then the day's lessons and training began. During this period, the eldest lady would be distracted from time to time, wandering off, and her mind was wandering to nowhere. Throughout the day, Ning Rongrong's strange behavior quickly attracted the attention of Chen Shi and others. Chen Shi, what happened to Rongrong? She went out without even taking a few bites of dinner. Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing were also worried about their best friends. Don't worry, I'll go see her, you go back first. Chen Shi said hello to the two women, and without using the goddess contract, he went to the creek in the back mountain to look for them without hesitation. Sure enough, a figure in a blue dress sat on the stone, raised her head and looked up at the sky. The bright moonlight shone on her body, adding a sense of beauty to it. Chen Shi walked over slowly, without any sneak attacks or surprises, and just sat quietly next to her. What are you thinking about, my eldest lady? Grabbing the girl's hand, Chen Shi looked at her and asked softly. Rong turned his head and looked at Chen Shi. He didn't reply, but obediently rested his head on the young man's shoulder. Chen Shi did not bother her. The two leaned against each other like this. After a period of silence, Rong spoke. Chen Shi, I really envy Xiao Wu and the relationship between her and you. I have been thinking today, if the person who was with you 6 years ago was me, could I be like Xiao Wu? When the girl said this, her voice began to choke, but in the end, I found that I can't be as good as Xiao Wu. You Chen Shi, do you think I'm not worthy of being with you? I don't have a figure as good as Zuking's, nor am I as careful and caring as Xiao Wu. I will just act like a willful young lady and make trouble without reason. Listening to Rong's sad cries and seeing her sobbing expression, Chen Shi admitted that he felt distressed. He never expected that Rong would expand his thinking and expand his imagination so much from just a few details in the morning. But with the sensitive heart of a girl and the eldest lady who fell in love early, Ning Rong was indeed full of buffs. Chen Shi pulled the girl into his arms and gently wiped the tears from her eyes. Okay, stop crying. Who said Rong is not worthy of being with me? I like you, this is the best reason, understand? Be good, no one can separate us. Chen Shi comforted her. Although Rong's crying had weakened, it had not yet calmed down. Seeing this, the young man had no choice but to prescribe the right medicine and unleash his ultimate move. Rong, let me tell you a secret. In fact, Xiao Wu was not like this 6 years ago. She didn't know how to do anything at that time, let alone wash clothes and clean housework. The sensible and caring Xiao Wu you see today is the change she spent 6 years making for me. Relationships are a process of slow accumulation. You don't have to worry about the future for the present, and I believe that Rong at that time will definitely impress me, right? After a few words, the crying stopped, and after a moment of silence, Rong raised his head, his beautiful eyes flushed red and charming. Chen Shi, I understand, I have to make changes for you. Our first date is to treat you to dinner, so I'm going to learn how to cook and cook delicious food for you every day, okay? Looking at the girl's serious look, Chen Shi seemed to have seen dark dishes running towards him. Even though the premonition was bad, Rong was in a positive state of mental change. How could Chen Shi attack her? After kissing the eldest lady, Chen Shi smiled, okay, I'm looking forward to baby Rong's feast. Thank you all for your support, please read, vote, subscribe, and give me 5-star praise. Chapter 87, Wine on Your Feet, White Silk and Beautiful Feet. P.S. Please check in and like. The more people there are, the more motivated the author will be to code. Thank you for your support. Don't guess what the girl was thinking. After Chen Shi hugged the eldest lady and kissed her for a while, Rong suddenly pushed him away. Chen Shi, there's more, where's Zuking? She has such a good figure, I'm like a little kid in front of her, you will definitely stop liking me in the future. Ning Rongrong's face bulged, her eyes seemed to blame Chen Shi. Why did he find a sister who was not at the same level as her? Now the pressure is on her, it's really boring. With Xiao Wu's performance last night, Chen Shi had expected that the eldest lady would not be able to escape, and hurriedly coaxed, how could it be? Didn't I tell you that the small one is also very cute? Ning Rongrong glanced at him, humph, my father said that men's mouths are lies, I don't believe it. Chen Shi really lived in Bengbu, how many times has Ning Fengzi been dragged out by the eldest lady to take the blame? No, Rongrong, did your father really teach you these? When I visit my father-in-law in the future, I have to ask him how to cultivate such an obedient daughter like you. The girl was too guilty to look at Chen Shi. Seeing this, the latter pulled her into his arms and laughed, okay, you are still growing up. Don't worry about whether it is big or small. Just let it go. Besides, Rongrong, you have your own charm. Why should you always be obsessed with size, right? After listening to Chen Shi's words, the young lady lowered her head and thought for a moment. Her eyes lit up and she suddenly remembered something. I know, Chen Shi, I have your favorite feet, right? Rongrong excitedly took off her shoes, and a pair of white silk jade feet were placed on Chen Shi's legs like a treasure. The boy was stunned. What he meant was that although they couldn't compare in figure, they still had a lively and cheerful personality. But who knew that the young lady misunderstood and actually put her jade feet on him directly? Am I, Chen Shi, that kind of person? You say this is so embarrassing. Chen Shi's hand uncontrollably touched the delicate little feet, with the smooth white silk, the touch was simply amazing. Rongrong felt the warmth of the big hand from the sole of her foot, shrank her toes, and her pretty face blushed. Then, the girl said delicately, bad brother, I know you like it the most. Faced with Rongrong's misunderstanding, Chen Shi said that right or wrong was no longer important at this time, and the main thing was to concentrate on playing with feet. Playing with the jade feet, taking off the stockings of one foot, revealing the white and tender little feet, Chen Shi suddenly had an idea. Rongrong, didn't you just say you would make a big meal for me? The eldest lady blushed and nodded, yes. Then she noticed Chen Shi's gaze and hurriedly said, no, bad brother, you don't want to eat my feet, do you? Chen Shi rolled his eyes and said unhappily, what are you thinking, am I so perverted? The girl whispered, but it looks very similar. Chen Shi automatically ignored it and continued, there is a delicacy in my hometown called wine, which is very suitable for you to make. P.S. The definition of food is not only food, but also includes wine and tea. Rongrong has not paid much attention to this aspect, and asked curiously, wine? Is it red wine? Chen Shi explained, yes, it is red wine, but it tastes rich in fruity aroma and is not as pungent as other wines. The eldest lady saw that Chen Shi liked it, and immediately became interested, and asked, how should it be made? When he asked the key point, Chen Shi smiled and said, the method is very simple. First, buy a lot of ripe grapes and put them all in a large basin. Then, Rongrong, you stand in it barefoot or wearing stockings, crush all the grapes, crush them, and squeeze out the juice, then, collect them and wait for fermentation, and the wine is ready. Ning Rongrong was stunned for a moment, with a tangled expression on her face, but Chen Shi, won't the grape juice squeezed out by feet be very dirty? The boy shook his head decisively, this is the most traditional way to make wine, not to mention that my baby Rongrong's feet are fragrant, and the wine squeezed out must taste better. Rongrong was shy when she heard this. Hey, didn't you say I was a lady with white stockings and stinky feet before? Why don't you smell it yourself? Chen Shi laughed evilly and put the white stockings in his hand directly in front of the girl's nose. The lady dodged subconsciously, but Chen Shi seized the opportunity and held her rosy mouth in his mouth. After a while of resisting and welcoming, the two began to be affectionate under the beautiful moonlight. The lonely white stockings fell on the girl's thigh, and then were pressed down by a figure. After a long time, the lips parted, and the stockings on the lady's feet were taken off at some point. Her bare white feet were wrapped around Chen Shi's waist, panting. Chen Shi looked at the girl under him and said softly, "Let's go, we should go back, sleeping here will catch a cold." Ning Rongrong has been coaxed, and turned back into the young lady who loves to act like a spoiled child and cling to others. "No, I want you to carry me back." "Okay, okay, carry my baby Rongrong back." Chen Shi exerted his strength and lifted the girl's buttocks, and the young lady sat in his arms, hugging him face to face. With the smart chip navigation, Chen Shi was not afraid of being blocked from the view. Ning Rongrong was like a koala hanging on his body, talking and laughing all the way and being carried back. Back at the door of the girl's dormitory, the young lady kissed her more than a dozen times as travel expenses, and Chen Shi let her go. "Good night." Ning Rongrong walked into the dormitory. Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing were still asleep, saw her coming back, and the two girls came forward to inquire with concern. The eldest lady was naturally embarrassed to tell the reason for her moodiness. Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing did not ask deeply. After all, even best friends should leave each other space and privacy. That night, Ning Rongrong had a dream. She dreamed that she was standing barefoot in a large barrel, with fresh grapes spread underneath, waiting for her to ravage. However, as she dreamed, the grapes at the girl's feet suddenly turned into Chen Shi. "Bad brother? Step on you, let you just use bad things to do harm to others." Ning Rongrong still didn't stop her little feet, but her movements were much gentler, and her focus was completely different. This night, the eldest lady had a smile on her face and slept soundly. A new day, a new beginning. Dai Muebai's golden retriever dog was sent back to Shrek Academy, but it was seriously injured and ended up living in a wheelchair like Tang San. Because of Flender, Yu Xiaogang still stayed here, but because of the previous experience, everyone except Xiao Zha-san ignored his lessons. Xiaohu, Rongrong, and Zuking, under Chen Shi's systematic, scientific, and targeted plan, laid a solid foundation step by step and steadily improved. Days passed by, and time passed quietly amidst the laughter of Chen Shi and the three beautiful girls. Thank you all for your support. Please read, vote, subscribe, and give me 5-star praise. Chapter 88, Kick the Jade Anus and Hunt the 10,000-year-old Soul Beast. Please vote for me. P.S. Brothers, please give me a monthly ticket at the beginning of the month. Thank you for your support. 3 months later, Shrek and others embarked on the journey to the Star-Do Forest again. There is no other reason. After this period of training, another group of students in the college have got stuck in the bottleneck of soul power promotion and need to absorb the soul beast soul rings to continue to break through. And they are none other than Chen Shi, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zuking. Chen Shi originally only had Xiao Wu's soul power feedback. Since he got Rongrong and Zuking, even though his soul power level is getting higher and higher, his cultivation speed is still rapid. When he entered school, he was a level 37 soul sect like Dai Muebai, but the golden retriever is still standing still, but Chen Shi has broken through level 40 and is about to enter the soul sect. After Rongrong and Zuking had the assistance of the glazed mecha and the civet mecha, their cultivation also exploded in a short period of time, and they successfully broke through to level 30. Of course, Xiao Wu has also made great progress. He was previously a level 34 soul master, and now he has successfully taken over Chen Shi's position and reached level 37. The incredible cultivation speed of Chen Shi and others is really enviable to others, especially the fat boy Ma Heng-jun, who bore the brunt of the stimulation. He obviously possesses the top-notch martial soul Evil Fire Phoenix, but he has been unwilling to make progress all day long. In the blink of an eye, he has become the worst student in the whole hospital. Damn it, it's all those roast chicken people's fault. If they hadn't tempted me and squeezed me dry every day, how could my great master Ma have fallen into this situation? Ma Hongjun was heartbroken, and secretly made up his mind to discipline himself to give up chicken from tonight. But when night comes, a fat figure will always appear in front of the kill door. As long as the chicken roasters wave, he will definitely be unable to control. Since Yu Xiaogang insisted on following him to see what he had seen, there was another trouble on the way. Although he is a level 29 Great Soul Master, Xiao Pingtu is old and does not exercise regularly, so his body is very weak. He couldn't stand running so far all at once, so in the end he relied on Tang San and Dai Mubai to alternately carry him, and then he could barely keep up. As usual, they rested in the town for one night. Tomorrow, Chen Shi had to help himself and the two women hunt for soul beasts, so he didn't play poker with Xiao Wu. The next morning, we hurried into the Star Forest. With the lessons learned from last time, Zhao Wuji had to be extra cautious this time. Chen Shi, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuking, do you have any special requirements for soul beasts? Before the hunt started, Zhao Wuji asked. Chen Shi looked at each other and spoke on behalf of the two women, no requirements, I'll be fine if I'm born 10,000 years old. Rongrong and Zuking should be around 2,000 years old. Oh, that's it, hey? That's not right. Zhao Wuji nodded first, and then suddenly looked at Chen Shi, 10,000 years? Brat, do you know what the concept of a 10,000-year soul beast is? Yu Xiaogang on the side also started to fart, that's nonsense. Based on my years of research on martial soul theory, the upper limit of the fourth soul ring is at most 5,000 years. Haha, Lao Zhao, what kind of people should use what kind of standard? We are monsters, can we compare with some trash? After getting along for so long, Chen Shi had also competed with Zhao Wuji many times. He won recognition with his fist-to-flesh fighting style, and Zhao would have changed his mind long ago. In a simple sentence, he even mocked Yu Zioan, who knew how to be next to him, and was ready to slap him in the face. Zhao Wuji thought about it carefully and found out that Chen Shi's strength really couldn't be calculated based on ordinary theory. But a 10,000-year-old soul beast is equivalent to a powerful soul emperor among human soul masters. Even he has to figure it out slowly and cannot take it lightly. Going deeper along the periphery, the age of the soul beast gradually increased. Rongrong and Zuking were lucky and successfully found a suitable target. Since it is a soul beast that is about 2,000 years old, Zhao Wuji raided the formation and was hunted by Chen Shi and others. Without saying a word, the mechas were directly combined, all four sets came out, and all were dressed. Rongrong applied buffs, and Zhu Zuking used the characteristics of the Netherworld 100 Claws and the vulnerability to defense damage to sneak attack the soul beast while quickly disintegrating its defense. Chen Shi and Xiaowu were in charge of the main attack. After some cooperation, the 2,000-year-old spirit beast soon fell under the siege. The three girls cheered. The first one was a shadow cheetah, which matched Zuking's ghost civet cat. Then they followed the same pattern and hunted another colorful elk, which perfectly fit Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed pagoda. In front of Yu Xiaogang, the two women, supported by mechas, were very impressive and successfully absorbed the soul ring of a 2,000-year-old soul beast in one breath. With the absorption of their soul rings, the goddess contract also fed back its year into the second and third soul rings that Chen Yang used for the contract, which suddenly increased by 4,000 years. Okay, now it's time to send your boy's 10,000-year soul beast. I want to ask you one last time, are you sure, Chen Shi? It's okay, Lao Zhao. Chen Shi made a gesture, and Zhao Wuji said nothing after seeing this. He likes to do things directly, unlike some people who have no ability and can only talk. In order to find the 10,000-year soul beast, everyone could only keep moving forward, and finally found clues in the outer core area. Stop, there is movement ahead. Soul Saint's spiritual power still has something. Chen Shi used a smart chip to detect it, and sure enough he found that the ground not far away was sunken, and there was a 10,000-year-old, underground demon spider hidden in it. Good guy, could it be that by some mistake, I was going to cut off the fourth spirit ring that Tang San had prepared? Of course, this shouldn't be the same one, maybe it's a distant relative of the one in Sunset Forest. Chen Shi didn't mind the type of soul beast. After all, he was just using it as a transition. The soul ring would naturally change when he contracted the fourth girl. Old Zhao, I want it. Chen Shi pointed to the crypt with a firm tone. Okay, let me show you how powerful I am, Prince Fudo. Dai Mu Bai, Tang San, Ma Hung Jun, Oscar, the four of you come with me. Zhao Wuji clenched his fist loudly and greeted the four turtle grandsons behind him. No, Teacher Zhao, that is a 10,000-year-old soul beast. Isn't it suitable for us to go there? Ma Hung-jun immediately looked embarrassed, and several others also agreed. Zhao Wuji hated seeing other people's mothers-in-law the most, so in order not to alarm the soul beast, he suppressed his voice and roared. You're worthless, Chen Shi and the others have already killed 2 soul beasts, and you haven't done anything yet. If this is the case, what's the point of bringing you out for training? What's more, with me here, are you still afraid that this beast can turn the world upside down? As he spoke, Zhao Wuji picked up Ma Hung-jun's collar, grabbed the little bastard and rushed towards the cave. The other 3 looked at each other in shock and had no choice but to follow. The 7th soul skill, Martial Soul True Body. The 5th soul skill, Enhanced Gravity. As soon as he came up, Zhao Wuji used all his strength to prevent the underground demon spider from escaping, and then he started fighting with 4 oil bottles. Chen Shi was watching the show with his arms around the girls, but Yu Xiaogang was standing nearby gesticulating, saying this was wrong, that was wrong, and if he was allowed to come, he should attack his weak points first, and then. Chen Shi was so annoyed that he took a few steps back. Taking advantage of his unpreparedness, he kicked Yu Zioan's butt. The little flathead fell directly into the crypt of the 10,000-year soul beast. Screw you! If you like to talk about it, why don't you call me and show me? Thank you all for your support, please read, vote, subscribe, and give me 5-star praise. Chapter 89 Conflicts, Devouring Evolution. Xiao San, your master is coming down to help you. Chen Shi shouted loudly. Tang San and Zhao Wuji turned around subconsciously, and sure enough they found that Yu Xiaogang fell in front of the underground demon spider. Not good! The little bastard exclaimed. The underground demon spider was in a desperate state, and the appearance of Yu Zioan was obviously its new breakthrough point. Xiao Pingtu also knew that something was wrong, so he didn't care so much and quickly summoned his martial spirit. When a strange creature that looked like a dog and a pig appeared, he fought back desperately. The fart is like thunder, and the sky and the earth are shattered by 3 cannons. Boom! There was a loud fart sound, and the shit yellow stench instantly filled the entire crypt. It was so wide that even Zhao Wuji and others were seriously affected. The crypt demon spider was about to swallow Yu Xiaogang in one gulp, but ended up swallowing a mouthful of stinky farts, which made him feel nauseated. The waste actually escaped death. At the edge of the crypt, Xiao Wu, Rong, and Zuking all turned pale, and their disgust was beyond words. Oh my god, that Yu Xiaogang's soul skill is actually farting? This is too disgusting. Chen Shi, run quickly, the stench is coming out. Looking at the yellow gas that was gradually rising and spreading, the eldest lady Ning Rong couldn't stand it anymore. Don't worry, let's go and take shelter in a tree. Chen Shi smiled slightly, hugged the girl's waist and jumped on the ground. In a few flashes, he reached the top of the tree dozens of meters high. Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing followed closely behind. They quickly reached full height, which was not a big deal. The 4 of them looked down from a high position, and saw another burst of fighting sounds coming from the cave not far away. Zhao Wuji stirred up waves of anger with his vigorous fighting. Finally, after a fierce battle, the shit yellow stench was almost completely dispersed, and the crypt demon spider only had one breath left. Chen Shi, it's your turn to give the final blow. Old Zhao yelled, and Chen Shi responded and rushed to the crypt with the three girls. You brat, you want the 10,000-year-old soul beast? Seeing Chen Shi in place, Zhao Wuji kicked him. The crypt demon spider, whose legs were dying, was very domineering. Hey, thank you so much, Lao Zhao, I'll treat you to a drink later. Chen Shi cupped his fists and thanked him. No matter what, Zhao Wuji still helped him a lot. Come on, master, did you just say that you kicked him down? Zhao Wuji frowned and looked at Chen Shi. At this time, the embarrassed Yu Xiaogang also stepped forward aggressively. Yes, it's this boy. Chen Shi spread his hands and looked innocent. You are wronged, Lao Zhao. He was the one who was talking about what you were doing this and that was wrong. He said that if he had come to guide us, it would have been solved long ago. Then I was thinking, since the master is so powerful, why not send him down to help you? There is no lie in these words. Xiao Wu, Wrong, and Zuking also stood up and testified for Chen Shi. Yes, we can guarantee that it is absolutely true. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji looked at Yu Xiaogang, who was obviously a little guilty, and said awkwardly, I was just talking casually, who knew they would take it seriously. Zhao Wuji was already upset by Yu Xiaogang's stinky fart, and now he was looked down upon by him in turn, which only added fuel to the fire. You are a mere level 29 Great Soul Master. If it weren't for Flanders's sake, I would have kicked you out long ago. Humph. Master, why don't I let you lead the team to hunt soul beasts next time? Anyway, nothing I do can catch your eye. Yu Xiaogang didn't expect that he was bragging, but he was wrong again and quickly wanted to explain, Teacher Zhao, I really didn't mean that. Zhao Wuji was too lazy to talk to him anymore. Okay, don't let the students see the joke. It's getting late. Chen Shi, you should absorb this new soul ring quickly. Well, okay. Chen Shi glanced at Yu Xiaogang. He didn't deserve sympathy at all for people like him. Since you don't have the ability, why don't you just be less BB and pretend to be NM? The young man walked towards the crypt demon spider. Chen Shi looked at the 10,000-year-old soul beast in front of him. It had a grey body, slender spider legs, and a spider web that was extra tough but was a different kind of yellow. Although it doesn't look as ferocious and terrifying as the human-faced demon spider, as a 10,000-year-old soul beast, its sense of oppression still exists. However, just as Chen Shi faced the head of the crypt demon spider, he suddenly discovered that the latter's small eyes were still full of sinister light. The next moment, the crypt demon spider suddenly rose up like a flashback, and stabbed Chen Shi hard with its sharp spider legs. At the critical moment, the Wuhan Mecha was activated. The Netherworld White Tiger was dressed in an instant, and at the same time, the White Tiger Holy Shield popped up to resist the attack. With a bang sound, the Holy Light Shield blocked it perfectly, and the two spider legs staggered into the ground. The crypt demon spider's attack failed, and it immediately flexed and stretched its hind limbs, trying to retreat into the cave. Humph, want to run? When Chen Shi saw this, the White Tiger Netherworld Poker was ready to attack, and a destructive grey beam of light shot straight away. Before the crypt demon spider could get back home, the dim entrance to the cave collapsed and was annihilated with a loud rumbling sound. The AoE damage caused by the explosion can even blow up the weak crypt demon spider. Chen Shi predicted where it would fall, and with the speed of the nether civet cat, he sprinted and jumped. When the cave demon spider landed on the ground, the Netherworld White Tiger also fell from the sky. A fierce look flashed in Chen Shi's eyes. Someone else might have been tricked just now, so he didn't give this beast a chance to resist. Aiming at the spider brain, raising the tiger fist, one word, smash. Dirty blood splattered, the spider's legs went limp, and the crypt demonic spider completely stopped moving. Well done, Chen Shi. This damn spider actually pretends to be dead. At this time, Zhao Wuji and others also rushed over, and Xiao Wu and the other girls all showed worried looks. It's okay, Teacher Zhao. Please help me protect the law later. Don't worry, just absorb it. I'm here to ensure that no soul beast dares to bother you again. Zhao Wuji patted his chest, set a flag, and vowed. Chen Shi nodded, then gave the three women a reassuring look, and then began to absorb the power of the underground demon spider. Different from the general situation, Chen Shi did not directly start to absorb the soul ring. Instead, he snapped his fingers and the 8 spider mechanical armor popped up in an instant. Controlling 8 sharp spider spears, Chen Shi fiercely penetrated the body of the underground demon spider. 8 spider mechanical armor soul skill, swallow life. After the mecha transformation, the devouring ability of the 8 spider spears has been further improved and improved. This is the first time that Zhao Wuji and others have seen this situation. The originally huge underground demon spider gradually shrank under Chen Shi's devouring, and in the end only a body was left. At the end of the first step, Chen Shi let out a breath of turbid air. He could feel that the 8 spider armor seemed to have evolved a lot. Immediately afterwards, Chen Shi began to absorb the 10,000-year soul ring again, and the black air flow continued to pour out, all flowing into the young man's body that seemed to be a bottomless pit. Finally, after a long wait, Chen Shi's 4th 10,000-year soul ring has been successfully condensed. Thank you all for your support. Please read, vote, subscribe, and give me 5-star praise. Chapter 90. The brother-in-law is here again, dragging 2 people on his back. The young man stood up, and a black soul ring circled up from his feet. Breakthrough in promotion, the pressure of the 40-level fighting soul sect is coming. Chen Shi, how are you feeling now? Is there any discomfort? Upon seeing this, Xiao Wu, Rong and Zuking hurriedly stepped forward and asked with concern. Absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring is no small matter. The 3 girls were all on tenterhooks just now. I feel good, awesome. Chen Shi paused deliberately to appetize, and then burst out laughing, and the girls' hearts were relieved. Each of them had an angry expression on their face, but the corners of their mouths couldn't help but turn up. Obviously they were happy for their boyfriends. How could this happen? It doesn't make sense. He actually succeeded. Yu Xiaogang, who was watching, could not accept it, but Xiao Pingta still stubbornly and arrogantly believed that his theory was correct. When Zhao Wuji heard this, he glanced at him and said angrily, "Hey, Master. It seems that your theory of martial arts still needs to be corrected in many places. Otherwise, if it spreads and misleads people, it would be a big sin." After Yu Xiaogang finished listening, he felt a slap on his face and was so embarrassed. He wanted to refute, but Chen Shi intervened with his own life. The living facts were before his eyes, and there was no room for him to make up lies. Zhao Wuji felt happy when he saw that Yu Xiaogang had nothing to say. Chen Shi was able to successfully break through. As a teacher, he was so proud that he was naturally very happy. Congratulations, Chen Shi. You have achieved such a level of cultivation at such a young age. You are really a monster among monsters. You really have the title. This sentence was Zhao Wuji's emotion based on Chen Shi's performance when he was passing the entrance examination. Now a few months later, he was even more convinced of this idea. The high evaluation surprised everyone, but Chen Shi raised his eyebrows unexpectedly. The appearance of a title? Teacher Zhao, aren't you trying to eliminate me? What does it mean to be a title Douluo? As soon as these words came out, Zhao Wuji was stunned. You brat, do you know what modesty is? What is low-key? Chen Shi smiled and didn't take it seriously. His goal from beginning to end was not a little titled Douluo. It was already dark and it was inconvenient to move any further. Zhao Wuji announced that he would rest in the cave for one night and return tomorrow morning. Teacher Zhao, do you think we will encounter that terrifying gorilla again? Ma Hongjun asked worriedly while lighting the fire. Although he saved a small life last time, he was so frightened that he couldn't even stand up when he went back to fried chicken in the past few days. He was really frightened. Zhao Wuji gave the fat man a fierce look. Shut your crow's mouth, you really don't want to open the pot. Yu Xiaogang sat aside and said seriously, don't worry, the Titan ape will not come. According to my understanding, the king of the forest like it lives in the core area most of the time. What you encountered last time was purely accidental. Zhao Wuji also thought so, but when the words came out of Yu Zioan's mouth, he suddenly had a bad premonition. After resting at night, Chen Shi took out his 4-person bed blanket as usual, and a man and 3 women slept on it happily. Yu Xiaogang and Tang San were not far behind. The master and apprentice depended on each other, hugging each other for warmth. However, just as they were about to fall asleep, the earth suddenly began to shake. Zhao Wuji, who had been concentrating with his eyes closed, suddenly stood up and looked up following the source of the sound. In an instant, his eyes widened, as if he had seen something extraordinary. Everyone, run, it's coming again! Zhao Wuji shouted at the top of his lungs, with the psychological shadow of last time. Everyone was not sleeping deeply and hurriedly got up. Everyone looked up and saw a huge figure as tall as a hill standing at the entrance of the crypt, with a pair of lantern-sized eyes locked on them. Who? A beast roar, as powerful as a rainbow, it is indeed the king of the forest, the Titan giant ape. Damn it, why are you so unlucky? Zhao Wuji really lives in Bengbu. Is the explosion rate of this 100,000-year soul beast too high? Master, didn't you say that the Titan ape wouldn't come? Ma Hongjun was trembling with fear. He was trapped in the cave this time and was really doomed. This was the first time that Yu Xiaogang saw a 100,000-year soul beast with his own eyes. He was extremely shocked, but what followed was the fear of death. Although he is about to die, he still doesn't want to die. Chen Shi, please take everyone away quickly. Master and I are behind you. At the critical moment, Lao Zhao still chose to step forward, but this time he ended up with a loser. Yu Xiaogang looked confused. Me, do I want to stay too? Nonsense, we are teachers, is it possible for students to die? Yu Zioan was speechless. His evil nature of greed for life and fear of death was clearly revealed at this moment. While the people below were in chaos, the Titan giant ape took action. He stretched out his big hand and started drawing money into the cave like grabbing a doll. The first lucky person is Daimyo Bai, the hot-blooded young man who had been clamoring to save his teacher before. The Titan giant ape glanced at him, and after realizing that he was not the person he was looking for, he swung it out. The golden retriever drew a graceful arc in the air, and finally fell to the ground, a mess. If it doesn't work once, try it again. The Titan giant ape continued to reach out to grab people. Seeing this, Zhao Wuji directly used his martial spirit true form and transformed into a powerful diamond bear, trying to resist. The others took the opportunity to escape. Yu Xiaogang also pretended to be cool, summoned Luo Sanbao, let out a few stinky farts, and then tried to find an opportunity to escape. After all, Zhao Wuji was just a soul saint, and he was quickly punched into unconsciousness by the Titan giant ape. Without the cover of the powerful King Kong bear, Ma Hongjun, Oscarone after another, they were thrown into the air, which was like performing acrobatics. When the big hand grabbed Rongrong and Zuking, Chen Shi and Xiaowu stood in front of them, and the two were naturally captured by the Titan ape. Ming found the target person, but when he was about to evacuate, he was stopped by Chen Shi's voice transmission from his soul. Brother-in-law, don't leave in a hurry. Grab 2 more people to support you, otherwise it will be too obvious. Immediately afterwards, the young man directly recommended, just the little guy with a crew cut who runs the slowest and the boy next to him. The Titan giant ape took a glance and found the master and apprentice who were at the back. Without saying a word, he grabbed it with his big hand. Before Yu Xiaogang and Tang San could react, they were already suspended in the air and pinched firmly into the palm of the 100,000-year spirit beast. The two of them were not treated as well as Chen Shi and Xiao Wu. While the Titan ape was retreating, it accidentally used too much force. With their palms closed, Yu Xiaogang and Tang San squeezed together, their bones rubbing together and making a click-click sound. Their faces were ferocious, and they actually fainted at the same time. Rongrong and Zuking wanted to recover Chen Shi and Xiao Wu, but the Titan ape was too fast. They could only watch sadly as Ming and his people gradually disappeared into the vast forest. Thank you all for your support. Please read, vote, subscribe, and give me 5-star praise. Chapter 91. Its name is Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. Zuking, Chen Shi and Xiao Wu were taken away. What do you think we should do? Ning Rongrong was extremely anxious. Compared to 3 months ago, her feelings for Chen Shi were deeper now. She wished she could be taken away too. Although Zhu Zuking was also very worried, there was nothing they could do with their strength, so they could only force themselves to calm down. After thinking for a while, the little cat suddenly remembered something. Wrong, don't worry. Do you still remember that Chen Shi taught us a new way to use the goddess contract last night? The eldest lady was panicked just now, but now she thought carefully. You mean, life induction? Zhu Zuking nodded, yes. I just sensed it. Chen Shi's vitality is very active. I think there won't be any problems for the time being. All we can do now is believe in Chen Shi. He will definitely bring Xiao Wu back safely. Hearing this, Rongrong cheered up again. Well, that bad brother also said that he wanted to drink the wine that others stepped on. He will be fine. With the life feedback authority that Chen Shi had opened up in advance, the two women could roughly understand his situation, and they immediately felt relieved. Of course, someone has only opened this permission. After all, if all permissions are released, then when he and Xiao Wu wouldn't all the girls know about it? At the same time, the Titan giant ape on the other side brought Chen Shi and Xiao Wu to an open plain. Sister Xiaohu, do you have anything to do with me when you come back to release your breath this time? With a rumble, the Titan ape sat down and asked curiously. Yes, the appearance of the Titan giant ape this time was actually intentional by Chen Shi and Xiao Wu. Senior Ming, just in case, let's deal with these two guys first and then talk in detail. Chen Shi took a step forward, and Xiao Wu hugged his arm, acting like a husband and a wife accompanying each other. After hearing this, the Titan ape let go of its big grasping hand, and Tang San and Yu Xiaogang slid down like a puddle of mud. Let me go, these two losers won't be crushed to death, right? Chen Shi looked over, and after scanning the smart chip, he found that they only had a dozen broken bones and some bleeding in their internal organs, but they were still alive. Ming stretched out his hand and poked their chests. The latter's mouth was bleeding even after being pressed, but he did not wake up. Upon seeing this, the Titan giant ape grabbed one leg each of Yu Xiaogang and Tang San, and then swung them outward like throwing stones. The half-dead master and apprentice took off instantly, and finally fell into the dense forest in the distance, never to be seen again. Okay, now that we're done with it, it's most convenient to throw away the trash. Ming clapped his hands. Apparently, he often did this kind of littering behavior. Chen Shi and Xiao Wu had no time to worry about those two people and started talking about business directly. Senior Ming, when I call you this time, I actually want to ask you for a favor. Humph, you brat, I knew it was your fault. The Titan giant ape glared at Chen Shi angrily. This guy first snatched Sister Xiaohu away, and now he wants to treat him as a chimpanzee coolie? Chen Shi smiled and did not refute. He knew that he was not enough for Ming to take him seriously, so he had to eat soft rice. Little Rabbit could see that Chen Shi was wronged, so he immediately took on the posture of Xiaohu's sister, trying to win back a victory for her boyfriend. Ming, Chen Shi is your brother-in-law, and his business is my business. Don't you even want to help sister Xiaowu? The girl has said this, how can the second brother, the Titan giant ape, still dare to disobey? Oh, sister Xiaowu, I'm just talking about having fun. Help, I'll definitely help. With Ming's guarantee, Xiaowu's face was filled with joy, and she turned her head to look at Chen Shi with a proud and acknowledging expression. Chen Shi also met her expectations, pulled the girl into his arms, kissed her little face and said, "Thank you, baby." Xiaowu's pretty face turned red all of a sudden, she twisted her body and said coquettishly, "I hate it, what are you saying thank you for?" The two of them looked at each other with deep affection. If they weren't worried about Ming's presence, they would have had a good verbal exchange. At this time, the Titan ape's lantern-sized eyes had nowhere to rest. He really had no eyes to see. The brat and the little dance sister showed off their affection in front of each other. Have we ever considered the feelings of single apes? Chen Shi, tell me quickly, why are you looking for me? Ming couldn't stand it anymore, so he interrupted and said in a low voice. Chen Shi and Xiaowu also stopped irritating him once they got along. Senior Ming, I have been successfully promoted to the Soul Sect this time. Soon, Xiaowu and I will move to another city. By then, the journey will be longer, and we may not return to the Stardo Forest in a short time. So this time, I want to say goodbye to you firstly, and secondly, I want to ask you to help me keep an eye out for a soul beast. Chen Shi explained his purpose, and Xiaowu continued the conversation smoothly. By the way, Ming, didn't you tell me last time that you wanted to taste the delicacies of the human world? This time Chen Shi and I brought you a gift and bought a lot of delicious things. Xiaowu said as she took out a bunch of delicious food from the mecha's storage space. The Titan giant ape just watched the two people working quietly. Despite the temperament of a 100,000-year-old soul beast, his heart felt warm at this moment, and he felt a lot. Ming, why is your saliva flowing out of your eyes? Xiaowu patted the giant ape's big hand. As an older sister, she used a joking tone to ease Ming's mood. Thank you, Sister Xiaowu. The voice of the Titan ape was a little hoarse. To him, these foods were nothing, but what was important was the feeling of being missed, which moved the ape. The girl still cherished these few relatives she had left, and said softly, "No need to just thank me." Chen Shi proposed this. Ming looked up at Chen Shi, who smiled at him. Sending goose feathers from thousands of miles away means less courtesy and more affection. This is probably how the Titan giant ape feels now. Chen Shi, tell me, what kind of soul beast do you want me to help you find? After what happened just now, Ming's tone towards the boy became better. Chen Shi did not waste any time, and immediately introduced, Senior Ming, the soul beast I am looking for is very rare, it can be said to be the top of the top. Before he could finish his words, the Titan ape patted his chest and vowed to be the first to speak. Don't worry, I guarantee in the name of the king of the forest that as long as that soul beast lives in the star forest, I will definitely help you find it. Chen Shi said that he thought so too, so he continued, that soul beast relies on devouring other creatures to speed up its cultivation. Its own attributes are even worse than darkness, and it is extremely evil. It looks like a white tiger, but it has black wings and a tail like a scorpion hook. The more Ming listened, the more something was wrong. Wait a minute, what is the name of this soul beast you are talking about? Chen Shi responded word for word. Its name is, Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. Thank you all for your support, please read, vote, subscribe, and give me 5-star praise. Chapter 92 Azure Bull Python? No, everyone here is a younger brother. As soon as these 5 words were spoken, the Titan's expression immediately changed. Nonsense! Do you know how dangerous the dark demon tiger is, which symbolizes disaster and ominousness? As far as strength is concerned, even I, the king of the forest, cannot guarantee that I can win it. And the guy you are looking for has long been driven out of the Douluo forest by my brother and I. So kid, you'd better give up on this idea. Ming's reaction was very intense. He said a long paragraph in one breath. In summary, he warned Chen Shi not to take advantage of the dark demon evil god tiger. Look Chen Shi, the dark demon evil god tiger is really dangerous, right? Let's find another target. Let's switch to another soul beast, okay? Xiao Wu also shook Chen Shi's arm at this time and kept persuading him. As a 100,000-year-old soul beast, how could Xiao Wu not know about the existence of the dark demon evil god tiger? When Chen Shi discussed with her about finding the dark demon tiger so as to collect and analyze its power for his own use, Xiao Nazai had already expressed strong opposition. For this reason, Chen Shi could only have a good quarrel with her with his mouth, and even broke out a series of hand-to-hand battles, changing tricks to train Xiao Nazai. In the end, Xiao Wu relied on 2 fronts to attack together. Under Chen Shi's powerful invasion one after another, Xiao Wu had to beg for mercy repeatedly and was forced to resist in vain. Although she agreed verbally, Xiao Nazai knew that even if she asked Ming for help, he would probably not agree when it came to the dark demon evil god tiger. As expected now. Chen Shi frowned. He still underestimated the importance of the dark demon evil god tiger in the heart of the 100,000-year soul beast, and his plan fell through. Upon seeing this, the Titan giant ape spoke again, "Don't worry, kid. When you grow to the level of a titled Douluo in the future, it won't be too late for me to guide you." Chen Shi knew he shouldn't act too hastily, so he clasped his fists in greeting. "In that case, I'd like to thank you, Senior Ming. For such a top-level powerful soul beast as the dark demon evil god tiger, it is impossible to let it go. It seems that it can only be left to be slaughtered later. By the way, Sister Xiaohu, my eldest brother just woke up a few days ago and is always talking about you. Do you want to go back and see him?" The Titan giant ape suddenly remembered something, looked at the little rabbit and asked. "Ming is awake? That's great. Chen Shi, let's go back together." Hearing this, Xiao Wu smiled and held Chen Shi's hand with expectation on her face. Xiao Wu, is it convenient for me to go there?" Chen Shi was a little hesitant, but he didn't care. He was mainly worried that his 2 brothers-in-law would mind. After all, soul beasts have a strong sense of territorial security, and the Ming dynasty is where the Azure Bull Python lives and is the core of the Star Forest, so it can be regarded as a forbidden area. The girl pouted her lips. "What's the inconvenience? Xiao Wu's home is your home." Ming also guessed Chen Shi's thoughts, and immediately said, "There is nothing to worry about. I have already mentioned your kid's matter to my eldest brother. Brother said that he believed in Sister Xiaohu's vision, not to mention, is it unreasonable for you to stay here alone? So let's go together." Having said this, Chen Shi smiled slightly, held Xiao Wu's hand and stood on the Titan ape's shoulders. Ming used all 4 limbs together, bursting out at a speed far beyond his size. The tall trees flew past him quickly. After a while of burning incense, Chen Shi looked into the distance and finally discovered a lake of life shrouded in mist and sparkling. The Titan ape made a big jump and landed firmly on the edge of the lake. Ming first put down Xiao Wu and Chen Shi, then beat his chest with both fists and let out a beastly roar. In an instant, all the surrounding soul beasts retreated, making room for the arrival of the Forest King. "Brother, I brought Sister Xiaohu and that boy back to see you." The Titan ape shouted loudly at the lake of life in the center, and the surface of the lake was shaken up with ripples one after another. Chen Shi and Xiao Wu were standing on the shore. Suddenly, there was a sound of water exploding, and a black and blue giant broke out of the lake. It was a huge bull's head, its eyes were shining with blue light, and its beard and hair were fluttering on its chin. The most eye-catching thing was the two huge horns on its head, which was intimidating. However, the strange thing is that under the bull's head is not a body as strong as a titan ape, but the body of a giant python several times thicker than a water tank. With the head of a bull and the body of a snake, this is the emperor of the star forest, the azure bull python. To be honest, such a terrifying behemoth suddenly appeared. Even though Chen Shi was mentally prepared, he was still shocked. As for Xiao Wu, not only was she not afraid, she also showed a happy expression. "Deming, you are the best sleeper every time." In a deep voice, the azure bull python asked with concern, "Sister Xiao Wu, I haven't seen you for a long time. How are you doing?" Xiao Wu held Chen Shi's hand, stood up on tiptoes and kissed him on the face, smiling and saying, "As you can see, Sister Xiao Wu is fine. Daming, let me introduce to you. This is Chen Shi, Sister Xiao Wu's partner, who is also your brother-in-law." Tianqing Niubo was a little surprised. Erming had told him about Chen Shi, but he didn't expect Sister Xiao Wu to be so proactive and direct. And judging from the deep love in her eyes and the doting look on Chen Shi's face, their relationship is deeper than they imagined and cannot be faked. At the same time, Chen Shi also looked at the azure bull python. This guy must be the oldest one no matter how you look at it. However, according to Xiao Wu, she once saved the young Ming dynasty and Ming, so the two beasts were willing to become their younger brothers and recognized her as Sister Xiao Wu. Regarding this situation, Chen Shi was naturally happy to hear it. After all, this way. Titan giant ape, azure bull python? No, everyone here is a younger brother. He is the brother-in-law. Daming is not only the most mature, but also has the calmest personality. When facing Chen Shi for the first time, the Titan giant ape asked sternly and even wanted to have a fight, but the azure bull python chatted with Xiao Wu and reminisced about the past. From little things, I indirectly learned about Chen Shi's behavior, including his feelings and attitude towards Sister Xiao Wu. Of course, Xiao Wu also very cleverly skipped the part involving Rong and Zuking without mentioning a word. One person, one rabbit, one ape, one bull, and snake? It was quite pleasant to get along. Daming finally found Chen Shi, mainly to warn him not to let Sister Xiao Wu down, not to expose his identity, and to practice hard so that he can protect Sister Xiao Wu. These requests were reasonable, and Chen Shi accepted them all without hesitation. But when it comes to practicing hard, this triggers the keywords of Xiao Wu and Chen Shi. As the saying goes, we are all going back to our parents' home, can we leave empty-handed? Xiao Wu walked forward with her little hands behind her back. "Deming, I told Chen Shi before that I have two very powerful brothers. Now that Ming has proven himself, can you also give the azure bull python's data to Chen Shi?" Just in case Daming misunderstood that he was going to be sacrificed, Little Rabbit immediately explained the meaning of Chen Shi's martial spirit and data. Daming pondered for a moment, figured out the magic, and then made a decision. "Since it's for Sister Xiao Wu, then Chen Shi, please. Thank you all for your support, please read, vote, subscribe, and give me 5-star praise." Chapter 93 The true feelings are revealed. Chen Shi, Xiao Wu only has you. As soon as he finished speaking, the azure bull python twisted its huge body, and immediately, a thick python tail was thrown out of the lake. A black shadow fell from the sky, raising waves of water and splashing straight towards the shore. Bang! There was a muffled sound, and the terrifying weight made the earth tremble. Seeing this, Xiao Wu excitedly held the boy's hand. "Chen Shi, go quickly, Daming is a sky blue bull python, it's very powerful." Chen Shi didn't hesitate, clasped his fists and smiled, "Thank you, Senior Ming, but I'll be welcome. Hey, Siri. Output full power, scan and collect the martial soul data of the Azure Bull Python. Chen Shi stretched out his hand and placed it on Daming's python tail while giving orders to the smart chip in his heart. Tianqing Niu Python quietly watched Chen Shi operate. At Sister Wu's signal, she tried her best to put away her mental defenses. Soon Daming noticed a weak electric current coming from Chen Shi's hand. He felt it carefully and found that it was indeed non-toxic, harmless, and safe. Since the amount of data on 100,000-year-old soul beasts is too much, although Chen Shi has narrowed down the collection scope, it still takes some time to digest it. The Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape asked Xiao Wu what interesting things happened in his life in the human world, while waiting for Chen Shi. Finally, after an hour of hard work, Chen Shi suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "It's done! Good boy, you are still so slow. Can't a grown man do things faster?" Ming has the most impatient temper, and Chen Shi is used to his complaints. What's more, what's the use of a man wanting to be fast? What your little dance sister wants is thick enough, hard enough, and long-lasting enough. You single ape, you don't understand anything. Xiao Wu ran over at this time. "Chen Shi, how do you feel?" The corners of the young man's mouth raised, and his eyes were extremely hot. The data collection is almost the same as that of Senior Ming, which is enough. Although it is difficult to decompress the data of the 100,000-year-old soul beast, now that it is available, it is only a matter of time before the new mecha will be available and will definitely not be absent. After finishing the business, Xiao Wu prepared to take Chen Shi to visit the Lake of Life. After all, he didn't know when he would come next. Chen Shi was admiring the beautiful scenery around him, and suddenly thought of a question. "Speaking of which, Xiao Wu, this is your home, so where was the place you lived before?" The accompanying Titan Giant Ape said first, "Sister Xiao Wu, we have kept the place where you lived before, and we have not let other spirit beasts go in and cause trouble." The Azure Bull Python also nodded to this, but Xiao Wu had a tangled look on his face. After some hesitation, he turned around with his hands on his hips and looked at the 200,000-year soul beasts. "Ming, the rest of the time will be left to Sister Xiaowu. You guys should step back first." The Titan Giant Ape was about to say something, but was stopped by a look from the Azure Bull Python. Then the two younger brothers exited obediently, leaving a more private space to Sister Xiaowu and their brother-in-law. "Chen Shi, come with me." Xiao Wu took the boy's hand and ran along the Lake of Life. Finally, after several twists and turns, she came to a crack in the mountain wall. The entrance is not big, but it is just right for Chen Shi and Xiao Wu. At first it was extremely narrow, but only then could I understand people. After walking a few steps, I suddenly became enlightened. The moonlight shone down, and I saw a space left in the mountain wall. There were signs of life around it, and there was a small spring in the center that seemed to be connected to the Lake of Life. "Chen Shi, this is Xiao Wu's old home. Isn't it shabby and old, like a savage lived here?" Xiaonazai lowered her head in shame. "Compared with ordinary housing, this place is really incomparable." "Idiot, this place is beautiful. There are many people out there who want to live but can't live in a place like this." Chen Shi hugged Xiao Wu from behind, put his chin on the girl's shoulder and said softly. "Really, really?" Xiao Wu's eyes lit up when she heard this. She had been worried about Chen Shi's dislike for a long time. Of course it's true. If it weren't for such a beautiful place, how could I have raised such a beautiful baby like my Xiao Wu? Chen Shi smiled evilly and kissed Xiaonazai on the face. The girl's face turned red and she said with annoyance, "Bad guy." However, with Chen Shi's coaxing, Xiaonazai, who had been unable to let go, became lively again. The girl stopped one step at a time, the smile on her face did not fade, and she kept telling Chen Shi every detail of her time here. "Chen Shi, this is the place where Xiao Wu and her mother used to sleep and rest. Isn't it a little dirty? Chen Shi, that's where my mother often hides carrots, and I can find them every time. Isn't Xiao Wu very smart? And that? Chen Shi held Xiao Wu's hand without asking too many questions or interrupting. What he needs to do now is to be a loyal listener. The house is so small that 2 people can walk around in a few dozen steps. The home is very big, because it is full of memories of Xiao Wu and her mother. When she returned to the starting point and looked at this home again, the girl couldn't bear it anymore. 2 lines of clear tears fell silently from the corners of her eyes. Chen Shi's heart was broken. Idiot, why are you crying when you go home? Otherwise, if your mother finds out, she will think that I bully you. Chen Shi raised his hand to wipe away her tears. His eyes and tone were particularly gentle. After going through this journey just now, Chen Shi also understood a lot. 6 years ago, Xiao Wu and he returned to Holy Soul Village for the first time. Why could they still smile so happily even when they faced the shabby house with 4 walls? This is because she and her mother have suffered more than that. Xiao Wu looked at Chen Shi, with tears glistening in her eyes red from crying, and her voice had a hint of crying. Chen Shi, Xiao Wu has no mother anymore, only you. After hearing this, Chen Shi hugged the girl into his arms, took a deep breath, and stabilized his emotions. Yes, you still have me, there is De Ming, there is Ming. So Xiao Wu, you are not alone, you know? I will always be with you. Their eyes looked at each other. At this moment, no amount of sweet words could compare to this promise. The true feelings were revealed. Xiao Wu's heart almost melted. She stood up on tiptoes, put her arms around Chen Shi's neck, and took the initiative to kiss him. Chen Shi naturally responded enthusiastically. Since he is sentimental about the past, he should use the beauty of the present to dilute everything. Their lips parted for a long time, and this time both of them were very devoted, until they parted. Kaidu is still disconnected. Xiao Wu shyly buried her head in Chen Shi's chest. After being warm for a while, the girl pointed to Xiao Chuan, who had not yet been introduced to the center. Chen Shi, this spring is connected to the Lake of Life. Xiao Wu used to bathe here. Chen Shi showed his original expression, and Xiao Wu then whispered, "You are sweating so much, do you want to go in and wash yourself?" Chen Shi raised his eyebrows and had another bad idea. He took Xiao Wu's earlobe in his mouth and said softly, "What's the point of taking a bath alone, honey, let's have a mandarin duck bath." P.S. Brothers, there are a lot of things going on at the beginning of school recently, so the update may be a little late. Although it is late, it will definitely be updated, and there will definitely be no shortage of updates. Please vote and reward. Thank you for your support. Thank you all for your support. Please vote, subscribe, and give me 5-star praise. Chapter 94 Baby. I hate it, don't. De Ming, Ming is still outside. If they find out, Sister Xiao Wu will be embarrassed to see people. The girl squirmed in Chen Shi's arms. When she thought of taking a bath with the bad guy in her former home, her face became very hot and she felt as shy as she wanted. Chen Shi kissed Xiao Wu's snow-white neck and said reluctantly, "What's the point? We are a legitimate couple. What's more, can't we just take a shower at home? And if you are embarrassed, I have a solution." Chen Shi said, snapping his fingers. The martial spirit realm instantly expanded, and the virtual space descended. The surrounding mountain walls began to be gradually formatted, but under Chen Shi's control, the spring in the center and the small home next to it were not affected and remained as before. "How is it, Xiao Wu? Now that there is a virtual space barrier, no one knows what we are doing inside." Chen Shi's words were like a devil's whisper, seducing Xiao Wu step by step as if they had magic power. The girl bit her lower lip, the expression on her face was tangled and shy, and she finally said regretfully, "Chen Shi, you better wash it first." Chen Shi sighed after hearing this. Of course, for such a happy and fun thing, both people must be willing to do it. The young man was quite disappointed and said, "Okay then." Just now, Chen Shi was really tired from traveling and collecting and analyzing the data of the 100,000-year soul beast, and he was already sweating profusely. Although I don't have to change clothes, it's still very comfortable to wash my body. Taking off his coat, Chen Shi has a perfect figure, with clear muscle lines, and looks full of explosive power. He is of such a level that if someone of the opposite sex sees it, he or she will drool with envy. If someone of the opposite sex sees it, he or she will shed tears of envy. With a slight jump, I jumped into the spring, and my whole body was immediately enveloped by a coolness. And if you look carefully, you will find that a circle of small fluorescent green light spots began to gather around the boy. Note, that is not algae or plankton, but Chen Shi's life affinity body is exerting force. The Lake of Life, located at the core of the Star Forest, is famous for its extremely rich vitality. Now that the life affinity body is in contact with the Lake of Life, the two naturally attract each other like magnets. Chen Shi also noticed something strange. As the light spots converged, he could even feel the life force integrating into his body through his skin. At first, Chen Shi tasted it with great interest, but slowly, he became a little dismissive. Is this the purity? Is this the content? Chen Shi just wanted to say that he is not as good as Aunt Lu. Sure enough, it is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. After enjoying Aunt Liu's nurturing, it would be completely boring to absorb this lake of life again. Chen Shi smacked his lips, feeling emotional at the scene. He also began to miss Aunt Lu. I wonder if Aunt Lu will generously undress her and treat him to another drink when she comes home next time? While Chen Shi was soaking in the bath and thinking wildly, someone suddenly clung to his back tightly, and at the same time a pair of small hands wrapped around his strong waist. Chen Shi was stunned for a moment, then raised the corners of his mouth, grabbed his little hand, and pulled the person behind him into his arms little by little. Blushing and naked, Xiao Wu slowly moved into Chen Shi's field of vision. The spring water was not deep, but the girl deliberately lowered her body, revealing only her delicate collarbone and the parts above. While admiring Xiaonazai's delicate body looming under the water, Chen Shi pretended to be sad and said, "Xiao Wu, I thought you didn't want to wash with me." The girl didn't dare to look at Chen Shi. She supported his solid and powerful chest with both hands. Her heart was pounding. She was shy and couldn't help but peek. Finally, she swallowed, "No way, I'm just embarrassed." Chen Shi didn't tell the truth, so he lifted the girl's chin and was about to kiss her, but Xiao Wu dodged her. Xiaonazai raised her pink fist and said delicately, "You are not allowed to cause trouble. We agreed that we would just take a shower." Chen Shi smiled helplessly, "Okay, I won't do anything bad, but you have to let me have a taste, right?" Xiao Wu pouted and lowered her head without refusing, which was a tacit consent. Upon seeing this, Chen Shi leaned down and took the girl's rosy mouth decisively. In such an ambiguous atmosphere, how could Xiaonazai not feel anything? She said she didn't want to, but when it came to kissing she was very honest. But after a while, Xiao Wu suddenly noticed something was wrong. The next moment, the girl reacted immediately, grabbed Chen Shi subconsciously, and said angrily, "Bad guy, you said you are good and don't do evil." Chen Shi took a breath of cold air, "No, Xiao Wu, I'm a normal man, and you are so beautiful, so you can't explain it if I don't feel anything, right?" Xiao Wu looks carefully. It seems so. If Chen Shi really doesn't have feelings for me anymore, that would be a big problem. Then, what should I do? It can't always be like this, right? Xiao Wu's pretty face flushed. The one who tied the bell must untie it, so Xiao Wu, you have to take responsibility. Bad guy, you, what do you want to do? Soon, Xiao Wu was blocked in a corner with nowhere to escape. Chen Shi smiled evilly and pressed on, "Baby." The girl glanced at him, "Then do you keep your word?" Chen Shi nodded, then picked up the girl, splashing water, and a large area of white came into view. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Wu suddenly screamed again. "Ah, bad guy, you lied to me again." Paid content, thank you for watching. At the same time, at the other end of the Lake of Life, the Titan Giant Ape and the Azure Bull Python were still waiting for the two outside. "Brother, why did Xiao Wu and Chen Shi stay in there for so long?" Ming sat on the ground, puzzled, and Daming shook his head, "I don't know, maybe Xiao Wu has something important to do. But then again, that Chen Shi is a bit strange. As soon as he appeared, I felt that the vitality in the Lake of Life seemed to be moving towards him. This has never happened before." The Titan Giant Ape immediately said vigilantly, "Brother, are you saying that there is something wrong with that kid?" The Azure Bull Python denied, "No, there is nothing wrong with him. I just guess that he may have a special physique that can attract vitality. Anyway, as long as he is sincere to Xiao Wu, the stronger he is, the better." Ming also echoed this. "That's right, as long as Chen Shi loves Xiao Wu, it's enough." The gaze returned to Xiao Wu's home, and the turbulence of the spring finally stopped. Xiao Wu narrowed her beautiful eyes and exhaled hot air from her mouth. "Bad guy, you just play tricks on me. You're so tired in the water. Thank you for your support. Please read, subscribe, vote, and give me 5-star reviews." Chapter 95, Enthusiastic Monkey, Castration Surgery of a Master and Disciple. "I'm just taking you to experience a new challenge and a new taste. And you have to wash your body inside and out when you take a bath, right?" Chen Shi smiled and walked ashore with the naked Xiao Wu in his arms. The little girl looked at their almost overlapping reflections in the spring water and couldn't help but curl her lips. "Bad guy, it's all your fault." Hearing this, Chen Shi patted the girl's elastic buttocks with his backhand, "Look at what you said." After changing clothes, the two finally had cloth on their bodies. Xiao Wu finally looked at this former home and stopped to stare, as if she wanted to engrave it into her memory forever. Chen Shi saw this, took her hand and said softly, "Don't worry, Xiao Wu, I have scanned and collected it, and all the data here has been preserved. When you miss home one day, I will use the virtual space to create an identical scene for you, okay?" Xiao Wu felt warm in her heart. This bad guy always likes to surprise herself in some unexpected places. The only remaining trace of sadness dissipated, the girl hugged Chen Shi's hand, smiled and agreed, "Well, okay." Walking out of the wall, Chen Shi and Xiao Wu held hands and returned to Daming and Erming. The Titan Giant Ape stood up from the ground with a start, "Sister Xiao Wu, you are finally out. After such a long time, I thought something happened." When Xiao Wu heard this, she couldn't help feeling guilty when she remembered the absurdity she had just done with Chen Shi in the water. There was no way, the girl had to put her hands on her waist and pretended to be strong and said, "Stupid Ming, what can happen to Sister Xiao Wu at home?" The Titan Giant Ape scratched his head, it seemed to be true, but Daming saw a hint of abnormality. There was a strong breath of life on Xiao Wu and Chen Shi's bodies, and Xiao Wu's face was red, as if she had just experienced a strenuous exercise. Although Tianqing Niamang saw some clues, he did not ask directly like Erming. After all, Xiao Wu seemed to be in a good mood, which meant that what happened just now should be happy and joyful. In this case, why should he say more? Chen Shi calculated the time. He and Xiao Wu had been out for several hours. It was almost time to go back. "Daming, Erming, Xiao Wu is leaving. You stay at home and we will come to see you next time you come back." Waving goodbye, it is not difficult to see that Xiao Wu still cherishes these two cheap brothers. "Sister Xiao, let Erming take you and Chen Shi back. This is the core area of the Xingda Great Forest, and it is still a long way from the periphery. And you may encounter other 10,000-year soul beasts on the way, and you too are not safe. The Azure Bull Python was very thoughtful, and the Titan Giant Ape also readily agreed. Chen Shi and Xiaohu were naturally very happy. "Come on, Sister Xiaohu, Chen Shi." Erming squatted down on his own initiative, and the two jumped directly onto his shoulders. After ensuring that he stood firmly, the Titan Giant Ape used all four limbs and ran back the way he came. The Azure Bull Python propped up its body, with its head hanging high, and watched them leave with a deep look in his eyes, wondering what he was thinking. Finally, Daming let out a low roar. "Sister Xiaohu, I wish you happiness." Although it is said that running on the ground is not as fast as flying in the sky, the Titan Giant Ape is a 100,000-year soul beast. It also took nearly after a while of burning incense, Chen Shi asked the driver to plan to get off. "Okay, Senior Erming, Xiao Wu and I can just go back from here. The current location is exactly at the place where we first stayed. It is not far or close to the cave where Rong Rong and Zuking are. It is just right." Upon hearing this, the Titan Giant Ape put down Xiao Wu and Chen Shi and said goodbye again. Then he returned, and his huge body gradually disappeared into the endless forest. "Let's go, Xiao Wu." Chen Shi directly summoned the Phoenix Mecha, with its fiery red wings spreading. Xiao Nazai lay on top of him. Taking off from the ground and soaring into the sky, Xiao Wu felt the cool breeze blowing on her face, enjoying the speed and passion. However, not long after Chen Shi flew out, he suddenly stopped in mid-air. Xiao Wu poked her head forward curiously, and asked curiously, "What's wrong, Chen Shi?" The young man stood in the air, shushed to signal for silence, and stared intently at the noisy grove below, as if something had caught his attention. "Hey, Siri. Scan all biological information below." Due to the obstruction of the trees, Chen Shi simply sent the smart chip to take action. Instruction received and being executed. Target, Soul Beast. Quantity, 101. Name, Flying Monkey. Year, range from 100 to 500 years. Characteristics, the beast is as its name suggests, naughty and active, extremely curious and greedy, relatively agile, and has average attack power. A group of 100-year-old little monkeys alone are definitely not worthy of Chen Shi's attention, but his real target is the other two guys hidden in this group of monkeys. Target, humans. Quantity, 2. Character 1, Yu Xiao Gang. Gender : Current status, excessive blood loss in the lower body, multiple broken bones throughout the body, serious injuries and on the verge of death. Yes, this first heavyweight guest is none other than our waste master Yu Xiao Gang. Needless to say, the remaining one must be his good disciple. Character 2, Tang San. Gender : Current status, excessive blood loss in the lower body, multiple broken bones throughout the body, serious injuries and on the verge of death. Previously, for the convenience of disposal, the Titan Giant Ape directly threw away the comatose little flathead and little Yakuza as garbage. Unexpectedly, Chen Shi actually ran into them again on his way back, but this situation didn't seem good. Ace Pilot, apply for landing. Chen Shi led Xiao Wu to the ground smoothly. He had to see what the master and apprentice were like. "Chen Shi, aren't these just a group of monkeys? What are you looking for?" Xiao Wu followed him, kicking away the jumping monkeys from time to time, and wondered. Chen Shi looked excited. After finally pushing aside the last obstructing bush, the sight in front of him completely shocked him. "I saw a group of flying monkeys jumping back and forth on Yu Xiao Gang and Tang San. The two guys lying on the ground were as motionless as corpses. The clothes on their bodies were torn to pieces, especially their lower bodies, which were covered in blood, and their pants were missing. The most outrageous thing is that there are still a few flying monkeys lying there chewing and chewing, and they are already rotten to the point of being. No wonder there was excessive blood loss in the lower body, no wonder the unknown gender turned out to be the enthusiastic sky monkey who took advantage of their unconsciousness to perform a direct castration surgery without sterilization or surgery. Chen Shi couldn't even imagine how sour and refreshing it was. Thank you all for your support. Please read, subscribe, vote, and give me 5-star praise. Chapter 96 Chen Shi reunites with the two girls, perfectly staying out of the trouble. Chen Shi subconsciously took out the bird. The big baby was still reassuring. Xiao Wu, Rong, and Zuking would still have to rely on him for their happy lives in the future. Originally, Chen Shi didn't plan to care about these two things. After all, the law of the forest is that the weak eat the strong, so practice cooking more. But when he thought that the master and apprentice would have to change their identities to survive on this continent, Chen Shi became interested again. Once a teacher, always a father? From now on, Xiao Zhaosan will never be able to say this to Yu Xiaoan again. Men's pleasure no longer belongs to them. If you still want to be happy in the future, why not ask Flanders to try your little anus? Chen Shi really wants to live in Bengbu, Golden Iron Triangle? No, Lu Erlong directly announced his withdrawal and achieved a great success in Longyang. Xiao Wu behind him was blocked by his back. He stood up on tiptoes to take a look, but was pushed back by Chen Shi. No, Xiao Wu, this picture is too bloody and violent, you will get needle eyes after watching it. Xiao Nazai covered her eyes in fear. Ah, the eye of a needle? Then, I won't see it. After coaxing Xiao Wu, Chen Shi thought about what to do next, so that he could stay out of the incident and watch the show. After thinking about it for a while, he decided to take Xiao Wu back first, and then let Zhao Wuji know the news. Firstly, it's because Chen Shi really resents these two rootless men. Frankly speaking, he is too disgusted and disgusting. Secondly, Chen Shi is not grateful for the life-saving grace given to Yu Xiaogang and Xiao Zazan. What's more, who knows if these two bitches will bite him back later. Then instead of being grateful, they might even blame Chen Shi for not saving him earlier. With Yu Xiaogang's character and style, it may not be impossible for him to be so shameless and repay kindness with hatred. Without destroying the scene, Chen Shi turned around and left with Xiao Wu. As for whether those two guys would be beaten because of the smell of blood. If other soul beasts take it away and share the food, then it depends on their lives. The Phoenix Mecha took off again. Following the guidance given to Rong and Zuking in the goddess contract, Chen Shi and Xiao Wu quickly found them. The wings folded and disintegrated, and they landed smoothly. In order to provide a good cover, the two of them rolled a circle on the grass halfway, dressing themselves up as if they were fleeing. Since Zhao Wuji had been beaten unconscious by the Titan giant ape before and had just woken up, Shrek and others did not act rashly. Compared to Zhao Wuji's mental detection, Ning Rong and Zhu Zuking relied on their bond with Chen Shi to sense the fluctuations in the goddess contract and were the first to discover their presence. Chen Shi, it's Chen Shi who's back! Rong and Zuking shouted in unison. Seeing the man they longed for, the two women couldn't help but rush forward and threw themselves into his arms. Xiao Wu also obediently gave up her position. Not to mention that she was getting used to this situation. The most important thing was that she and Chen Shi had hugged, kissed, and even had several fights in the water. It's poker. Xiao Wu can still feel the warmth in her belly. Rong and Zuking didn't know what they were doing outside, they just thought they had gone through a lot of hardships to escape from the 100,000-year soul beast. Okay, stop crying, be good. How could I be willing to leave you behind, right? Chen Shi put his arms around the two girls. They were so worried that tears began to well up in their beautiful eyes. Others on the side were also filled with sighs when they saw this scene of men and three women gathering together. Ma Hongjun sighed and was really impressed. Oh, Brother Chen is Brother Chen. There are only 3 beautiful girls in the college. Not only does he take care of them all, but he can still get along so harmoniously. Oscar, on the other hand, was more open-minded and spread his hands. I can't help it. Who can make someone's parents handsome and talented? If we can't compare, let's just lie down. At this time, the little fat man realized that the golden retriever was not in a good state, so he quickly stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder to persuade him. Boss Dai, don't look at it. That's someone else's target. With your appearance and strength, you can find a good one outside. Aren't those twins very good? Ma Hongjun tried his best to persuade him, but Dai Mubai didn't appreciate it and slapped his hand away with a very dissatisfied expression. What is someone else's object? That was supposed to be his fiancée, but now she was crying in the arms of another man. The little fat man didn't understand the pain of golden retrievers. He thought that Dai Mubai should be very happy to have those twins. Now, Zhao Wuji was naturally happy that Chen Shi and Xiao Wu were back safely, but there was still no news about two people. Chen Shi, what happened after you were captured by the Titan Ape? Do you know where Yu Xiaogang and Tang San went again? Zhao Wuji asked the young man anxiously. Chen Shi comforted the girls and then said, Teacher Zhao, we were also unconscious when we were captured. When we woke up again, we were already in a cave. Fortunately, Xiao Wu and I had teleportation and Phoenix Mecha, so we managed to escape all the way. As for Tang San and the others, we didn't find them either. Zhao Wuji frowned after hearing this. He had no way of knowing what the purpose of the 100,000-year soul beast was. Chen Shi and Xiao Wu were lucky enough to be able to escape. It was unreasonable and unrealistic to ask their two children to rescue Yu Xiaogang and Tang San. Just when Zhao Wuji was at a loss what to do, Chen Shi suddenly said, But Teacher Zhao, I vaguely remember that the direction of the cave is in that direction. Maybe Tang San and the others may still be there. The cave pointed in the direction of Chen Shi's finger was clearly the territory of the Sky Monkey, where Yu Xiaogang and Xiao Zhasan were lying corpses. But Zhao Wuji doesn't know. There is no news at the moment. He can only act as a doctor. Go there and give it a try. He wanted to see people alive in his body when he was dead, so that he could have an explanation with Flanders when he went back. I understand, Chen Shi, you and Xiao Wu will have a good rest here after you finally come back. Ning Rong Rong, Zhu Zuking, you two girls will continue to stay here. As for the others, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, the three of you come with me to find Tang San and the master. Everyone should be fine, right? Zhao Wuji scanned the crowd and made a very wise arrangement that was in line with Chen Shi's wishes. Chen Shi and his three girls were the first to respond to the call. No problem, Teacher Zhao. Lao Zhao nodded and looked at the other three people. What about you? Ma Hongjun made a sad face and said coyly, No, Teacher Zhao, will it hold you back if we go? Zhao Wuji glanced at him. It's a blessing, not a curse, it's a curse that can't be avoided. I brought you with me to prevent soul beasts from coming to the crypt. Chen Shi can only take care of three girls at that time, so you can only wish for your own good. If you follow me, if there is an emergency, I will take the rear, and you run first. After listening to Zhao Wuji's considerations and explanations, the little fat man and the others suddenly understood. They immediately stopped shouting and left obediently behind Zhao Wuji. The annoying guys are gone, Chen Shi and the girls are getting ready for bed. Thank you all for your support. Please read, vote, subscribe, and give me 5-star praise. Chapter 97 AOE controls the stabbing cage, the perfect hexagonal warrior. Back to Rongrong and Zuking, Chen Shi and Xiao Wu. There was no need to cover up anymore. I changed into clean clothes, and my whole body suddenly felt much more refreshing. They found the bed blanket, and a man and 3 women crowded together. This time, the girls did not take off their shoes to expose their little feet, as they did last time, and engage in a foot competition. After all, they are still in the Star Forest and may face danger at any time, so Chen Shi requires that they must ensure easy movement. Holding Chen Shi's hand, Ning Rongrong remembered what Zhao Wuji had just said and couldn't help but feel worried. Chen Shi, isn't it unsafe for us to sleep here? Will there be some spirit beast or something that suddenly appears and attacks? Hearing the nervousness in the girl's words, Chen Shi tightened her little hand and smiled slightly. Don't worry, I'm here. You just have to have a good rest and leave the rest to me. Chen Shi gave people a sense of security, and most of the worries in the three women's hearts disappeared immediately after hearing this. Chen Shi, how about we take turns keeping vigil? This way you can feel more relaxed. The little cat who usually talks less spoke. Zhu Zuqing looked at Chen Shi with a gentle look in his eyes. Xiao Wu and Rong Rong both nodded in agreement to this suggestion. They also cared a lot about Chen Shi. Chen Shi smiled back, it's okay, Zuqing. Teacher Zhao and the others won't go too far. They will probably be back soon. You should sleep too. Having said this, the three girls did not force it. They had endured it until now, and were indeed very sleepy. Although Xiao Wu's mental condition is better, she is physically more tired. There was no way, the spring water had resistance, so Xiaonazai kept holding her legs and shaking her waist. It was really a laborious task. Soon, the sound of the three women's even breathing came. Chen Shi stood up gently, sat aside and started to watch, summarizing and thinking about all the results of today. This trip to the Star Do Forest, although the plan of the dark demon evil god tiger was greatly delayed, there was an unexpected surprise, and I got the martial soul data of the Azure Bull Python. Coupled with the previous martial soul data of the Titan Giant Ape, Chen Shi had a very strong premonition. There may be some new bond between De Ming and Er Ming, leading to a breakthrough in mecha manufacturing. In addition to the relatively abstract concept of martial soul data, Chen Shiming has gained a lot. After absorbing the 10,000-year soul ring and breaking through the 40-level soul sect, the martial soul mecha was also updated, adding new mecha soul skills. Martial soul mecha, Netherworld White Tiger, new soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower. Martial soul mecha, Evil Fire Phoenix, new soul skill, Phoenix Howling Sky Strike. The arrival of the fourth soul skill made Chen Shi very satisfied, and he had new methods of attack. Aside from the Wuhan mecha, Chen Shi actually has another ability that has been strengthened, and that is the 8-spider mecha. After devouring the power of the crypt demon spider for thousands of years, the 8-spider mechanical armor also successfully mastered its essence. 8-spider mechanical armor new attached soul skill, Stab the Cage. Soul skill effect, the sharp spider spear bursts out of the ground instantly, piercing the enemy's defense and even body while firmly imprisoning it in place. Special note, this soul skill can be used multiple times to continuously strengthen the confinement and restriction effects. After reading this soul skill introduction, even Chen Shi couldn't help but take a breath. AoE damage, AoE control, is this a range type overall soul skill? It's really scary. In this way, Chen Shi's last and only shortcoming, his lack of control, has been completely made up for. Speed, defense, physical attack/magic attack, skills, assistance, control, all proficient. Chen Shi has become a perfect hexagonal all-round warrior. After sorting out all these data, Chen Shi closed his eyes and rested for a while, and the smart chip that always maintained an early warning suddenly responded. Chen Shi opened his eyes suddenly and looked towards the place where the sound came from. Fortunately, it was a false alarm, and it turned out that it was Zhao Wuji and others who had returned. At this time, the early morning was passing, and it was already dawn. Chen Shi took advantage of the situation and woke up the three girls. Xiao Wu, Rong Rong, and Zuqing all had expressions on their faces, and their eyes were bleary, obviously they hadn't slept enough yet. Looking at the cute little expressions of the girls, Chen Shi laughed out loud, "Okay, it's time to get up. Teacher Zhao and the others are back. When we get out of the Star Forest, let's get some sleep." Upon hearing the return of Zhao Wuji, the three women also patted their faces and forced themselves to cheer up quickly. After putting away the blanket and tidying up his clothes, Lao Zhao just happened to lead people into the crypt. "Teacher Zhao, how is the situation?" Chen Shi stepped forward and asked curiously. He didn't know whether the master and the apprentice could hold on until rescue arrived. Zhao Wuji's expression was extremely complicated. He didn't know how to answer, so he just stepped aside. Behind old Zhao, Yu Xiaogang and Tang San were lying quietly on the ground like two corpses, their entire lower bodies covered with clothes, making them invisible. When the eldest lady Rongrong saw it, she covered her mouth and was shocked. "Teacher Zhao, are they dead?" Zhao Wuji twitched the corner of his mouth and said with difficulty, "The situation is not optimistic, but although they have become disabled, at least they have saved one life. And to be able to survive from the hands of a 100,000-year-old soul beast is already considered a blessing among misfortunes." At this time, Ma Hongjun, who came back carrying the body, spoke. "If you ask me, if you are disabled like this, you might as well just die. If a man is not a man, a woman is not a woman, what's the point of living from now on?" Dai Mubai and Oscar, who understood the truth, surprisingly did not refute the little fat man, and even subconsciously nodded in agreement. Zhao Wuji immediately glared at him and said unhappily, "Little fatty, shut up. If you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. When Tang San and Master wake up, you must not say such things again, do you hear me?" Ma Hongjun bowed his head and admitted his defeat. "Oh, I know." But as soon as he finished speaking, he muttered in a low voice, "Tisk, the mink is gone, and people will not look down on you in the future." Zhao Wuji's ears were not deaf, and his head was full of black lines, and his fists were clenched. Sometimes the desire to hit people is really uncontrollable. Take a deep breath to ease the mood, and Lao Zhao spoke again, "Chen Shi, Tang San and Master are still in danger, so we have to hurry back. You should take care of the girls on the way later." Chen Shi agreed at once, "No problem, leave it to me. Finally, there is a good student who is worry-free." Zhao Wuji turned around and carried Yu Xiaogang on his back, indicating that Dai Mubai should be responsible for Tang San. The golden retriever obeyed the order reluctantly, and the group of people rushed to the outside of the Xingda Great Forest. Without stopping, Chen Shi and his group finally arrived in the town safely before noon. Zhao Wuji took Yu Xiaogang and Tang San and offered a reward to find the best healing soul master in the town. "However, I have heard of the rebirth of broken limbs, but the words of broken martins, I have never heard of it. Thank you for your support, please read, vote, and subscribe." Chapter 98 A clever trick to add to the martin, a little rabbit that steals food. Under the high bounty, all the healing soul masters in the town rushed to come. Adhering to the principle of strength in numbers, Zhao Wuji held the last glimmer of hope and invited them into the house. Then, in front of everyone, Zhao Wuji lifted the white cloth covering Yu Xiaogang and Tang San like revealing a treasure, and the unbearable scene immediately came into view. All the men present took a step back subconsciously, only to feel a chill in their lower body, and panic. This is the situation. If any of you have a solution, then all these gold soul coins will be yours. Money makes the world go round. Zhao Wuji knew this very well. He paid out of his own pocket and did his utmost. Of course, if he was really cured, he would definitely ask Flanders to reimburse the expenses when he returned. If Flanders hadn't insisted on inviting Yu Xiaogang, the loser, to the hospital, there wouldn't be so many problems today. Seeing the money, these healing soul masters began to rack their brains, and one of them, a skinny old man, stepped forward. "Soul Saint, my family has been doctors for generations, and our ancestors just passed down an ancient secret recipe for this disease." Zhao Wuji raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Could it be that there really is a miracle doctor among this group of people? He immediately became interested, tell me about it. The old man was not vague and immediately talked about it. Master Soul Saint, this method is called dogtail and marten. It is to use the penis of a local dog and graft it onto the human body. After the blood is unobstructed, it can be restored to its original state. The old man's words made the room quiet all of a sudden. Everyone looked at each other. There is actually such a method? Zhao Wuji closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He was really afraid that he couldn't help but punch the old man to death. Dogtail and marten? From now on, they are neither human nor dog. Could it be that Yu Xiaogang and Tang San will find beasts to mate? The old man saw that Zhao Wuji's face was not right, and hurriedly said, Master Soul Saint, if you are not satisfied with dog tails, our family also provides other services, such as horse tails, ox tails, and sheep tails. At this time, Ma Hongjun, who sneaked in to join in the fun, said, forget about sheep tails. Won't it cause impotence if they are grafted? Gee, little brother, this is wrong. The old man answered every question. After explaining, he finally found his conscience and reminded, but these are big, but after all, they are not very compatible with the human body. So my personal suggestion is that dog tails are more suitable for the two injured people on the bed. As soon as the voice fell, Zhao Wuji really couldn't stand it. Akala's face sank and he was angry. You still know that humans and animals are not compatible? Get out quickly. What kind of method is this? The old man was so scared by the roar that he fell to the ground and crawled out. Killing the chicken to scare the monkey, with this, the others dared not come up with any tricks anymore, and said they were powerless. Seeing this, Zhao Wuji had no other choice but to ask them to help disinfect and sew the wounds first. As for the rest of Yu Xiaogang and Tang San's life, they can only hope that they can be more open-minded, and forget about dating, and wait for reincarnation in the next life to be a new person. However, it is worth mentioning that since then, the healing soul masters in the town have set off a research boom with rootless life as the core. What is rootless life? As the name suggests, there is no male root, and it is impossible to pass on the family line. At the same time, on the other side, Chen Shi, Xiao Wu, Rong Rong, and Zhu Qing had already checked into the hotel, took a shower and went to bed. What does the situation of the master and apprentice have to do with them? It is better to catch up on sleep and recuperate. Back to the town at noon, first had a big meal, then took a hot bath, and Chen Shi slept from the evening of the day until the next morning. Because she had consumed too much energy yesterday and had to stay up all night, Xiao Wu, who loves to sleep in, woke up earlier than Chen Shi this time. The little girl opened her eyes, looked at Chen Shi's angular profile, and smiled foolishly like a fangirl. Buried in the boy's chest and quilt were filled with the mixed scents of Chen Shi and Xiao Wu. The girl took a few greedy breaths before raising her head. She pinched a few strands of her hair and gently stroked Chen Shi's face. Seeing that the latter didn't respond, the girl pursed her lips and kissed the bad guy secretly, 1 kiss, 2 kisses, 3 kisses. If Chen Shi wakes up at this moment, he will be able to catch the little rabbit that spits out its pink tongue and has evil intentions towards him. Xiao Wu just entertained herself for a while, but Chen Shi didn't wake up and instead made herself very hot. What a bad guy, you can still do evil to others even when they are asleep. Xiao Wu's pretty face turned red, she hugged Chen Shi's hand and fiddled with it for a while, then opened her mouth slightly and closed her eyes. After a while, Xiao Wu crept up and got out of bed with her legs folded. She had to take a bath and change into a new pair of underwear. After washing and dressing up, Xiao Wu walked to the bedside again and kissed Chen Shi reluctantly. Muah, bad guy, I'm going to buy breakfast first and I'll wake you up later. As soon as Xiao Wu walked out of the door, she bumped into the eldest lady Ning Rong Rong. Good morning, Xiao Wu, is Chen Shi up? Everyone knew the relationship between the three girls and Chen Shi, so Rong Rong didn't hide it and went straight to the point. Xiao Wu smiled back, good morning, Rong Rong. Chen Shi has been quite tired these past 2 days and is still resting. Do you want to go in and see him? The eldest lady nodded decisively and said happily, well, I will be careful to keep the volume down. The two women looked at each other and smiled, then one hugged her and the other entered the room. If it were Xiaowu before, she would probably drive Ning Rongrong away like a tigress protecting her calf, but now she is no longer the jealous little rabbit. Because of Chen Shi's contract with the goddess, he will definitely have other sisters in the future. If they are only jealous, not to mention unable to eat them all, Chen Shi will gradually get bored. So in order to maintain her position in the heart of the bad guys, Xiaowu decided to learn to be moderately generous. Only in this way will Chen Shi pamper her more and more and like her more and more. Of course, another important reason is that Chen Shi is still sleeping, so Ning Rongrong can't do much even if she goes in. When Xiaonazai left, the corners of her mouth raised slightly. She admired herself a little. She was so smart. However, as soon as Ning Rongrong sat down in the room, a pair of big hands suddenly carried her to the bed. Baby, what did you do with my hand just now? Before Chen Shi could confirm who was sitting next to the bed, he pressed her directly under him with his backhand and asked with a wicked smile. Bad brother, aren't you asleep? They just held hands, why did you wake up? Rongrong thought he had woken up Chen Shi, and his face was filled with shame and joy. But looking at the eldest lady under him, Chen Shi's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. He actually guessed it was Xiaowu, who had secretly comforted herself with her hands just now. Rongrong also noticed something was wrong at this time, and shouted angrily, Bad Chen Shi! Are you thinking about Xiaowu? Thank you all for your support, please read, vote, and subscribe. Chapter 99, The grown-up young lady is treated like her own little brat. Hearing this, the young man immediately came back to his senses and changed his words. How could that be? I am just amazed that my baby Rongrong is getting more and more beautiful day by day. What's more, Rongrong, the fragrance on your body, can I still admit my mistake? As Chen Shi spoke, he kissed the eldest lady's snow-white neck, and the girl's body fragrance filled his nose. Rongrong liked the way Chen Shi was obsessed with her. The girl felt particularly happy. She bit her lower lip and said shyly, I hate it, it's itchy. Chen Shi raised his head and said with a bad smile, You came to the room specifically to look for me. Do you miss me? Rongrong pouted her little mouth, and the taste of the arrogant young lady was still there. Humph, I don't want to think about it. You and Xiaowu will definitely be happy if you sleep together. As she got to know Chen Shi better and better, Ning Rongrong definitely didn't believe that nothing happened when he and Xiaowu slept on the same bed. They might have been stripped naked long ago. Chen Shi naturally heard the girl's jealousy, his thoughts changed quickly, and he pretended to sigh, Oh, you don't miss me, but after being captured by the 100,000-year soul beast last night, I missed you very much. It was pitch dark in the cave at that time, and I almost ran out of energy, but when I thought of Rongrong, you were still waiting for me outside, and we agreed to be together forever. I gritted my teeth and escaped with all my might. Chen Shi spoke so vividly that the eldest lady's heart was pounding. Finally, she covered his mouth and said with a hint of tears, Bad brother, stop talking. Aren't you a good person now? Chen Shi's words were actually half-truths, and he immediately said, Then do you miss me, Rongrong? The eldest lady raised her little pink fist and hit him, and couldn't help but said coquettishly, Bad brother, I have been deceived from my heart, how can I not think about it? Hearing such words from the arrogant and beautiful girl, Chen Shi felt full of accomplishment. He immediately leaned down and took Rongrong's elastic and rosy mouth into his mouth. The girl seemed to have expected it. After trying to refuse the greeting, she responded enthusiastically, allowing someone to invade at will. The originally aggressive little pink fist also gradually hugged Chen Shi, and the two hugged each other and enjoyed their sweetness. After parting their lips for a long time, Ning Rongrong was lying on Chen Shi's body, breathing heavily while her little hands caressed his muscle lines back and forth, which were like marble sculptures. Chen Shi pinched the girl's butt and laughed out loud. "Miss, is it fun?" Rongrong pouted and said nothing. Chen Shi continued, "You touched mine, then let me touch yours too." Unexpectedly, the girl didn't buy it. "Hey, if I want to touch you, go touch Zooking's, she's big." When Chen Shi heard this, he had no choice but to show his unyielding spirit. "No, I just like your cute and compact one today." Ning Rongrong suddenly felt that something was wrong. He was pulled into his arms just as he was about to run away. After all, he could not escape from Chen Shi's clutches at Wuzishan. I don't know how much time passed, but the eldest lady covered her disheveled collar and stared at Chen Shi angrily, looking pitiful. Bad guy, big bad guy." While the girl was muttering, she stretched out her little white feet and kicked Chen Shi. Little did she know that this was exactly what someone wanted. Chen Shi grabbed the jade feet. The smooth texture was so admirable that he couldn't put it down. Soon, the two white silk feet became playthings in his hands. Ning Rongrong blushed with embarrassment, but she didn't hold back. She was really willing to hit and suffer. After getting over his hand addiction, Chen Shi coaxed her back. The two hugged each other for a while, then prepared to get out of bed. Chen Shi went to wash up first, and Rongrong also had to tidy up his inner and outer clothes, otherwise he wouldn't be able to go out to meet people later. Halfway through, while the girl was combing her hair, Chen Shi hugged her waist from behind and whispered softly, "Baby, have you noticed that you have grown recently?" Rongrong subconsciously straightened her chest and said with a slight blush on her face, "What's wrong with growth? Isn't this normal?" When Chen Shi saw this, he smiled evilly and said, "Maybe I have some credit for this, so I will continue to work hard and persevere in breast massage and so on." The girl glanced at him and twisted her body. "Tisk, that's a good idea. Don't think that people don't know what you have in mind. It's unfair. I don't want my future children to have enough to eat." Chen Shi's words made the eldest lady worried. What would happen to her in the future if she stayed like this? After a mental struggle, Rongrong said in a voice as thin as a mosquito, "Then you must use your clothes from now on and you are not allowed to reach out directly." Unexpectedly, Chen Shi agreed directly. Since he can get a massage, is it still up to the young lady how to do it? After everything was ready, Rongrong held Chen Shi's hand and walked out of the house, and happened to meet Xiao Wu who had brought breakfast back. Xiao Nazai didn't know what good things the two of them had done in the room. She thought Chen Shi had just woken up, so she hurriedly invited him to have dinner together. In the following days, because Yu Xiaogang and Tang San were seriously injured, everyone stayed in the town for a few more days. Chen Shi took the three girls to eat, drink and have fun, while practicing at the same time without delay. Finally, on the fourth day, those two guys woke up. In the ward, Tang San sat up and looked out the window with dull eyes, his face ashen, as if all the good things in the world had nothing to do with him. Chen Shi heard that Tang San was awake, and as a classmate, he wanted to come and see him. Of course, the main reason was out of curiosity. "Xiaosan, how do you feel now?" Chen Shi patted him on the shoulder, and the little Jia San finally came back to his senses. "Brother Chen Shi, I don't feel anything anymore." Tang San shook his head, almost crying but without tears. No one except Yu Xiaogang could understand his pain. The corner of Chen Shi's mouth twitched, and he barely managed to hold back his smile. "Hey, mistress, don't be sad. In fact, this is not a good thing for you. Didn't you always dislike your cultivation speed for being too slow, so you thought it was just to concentrate on your cultivation and go to the palace on your own?" Chen Shi's words made Tang San's eyes light up. Rather than accepting the fact that he was bitten by a monkey and had no descendants, he might as well just deceive himself and others. Unfortunately, this reason does not suit Yu Xiaogang. After all, he is a complete waste of cultivation. And when Yu Xiaogang thought that he had accomplished nothing and could not even be a man now, he couldn't help but cover his face and cry bitterly, tears streaming down his face. Now that Yu Xiaogang and Tang San have awakened, Chen Qi and others no longer need to stay in the town. The next morning, Zhao Wuji announced to everyone that he was going back to school. Because Xiao Pingtu and Xiao Beishan could not move their lower bodies, Zhao Wuji ordered Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun to take turns carrying them on their backs. There were 2 more troublemakers, and they returned to the academy later this time. But when Flanders learned about the situation, he went into a rage. But when he heard that the culprit was 100,000-year soul beast, he shut his mouth again and could only mourn in his heart for his old brother Yu Zioan. P.S. Sorry guys, this chapter has been reviewed, so it has not been updated. The main show will start later, don't miss it. Thank you for your support. Thank you all for your support, please read, subscribe, and vote. Chapter 100 The girl transforms into a jade little anus to face the Imperial fighting team. Time passed very quickly, and unknowingly, Yu Xiaogang and Tang San gradually got used to having to carry paper with them when going to the toilet. No matter how big or small, they could only squat and not stand. It is worth mentioning that at the beginning, when the master and apprentice were not used to it, water leakage often happened. The 2 losers peed their pants before they noticed it. It really embarrassed them and made other people in the college avoid them. Although his body has recovered now and seems to be the same as before, Chen Qi still discovered the clues. It's not obvious that Xiaoya Sen's body is young, but Yu Zioan's is different. Not only is the little boy's voice not as rough as before when he speaks now, but his little finger is always raised subconsciously, as if he is pinching an orchid finger, so girly. As for his beard, it doesn't feel as lush as before. The reason is also very simple, and the smart chip can tell it at a glance. Target: Yu Xiaogang. Physical condition: endocrine disorders, sex hormones imbalance. Analysis of the cause: loss of male characteristic parts, resulting in a significant decrease in male hormones and a large amount of female hormones. Consequences of the disease: male feminization, thinning voice, breast development, and sexual orientation may also change. After reading Yu Xiaogang's information, Chen Qi suddenly felt a chill, and he must keep an absolute safe distance from him in the future. This little episode between Wu Zhensheng and his apprentice did not affect the special training of Chen Qi and others. They had already started the final training in the Soto Great Fighting Soul Arena. Relying on his strong hard power, Chen Qi can still win all the way undefeated even in the single-row soul sect battle. In the 2-on-2 double-row battle, Xiao Wu, Rong Rong, and Zhu Qing are now all 3-ring soul masters. With the assistance of the martial soul mecha, their strength level can also help Chen Qi share the pressure, and he has never lost. Therefore, Chen Qi and the girls' fighting soul points soared, and the badge level even broke through the gold fighting soul and came to the purple gold badge. Some people may find it incredible, but Chen Qi just wants to say that Xiao Bi-san, that rubbish, can be upgraded to the gold fighting spirit according to the original plot, so why can't their purple gold badges? In contrast, Tang San and Dai Mubai in this life are still struggling back and forth between the iron fighting spirit and the bronze fighting spirit due to various reasons such as injuries, and they can't get any points at all. However, at this time, as a newcomer and rookie, Chen Qi has broken many records in the Soto Great Fighting Spirit arena. His appearance and strength are full, and he has captured the hearts of a large number of girls and young women in the spectator seats. It is simply legendary. During this period, Miss Ning Rongrong didn't know how many times she acted like a spoiled child in order to team up with Chen Qi more. Chen Qi naturally wouldn't let her down. As long as he kissed her first, then pressed her breasts and rubbed her feet, she would be satisfied. A woman who acts like a spoiled child has the best life. Xiao Wu's situation is similar to Rongrong's, except that the price she pays is a little more, but at the same time, she will also get a little more. It's okay for the 15th, Shiwu, team to compete and win the game. However, we have to go to the cabin to find Chen Shi at night. By the way, remember to bring more panties. Zhu Zuqing is different from them. The kitten is more introverted. Although she rarely takes the initiative, she will fight for her own opportunities after Chen Shi accompanies the two girls in a team. With their heads held high and their chests held high, Rong Rong and Xiaowu will retreat when they know they are big. Of course, in addition to single and double rows, they also had flexible team battles. At Flanders' request, a 7-member team was formed with Chen Shi as the leader, which is the new Shrek 7 Devils. Since it was a 7-person team, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, the 3 weakest students, took turns to play and serve as substitutes. Chen Shi was still quite disdainful of the captain position. After all, he would not stay in Shrek for long. It's not that he won't leave now, but the time has not come yet. Once everything is ready, we can leave. Since the start of the team battle, Chen Shi has led the team to win all the way considering his and the girls' points. According to the rules of the Great Soul Fighting Arena, because Chen Shi is a level 41 Soul Sect, he should have been matched with a team of level 40 Soul Sect. But there is only one Soul Sect, 4 Soul Masters, and even 2 Great Soul Masters in the Shrek team. Among them, Soul Sect Captain Chen Shi, Soul Master Ning Rongrong and Soul Master Zhu Zuqing have just been promoted. Based on the principle of fairness and justice, the Shrek team was finally judged as a Soul Master level team. Special note, all of the above are based on the fact that Chen Shi did not reveal his true soul ring configuration, otherwise it would be hard to say. P.S. Smart chips can disguise the soul ring year, which can be used for self-protection and deterrence. Back to the present, today is an important day. After solving the Berserker team in the last team match, Chen Shi finally waited for the royal fighting team he had been looking forward to for a long time. Little knowledge, this match was initiated by the director of the Soto Grand Soul Fighting Arena to invite Chen Shi and his team to play, in order to prevent the nobles behind the royal fighting team from making a fortune by taking advantage of the odds. In the preparation room, Yu Xiaogang pinched his orchid fingers and gently tapped the information cloth spread on the table. His tone was a little effeminate, as if he spoke like a demon. Okay, everyone, let's study your opponent. If nothing unexpected happens, this will be an extremely difficult soul fight. Listening to Yu Xiaogang's weird tone, everyone frowned, and waited until he walked aside before walking forward to read the information. Royal Fighting Team, all 7 members, all Silver Fighting Spirit Badge owners. The following 7 people's information is omitted. After reading it, Tang San couldn't help but exclaimed, "What a powerful team, the weakest players are all level 35 Soul Masters." Dai Mubai was also under great pressure. In front of the real top beast spirit Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, what was his proud white tiger spirit? Oh, don't sigh, with Brother Chen here, these are not a problem. Ma Hongjun had already prepared to hug his thighs, patted the little punk and the golden retriever, and then looked at Chen Shi behind him, who was relaxed and carefree, hugging left and right. Xiaowu on the side was uncomfortable listening to it. "Get out of here, you fat guy, you rely on Chen Shi for everything, then what's the use of you people?" The little fat man was not annoyed when he was scolded, and whispered, he said angrily, "Sister Xiaowu, aren't the 3 of us just here to gather the number of people for you?" Unexpectedly, Ma Hongjun was so self-aware. Ning Rongrong, who was about to speak, suddenly didn't know what to say. Chen Shi rubbed the heads of the 2 girls and said with a smile, "It's okay. This team is quite interesting. Let's pack up and get ready to play." At the same time, in the VIP lounge on the other side, there was also a group of people discussing Chen Shi. Thank you all for your support, please read, vote, and subscribe.